Welcome to AudioNovel. If you're looking for more amazing stories, don't forget to check out my Patreon page. Your support helps turn incredible tales like this one into fully immersive audiobooks. Visit my Patreon page. Link is in the description.
Chapter 31, The Annoying Media. Morning news hits like a tidal wave. Despite Loki's enchantments and Fisk's security, someone at the restaurant must have talked, or Loki's lying and getting entertainment out of this. Personally, I believe the latter. My office screens fill with headlines. Shift and White Queen, romance confirmed. Power couple, NYC's heroes take their partnership personal. Teen hero dating older teammate, controversy erupts. Emma enters, looking perfectly composed despite the media circus. Your father's PR team is handling the official statements. Stark's already given 3 interviews defending us, despite no one asking him to. My phone hasn't stopped buzzing. Thor, a glorious union. Thunderstorm. Loki, my enchantments were perfect. The leak came from inside. Banner, the other guy says about time. Also, he won the bet. The social media response is interesting, Emma notes, settling into her usual chair while projecting some of the reactions mentally. At HeroUpdates_NYC, that moment after the bank fight when she fixed his tie without even looking at him. They've been so obvious, loudly crying face. At Concerned Citizen, she's literally on his team. This is a workplace relationship with a minor. How is everyone okay with this? At NYC Streets, saw them at that cafe on 5th, she doesn't even need to say her order, he just knows. My heart pleading face. At Superhero Fashion, their matching formal wear at the charity gala wasn't a coincidence and we all know it. At Metro Watch, notice how they always know where the other is during fights. That telepathic link hits different now. At Cafe Spotter, White Queen ordered for both of them in French and Shift didn't even blink. This has been going on way longer than they're admitting. At Hero Analysis, their coordination in the field is insane. They move like they're reading each other's minds, which TBF they probably are. At NYC Sightings, they literally finished each other's sentences during the press conference but tried to act professional face with tears of joy. At City Defender, y'all really more pressed about 2 years age gap than the fact they save our city daily SMH. At Teen Scene, okay, but why does no one talk about how he always transforms into exactly what she needs in fights without any discussion? At White Queen_Watch, she actually laughed at something he whispered during the mayor's speech. The Ice Queen. Laughed. At Shift Updates, everyone focusing on age while I'm trying to figure out how they're so in sync during battles. Telepathy ain't cutting it as reason, man. That's some soulmate level connection FRFR. We knew this was coming, I say, though seeing it play out is still surreal. True, she agrees, her mental presence carrying both amusement and determination. Though I don't think anyone expected your father to release an official statement supporting our relationship before breakfast. Fisk's statement plays across one of the screens, my son's personal life is his own, though I fully support his choice in companions. Miss Frost has proven herself both as a hero and as a valued member of our organization. Any speculation about impropriety is both unfounded and unwelcome. He's being protective, I note, surprised by the warmth in the statement. He's being strategic, Emma corrects, though her mental presence suggests she's touched by the support. Though the part about making life difficult for particularly aggressive reporters was an interesting addition. My phone buzzes again, Stark this time, press conference in an hour. You two ready to face the vultures? Already. I look at Emma. Better to control the narrative early, she replies. Besides, I may have prepared some suggestions for overly intrusive reporters. The press room fills quickly, journalists jostling for position, cameras ready. Emma's hand finds mine under the table, her mental presence forcing itself to keep steady and sure. Remember, I send privately, we have nothing to be ashamed of. Stark takes the podium first, because of course he does. Ladies, gentlemen, before we start, yes, they're dating. No, it's not scandal. Yes, they're adorable. Questions. The room erupts with raised hands and shouted queries. Time to face the music. Miss Frost, a reporter from the Daily Bugle stands, how do you respond to concerns about the age difference? Emma's smile is perfectly poised, though I feel her mental eye roll. I respond by pointing out the hypocrisy of those same concerned parties ignoring the numerous adult women who have made far more inappropriate advances toward shift. But you work together another starts. Yes, I cut in, we do. Successfully. Our personal relationship doesn't change our professional capabilities. If anything, it enhances them. Through our link, Emma sends approval, nice touch. Professional but personal. Mr. Stark, CNN's reporter rises, as their teammate, what's your take on this development? My take. Tony grins. My take is that we should be celebrating two heroes finding happiness instead of manufacturing controversy. Also, I won several bets, so I'm particularly pleased. The questions continue, ranging from professional concerns to ridiculous speculation about wedding plans. Thanks, Entertainment Weekly. Emma handles each with practiced grace, while I try not to visibly react to her mental commentary on particularly absurd queries. Will this affect the Ultimates? Someone calls out. Only positively, Emma responds smoothly. Our team is built on trust and understanding. This simply deepens those bonds. And your father's approval? The Times reporter directs at me. My father, I reply carefully, understands that personal happiness and professional excellence aren't mutually exclusive. As the press conference winds down, a familiar voice cuts through the crowd, Christine Everhart. One last question, she stands, her expression calculating. Given recent events with the Hulk and now this relationship, it seems the Ultimates are becoming quite influential. How does the government feel about a private superhero team operating without oversight? The room goes quiet. It's a loaded question, one that touches on everything from our autonomy to our growing influence. Emma's mental presence sharpens. She's fishing for something specific. The Ultimates, I reply carefully, operates transparently and within the law. But we maintain our independence because some things are better handled by those who understand both the power and the responsibility that comes with it. Back in my office, Stark lounges in a chair while Emma and I review the media coverage. Not bad, he notes. Though certain parties won't be happy about that independent statement. Let them worry, Emma states. We've made our position clear. My phone buzzes, a message from Banner, the other guy says good job. Also, he wants to know when the wedding is. I'm going to kill them all, Emma mutters, but her mental presence carries fondness. The day continues with a steady stream of reactions. Fisk's PR team handles most inquiries, while Emma and I focus on our actual work. There's still a city to protect, after all. Armed robbery on 5th, Emma reports through our link. 3 suspects, standard weapons. Finally, I stand, reaching for the Ultimatrix. Something normal. Her smile carries a hint of anticipation. Shall we show them how well we really work together? The media might be obsessed with our personal life, but they're about to get a reminder of why we became partners in the first place. The robbery takes less than 5 minutes to handle, our coordination even smoother than usual. Emma's telepathy guides my movements with perfect precision while I transform into XLR8 to contain the suspects. Cameras appear almost immediately, but this time they're focusing on our efficiency rather than our relationship. Now that, Emma notes as we wrap up, is how you control a narrative. Through our link, I catch her satisfaction, not just at the successful operation, but at showing everyone that our personal connection only enhances our professional one. My phone buzzes with another message from Banner, the other guy says, good smash. I think that's his way of approving. Back at Fisk Tower, we find Tony and Banner in the lab, supposedly working but actually monitoring social media reactions. The tide's turning, Tony announces, pulling up various feeds. Your little display of efficiency out there is trending higher than the relationship stuff now. Power couple takes down crime, Banner reads from one headline. They're focusing more on your teamwork than the controversy. Emma's mental presence carries satisfaction. As they should. Though, she adds aloud, I could do without the power couple label. Too late, Tony grins. It's already trending. Hashtag power couple, hashtag shift queen, oh, and my personal favorite, hashtag relationship goals. A soft chime interrupts, Fisk requesting my presence. Emma catches my glance. Go, she says. I'll make sure these two don't start planning our wedding. Too late. Tony calls as I leave. Thor's already commissioned Asgardian decorators. The elevator ride gives me time to wonder what my father wants to discuss now. Given his earlier statement, it could be anything from security concerns to actual parental advice. That last thought is almost more terrifying than any villain we've faced. Fisk stands at his usual spot by the window when I enter, watching the city below. The media response has been manageable, he states without turning. Though there are certain elements we should discuss. If this is about to be an awkward father-son talk dash. No, he interrupts as he turns, his expression carrying unexpected amusement. No, this is about security arrangements. He activates several displays showing what looks like building modifications. Your living quarters will need to be adjusted. Miss Frost's telepathic abilities require certain considerations. Wait, what? Don't be naive, he says simply. Your relationship has progressed to this point. We should be prepared for future developments. Future developments. I manage, trying to process this conversation. Indeed. The tower's security systems are being upgraded to accommodate her particular abilities. And of course, there's the matter of public appearances, joint patrols, shared living space dash. We've been on one date. And known each other for months, he counters. Let's not pretend this is a sudden development. Through our mental link, I catch Emma's amusement, she's definitely listening in. Your father thinks ahead, she sends. It's endearing, in a somewhat overwhelming way. Vanessa is quite pleased, by the way, Fisk adds, his tone softening slightly at mentioning her. She's been quite insistent about having both of you for dinner soon. Something about proper family introductions now that things are official. She knew too. She knew before I did, he admits. According to her, it was painfully obvious weeks ago. She's rather looking forward to having another woman to, as she puts it, help manage the men in her life. The idea of Vanessa and Emma together is both heartwarming and mildly terrifying. Two incredibly perceptive women with zero tolerance for nonsense. Vanessa has already begun planning weekly family dinners, Fisk continues. She feels it's important to maintain normalcy, despite our unusual circumstances. Through our link, Emma sends, I like her. She sees through everyone's facades. There's also the matter of public events, Fisk moves to his desk. Vanessa suggests a proper introduction to New York society. Something elegant, controlled dash. A party. I interrupt. You want to throw a party? Vanessa wants to throw a party, he corrects. I merely provide the resources. She feels it would help normalize your relationship in certain circles. Certain circles meaning the elite of New York. The same elite who fund much of our operation, he reminds me. Public perception matters, especially among those with influence. Besides, Fisk adds with unexpected warmth, Vanessa says she's tired of seeing her son's personal life discussed by strangers. She'd prefer to, what was her phrase? Yes, show them all how it's really done. The casual way he refers to Vanessa's maternal feelings catches me off guard. Through our link, Emma's presence carries understanding, she's caught the significance too. She's already called several times today, Fisk continues. Something about dress codes and proper table settings. I've learned not to question her enthusiasm for these matters. My phone buzzes, speak of the devil. Vanessa, dinner tomorrow. Both of you. No excuses. We're doing this properly. I should warn you, Fisk says, noting my expression as I read the message, when Vanessa decides to embrace something, she commits fully. Expect questions about your future plans. Future plans? We just started dash. Dating officially, he corrects. Though, again, I reiterate we both know this has been developing for some time. Through our link, Emma sends amusement, your father and Vanessa might be more invested in our relationship than Thor. I didn't think that was possible. One last thing, Fisk says as I turn to leave. Whatever happens with the media, the society events, the complications that will inevitably arise. He pauses, choosing his words carefully. Know that you have our support. Both of you. Coming from Wilson Fisk, it's practically a declaration of paternal love. Thank you, I reply, meaning it. Though maybe tell Vanessa to slow down on the party planning. I've learned better than to try stopping her once she's set her mind to something, he almost smiles. Much like someone else we know. Through our link, Emma sends warmth, though I catch her subtle attempt to read my thoughts about tomorrow's dinner. I gently block her, earning a mental pout. Back in my office, I find Emma waiting, trying to maintain her usual composed facade despite her curiosity about my conversation with Fisk. "So," she says, "family dinner tomorrow?" "Yes," I reply firmly, watching her attempt to hide her excitement. Though we're setting some boundaries about all this party planning. Of course, she agrees too quickly, making me raise an eyebrow. "Emma." "Fine," she sighs. I may have already discussed some arrangements with Vanessa. But in my defense "We'll go to dinner," I cut in, my tone gentle but firm. "The rest we'll discuss later." Her mental presence carries both acceptance and affection. She could push back, but she chooses not to. Just as I choose to let her have her way with many things, knowing when to stand firm and when to yield. "Now," I take her hand, "shall we go stop some crime? Before they start planning our whole future without us. Just another day in our increasingly complicated lives. Though maybe complicated isn't such a bad thing after all." Chapter 32, Dinner with Mother and Girlfriend. Vanessa outdoes herself for dinner, transforming Fisk's usually austere dining room into something both elegant and intimate. Emma arrives precisely on time, her white dress a perfect complement to my dark suit. "You look perfect," she sends mentally, though I catch her slight nervousness beneath her composed exterior. "Relax," I reply through our link, taking her hand. "It's just dinner. With your father and his girlfriend, who's apparently appointed herself my future mother-in-law," Emma counters, but settles at my touch. Vanessa greets us with genuine warmth, while Fisk maintains his usual dignified presence. The table settings could put five-star restaurants to shame. "Now," Vanessa begins once we're seated, "tell me everything about how this really started. And Emma, dear, don't let him downplay anything." "Actually," I intercede smoothly, "maybe we could discuss something other than our relationship. The media's been doing enough of that." Emma sends grateful appreciation through our link. She's not used to family dinners or maternal attention, and while she appreciates it, it's overwhelming. Of course, Vanessa acquiesces gracefully. Though you can't blame a mother for being curious. The conversation flows easier after that, ranging from team dynamics to future projects. Vanessa proves to be surprisingly knowledgeable about enhanced individuals, while Fisk occasionally adds insights about the political landscape. The Ultimate's public approval is at an all-time high, Fisk notes. Your relationship has, unexpectedly, humanized the team. Speaking of the team, Vanessa adds, how is Dr. Banner adjusting? Better than expected, I reply, feeling Emma's amusement at the memory of this morning's training session. Though the other guy still wants to plan our wedding. The Hulk has good taste, Vanessa says with a slight smile. Though perhaps we should focus on the gala first. Gala? Emma asks, her mental presence sharpening with interest despite my warning look. Just a small gathering, Vanessa assures, though her expression suggests otherwise. To properly introduce you both to New York society. As a couple. Vanessa, I start, my tone carrying gentle authority, we talked about this. Just consider it, she counters smoothly. After all, you'll need to manage your public image somehow. Better on our terms than theirs. Through our link, Emma sends, she has a point. Not helping, I return, though I can't help but smile at her mental shrug. Very well, I concede, noting Vanessa's pleased expression. A small gathering. But we set the terms. Of course, she agrees too quickly, sharing a look with Emma that makes me suspicious. A very small gathering, I emphasize, catching Emma's mental amusement at my attempt to maintain control of the situation. Fisk observes this exchange with what might be humor in his eyes. I find it's easier to let Vanessa handle these matters. Within reason, of course. Within reason being the operative phrase, I reply, giving Emma a pointed look as she tries to mentally browse through potential guest lists with Vanessa. The dinner continues, and I notice how naturally Emma fits into this strange family dynamic we've created. Her usual Ice Queen persona melts slightly under Vanessa's genuine warmth, though she maintains that regal bearing I've come to admire. The media's been surprisingly manageable, Fisk notes, changing subjects. Though certain reporters are becoming persistent. They can try, Emma states, her tone carrying that familiar edge. No mentally redirecting journalists, I remind her, though my voice holds affection. Not even the ones who keep calling me a cradle robber. Okay, maybe those ones. Emma, dear, Vanessa asks during dessert, what does your family think of all this? The temperature in the room seems to drop several degrees. Through our link, I feel Emma's mental walls slam up, a reflexive defense mechanism. They. Emma starts, her composure perfect but brittle. They're not in the picture. I reach for her hand under the table, offering silent support. Her family is a topic we rarely discuss, for good reason. I see, Vanessa says softly, her perceptiveness catching the weight behind those words. Well, their loss is our gain. Though speaking of family, I interject, deliberately steering the conversation away from dangerous waters, Thor's still insisting on some kind of Asgardian blessing ceremony. Absolutely not, Emma latches onto the change of subject, her mental presence gradually relaxing. The last thing we need is thunder gods performing rituals over our relationship. I don't know, Vanessa muses, playing along with the lighter topic. An Asgardian ceremony could be quite spectacular. Please don't encourage them, I groan. Loki's already offered to enchant the entire tower for some kind of celestial light show. Through our link, Emma's gratitude flows freely, both for the subject change and the understanding. Some wounds take time to heal. But maybe, just maybe, new family can help with that. As the evening winds down, Vanessa pulls Emma aside while Fisk discusses some business matters with me. Through our link, I catch fragments of their conversation, Vanessa offering not just acceptance, but a genuine place in this unconventional family we're building. Your mother would be a fool not to be proud of you, Vanessa's words carry to me. But know that you have a home here, dear. Not just because of Samuel. Emma's mental presence wavers with emotion she'd never show publicly, and I pretend not to notice the slight glisten in her eyes when she returns to my side. Later, as we head back to our respective floors, Emma's mental voice carries a mix of vulnerability and strength. Thank you, she sends. For understanding. For not pushing. That's what family does, I reply simply, pulling her closer. The real kind, anyway. She looks up at me, her usual perfect composure softened by the evening's events. I suppose I'll have to get used to Vanessa's maternal instincts. And Thor's blessings, and Stark's teasing, and Banner's betting pools. I add, making her smile. Your family is insane, she states. Our family, I correct gently but firmly. Better get used to it. Chapter 33, The Gala. Vanessa truly outdid herself. Fisk Tower's grand ballroom has been transformed into something that would make European royalty envious. The crystal chandeliers cast warm light over marble floors, while New York's elite attempt to pretend they're comfortable in the presence of enhanced individuals. I can literally feel their thoughts scrambling between fear and fascination. Emma's mental voice carries that particular blend of disdain and amusement I've grown to love. Though watching them try to hide it is entertaining. From across the room, I notice another CEO type eyeing Emma with that familiar look of someone who thinks they can charm the Ice Queen. My jaw clenches slightly. Down, tiger, Emma sends, affection coloring her mental tone. Though your possessiveness is not entirely unwelcome. I move to her side anyway, my hand finding the small of her back. The CEO suddenly becomes very interested in his champagne glass. Territorial much? Emma's mental voice carries that playful edge that's only ever directed at me, while her public face maintains its perfect aristocratic mask. Always, I reply simply through our link, earning that subtle softening around her eyes that most people never get to see. Charles Xavier, Emma's mental presence shifts to something sharper as a bald man in a wheelchair approaches. He's accompanied by two younger individuals, a woman with striking white hair and a man wearing distinctive red sunglasses. Well, this should be interesting. Professor, I greet, not moving from Emma's side. Through our link, I feel her appreciation of the stance, not protective, exactly, but claiming. Mr. Fisk, Miss Frost, Xavier smiles with that particular warmth that speaks of years of practice. Or should I say shift and White Queen? Your work has been fascinating to observe. Emma's mental barriers deflect his subtle probe with an elegance that carries just a hint of warning. As has your educational initiative, Professor, she replies out loud, her tone carrying that perfect blend of politeness and, don't even think about it. I must say, Xavier continues, your approach to public heroics is unique. Particularly your stance on enhanced individuals operating independently. The woman with white hair, Storm, if the briefings are correct, studies us with careful interest. Her companion, Cyclops, maintains a practiced neutral expression. We believe in transparency, I reply diplomatically. Though I'm sure your educational approach has its merits. Through our link, Emma's amusement sparkles. He's trying very hard not to directly mention mutation or his school. Fascinating how many layers of secrets everyone in this room carries. Vanessa glides over, perfect timing. Professor Xavier, I'm so pleased you could attend. I've heard wonderful things about your work with gifted youth. The conversation shifts to carefully coded discussions of special education and unique learning environments, while I observe the other guests. Stark holds court near the bar, Banner awkwardly accepts compliments about his research, and Thor's booming laugh carries from somewhere near the buffet. Loki's been surprisingly well-behaved, Emma notes mentally. Though he seems rather entertained by how many people here are lying to each other. The evening progresses with that particular rhythm unique to high society events, alliances forming and shifting like dance partners, every conversation carrying multiple layers of meaning. Then the lights flicker. The first flicker of lights immediately registers. At these kinds of events, even minor imperfections draw exaggerated gasps from the elite crowd. But the second flicker, that's when things start changing. Something's wrong, Emma's mental voice carries a hint of concern. Around us, the party's atmosphere shifts subtly. Stark notices first, his casual demeanor dropping as his tech starts giving him readings. Banner edges away from the crowd, his monitoring bracelet showing elevated readings. Thor and Loki exchange wary glances. The Xavier contingent grows tense in that particular way that suggests telepathic communication is flying back and forth. Then the metal shutters slam down. The reaction cascade is immediate but controlled. New York's elite have, unfortunately, grown used to superhuman incidents. They move with practiced efficiency toward designated safe areas, even as sections of the ballroom begin sealing off. The barriers, Stark calls out, his portable armor assembling. They're not random. Everyone check your dash. The rest of his warning cuts off as another barrier drops, separating our group from his. Through the gaps, we see Thor's lightning failing to breach his section's containment, while Xavier's group faces barriers humming with familiar psionic dampening tech. The calculations required for this, Emma sends privately, her mental voice tight with professional assessment. Knowing exactly how to contain each power set. Around us, Vanessa efficiently directs civilian guests through seemingly safe corridors, while Fisk's security team moves with purpose. But something feels wrong about the evacuation routes. We're being separated. Guided. Each hero, each power set, isolated and contained. Tony. I call through the barrier separating us. Status. Suit's compromised, his voice carries that particular tone he gets when someone messes with his tech. Whatever's doing this, it's elegant. Military-grade elegant. Through the reinforced barriers, we see Thor's lightning dissipate harmlessly while Loki's magic seems to encounter specific countermeasures. Even Banner, who'd been maintaining remarkable calm, looks increasingly concerned as his section's barriers emit a familiar gamma-dampening frequency. Vanessa continues directing civilians with remarkable composure, though I catch the subtle glances she exchanges with Fisk. They've most definitely dealt with enough situations to recognize when something's very, very wrong. The evacuation paths become increasingly suspicious, each route perfectly designed to isolate specific abilities. Xavier's telepaths encounter psionic interference patterns that shouldn't exist outside classified research. Thor's section neutralizes Asgardian energy signatures. The tech level, Emma observes through our link. It's beyond anything currently public. Beyond even Stark's capabilities. Through a gap in the barriers, I catch Fisk's expression, that particular look he gets when someone dares to compromise his security. His hand rests protectively on Vanessa's back as they coordinate the civilian evacuation. Our own path continues to guide us downward, each emergency exit route mysteriously malfunctioning except the ones leading to the sublevels. It's obvious, we're being herded. Emma, I start, but she's already caught my thought. Indeed, her mental voice carries grim amusement. Shall we spring their trap? It seems they've gone to such effort to arrange this meeting. The floor beneath us begins to shift, and I feel the Ultimatrix pulse slightly, almost like a warning. Something's waiting below. Something that's studied us all very, very carefully. The sub-level corridors feel wrong, too empty, too perfectly laid out for our escape. Each emergency light guides us further down, while the building's systems continue to malfunction in suspiciously specific ways. Your father's security isn't easily compromised, Emma notes mentally. Whoever's doing this has resources. Significant ones. A screen flickers to life as we pass, displaying evacuation routes that just happen to lead deeper into the building's core systems. Behind us, we can still hear the muffled sounds of contained power, Thor's thunder, Stark's repulsors, all neutralized. The others are being kept busy, I observe. This isn't just about isolation. It's about time. Emma's mental presence sharpens. Time for what? The answer comes as the corridor ahead seals shut, while the one behind us does the same. And then the Ultimatrix begins to pulse erratically. Oh, Emma's mental voice carries dark humor. I believe we're about to find out. The electronic hum builds gradually, a subtle vibration that makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Around us, screens flicker to life one by one, each device awakening with an unnatural synchronization that speaks of calculated purpose rather than random malfunction. Then it happens, waves of technological force surge toward the Ultimatrix with surgical precision. The first force transformation hits like a sledgehammer. XLR8's form tears through my body with none of the usual smooth transition. Emma's mental scream of concern fragments as our link destabilizes. Sam. Her presence flickers desperately against my mind. Your pain levels are dash. Another shift rips through me. Humongosaur's massive form barely materializes before being torn away. Each transformation feels like being put through a meat grinder, the Ultimatrix fighting back against the foreign intrusion, my body caught in the crossfire. Hold dash static fills our mental link as Spider-Monkey's form is forcibly engaged. On. I can't maintain dash. I try to respond, but the words dissolve into agony. The Ultimatrix wasn't designed for this kind of rapid shifting without Master Control's defenses. Every cell feels like it's being rewritten too fast, too violently. Then, everything changes. The pain doesn't exactly stop, it transforms. Cold seeps into my being, a different kind of sensation altogether. Ghost Freak emerges, and suddenly there's power. Ancient, otherworldly energy courses through this supernatural form, tearing through the digital assault with terrifying ease. Emma's mental presence reconnects, carrying uncertainty tinged with relief. Sam. This form, it feels wrong. Different. I know, I send back, as I examine myself carefully for a moment. Pushing aside years of instinctive fear regarding this transformation. But right now, it's exactly what we need. The others are still trapped, but Ghost Freak's abilities prove perfect for this crisis. I phase through barriers that contain Thor, disrupt systems holding Stark, all while ensuring no structural damage that could harm the civilians still being evacuated. The elites are clear, Emma reports, her mental voice steady despite her obvious concern. Only our team remains. Though, something feels off about your energy signature, Emma's mental voice carries that analytical edge she gets when solving particularly complex puzzles. Her telepathic presence brushes against my consciousness, trying to understand the change she senses. Thor's lightning finally breaks free, the crackling energy illuminating the space in brilliant flashes. Next to him, Loki's magic weaves through the air, dismantling the remaining technological barriers with precise movements. Stark's systems come back online with that particular whine of repulsors charging. We should be celebrating victory. Instead, I feel it, a stirring deep within this ghostly form. Something ancient awakening, like ice cracking beneath your feet before you realize you've ventured too far. Sam. Emma's mental touch becomes more insistent, concern bleeding through her usually perfect control. Your consciousness, it's shifting. There's something else there. The others notice too. Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightens, ancient warrior's instincts recognizing a threat before it fully manifests. Loki's eyes narrow, his centuries of magical knowledge letting him sense the change in mystical energies. Kid. Stark's voice carries unusual caution. None of his usual quips when seeing a new transformation. Your energy readings are going haywire. Emma's presence in my mind suddenly recoils, like someone touching something unexpectedly cold. Sam. Her mental voice carries genuine fear now, a sound I've never heard from her before. Something's awakening. This consciousness, it's vast. Ancient. I try to respond, to reassure her, but the words won't come. Because deep within this form, something stretches. Something that I instinctively know has been waiting. Watching. Learning. And now it's ready. At last. Chapter 34, ZS Scare. The ancient consciousness unfolds within this ghostly form, each moment stretching like eternity. I feel my control slipping. Sam, Emma's mental voice reaches through the growing cold. Whatever this is, fight it. But fighting requires control, and control is becoming a foreign concept. This presence isn't just taking over, it's claiming what it considers rightfully its own. Thor's lightning crackles with warning intensity, while Loki's hands weave increasingly complex defensive patterns. Even Stark's armor whines as its sensors try to comprehend the changing energy patterns. Then it speaks, using my voice but not exactly my voice, ancient and amused and terribly aware. At last. His voice carries ancient patience, each word drawn out like poison from a wound. How long I've waited, watching through your fear. The temperature around us drops further, frost creeping across surfaces untouched by Thor's lightning. Emma's mental presence brushes against my consciousness, trying to maintain our connection as it grows increasingly foreign. Such interesting companions you've gathered, he continues, my voice but twisted, carrying millennia of malevolent intelligence. The telepath especially, your connection is fascinating. Loki's magic flares brighter, recognizing something in this entity that makes even the one called God of Mischief wary. Stark's repulsors whine higher, but we all know technology means little against something this old, this otherworldly. Now then, the voice purrs, shall we discuss the terms of our arrangement? Emma, if you can still hear me but my thoughts scatter like mist as ZS Scare's influence spreads. His control isn't violent or forceful, it's patient, inevitable, like watching darkness spread across a room as the sun sets. He knows about Emma's telepathy, about Thor's lightning, about every defense we've built. Of course he does. He's been here, in the Ultimatrix, observing it all. Fight, Emma's voice reaches through the growing void, but fighting requires a foundation, and this form was never truly mine to begin with. Your thoughts are quite loud, ZS Scare's voice uses my ghostly form with practiced-like ease. Such delicious panic. Though I must admit, your fear of this form was prudent. The others tense for battle, but what are they supposed to fight? The enemy isn't just inside the building anymore, it's inside me. And somewhere in the growing darkness of my own consciousness, I realize with terrible clarity that this might have been inevitable from the moment I first received the Ultimatrix. Your companions seem eager, ZS Scare observes with that terrible patience. Though their weapons are interesting. This new world. Asgardian magic, mortal technology, and mental power. How diverse. Thor's lightning arcs forward first, but ZS Scare simply phases through it, his laugh echoing with ancient amusement. Loki's magic follows, green energy weaving complex patterns that actually manage to make the spectral form pause. Emma's mental presence brushes against my consciousness, not communicating, just there. An anchor in the growing darkness. Her eyes meet Thor's, then Stark's, some unspoken strategy passing between them. Clever girl, ZS Scare purrs. Trying to coordinate without thoughts I might overhear. But do you really think that will help? Stark's repulsors fire in precise patterns, forcing the ghostly form to constantly shift density. Thor and Loki coordinate their attacks, lightning and magic creating a web of energy that requires actual effort to avoid. The battle intensifies, four powerful beings moving with increasing coordination against an ancient entity wearing my form like a borrowed coat. And somewhere in the darkness of my own mind, I cling to Emma's presence like a lifeline, waiting for something. Anything. Emma's POV. I maintain my mental link with Sam, though it feels increasingly foreign, like holding onto smoke that's growing colder by the second. The entity using his form moves with terrible grace, each motion carrying experience. The others follow my lead without needing telepathic communication, Thor and Loki weaving an increasingly complex web of lightning and magic, while Stark's attacks force constant phase shifting. We're pushing it hard, making it work for every moment of control. Through our fragmenting connection, I catch glimpses of Sam's consciousness, not gone, but muffled, like someone slowly being buried in snow. His panic bleeds through occasionally, making my heart clench, but I can't risk sending reassurance. Not when this thing might intercept any mental communication. Your coordination is admirable, the entity purrs, using the mix of transformations and Sam's voice in ways that make my skin crawl. Though I wonder how long you can maintain this pace. I reach deeper into our link, not communicating, just present. An anchor. A reminder. The others increase their pressure, following the unspoken strategy. Just a little longer. The temperature continues to drop as this ancient being demonstrates more of its power, but we hold our ground. We have to. Because somewhere in that ghostly form, Sam is waiting for us to succeed. Your magic grows cold, creature, Thor calls out, lightning crackling around Mjolnir with increasing intensity. Like the depths of Niflheim itself. The entity moves with fluid grace between attacks, each dodge carrying seeming practice. Through our fragmenting link, I feel Sam's consciousness, still there, still fighting, but growing fainter. Oh, the thunder god knows of cold. The being's voice carries dark amusement. How quaint. Loki's magic weaves more complex patterns, his expression carrying that particular focus I've seen when he's truly concerned. Brother, its essence, it's older than we thought. Yeah, getting that, Stark's voice carries forced lightness even as his attacks grow more precise. Jarvis is having a field day with these readings. Hey, Casper. Maybe we could talk about a timeshare arrangement. The temperature drops further as the entity demonstrates more of its power, frost creeping across surfaces untouched by Thor's lightning. I keep maintaining my presence in Sam's mind, but the thing seems to be fighting me to throw me out. Yet even as it does, I feel it not truly trying, as if it's treating me like a cat treats a cute mouse. Your attempts at levity, the thing wearing Sam's form observes, mask such fascinating fears. Shall we explore them? The only thing we'll be exploring, Loki's voice carries dangerous promise, is how many ways Asgardian magic can inconvenience a spirit such as yourself. The battle intensifies, 4 of us moving with increasing coordination. Just a little longer. Your spirit grows bold, creature, Thor's voice booms as lightning arcs through the air. Though you wear our friend's form, we shall not yield. The entity weaves between attacks with unnatural grace, each movement a mockery of Sam's usual fighting style. Bold. The ancient being's voice carries millennia of dark amusement. Tell me, Asgardian, what do gods know of true immortality? Loki's magic intensifies, green energy forming patterns I've never seen him use before. Brother, its essence resonates with forces older than Yggdrasil itself. Yeah, getting real tired of the cryptic ancient being routine, Stark quips, though his attacks maintain precise formation. Also, anyone else notice it's getting chatty? Almost like it's trying to distract us. I maintain my anchor in Sam's mind, feeling his thoughts crystallize around some realization. The entity notices too, its movements becoming slightly more urgent, though it masks this with fluid grace. The mortal makes an interesting observation, it says, voice carrying false lightness. Though perhaps we should discuss what happens when your young friend's consciousness fully fades. The only thing fading, Loki's magic weaves tighter patterns, will be your hold on this form. Thor's lightning crashes with renewed intensity, while Stark's targeting becomes increasingly aggressive. Through the chaos, I feel Sam's presence growing stronger, more focused, like he's finally understood something crucial. The entity's movements, for the first time, carry a hint of genuine effort. Please, just a little longer. The battle evolves with each passing moment, Thor's lightning no longer just crashes down, but weaves intricate patterns guided by centuries of combat experience. The ancient being phases through most attacks, but each dodge requires increasingly complex movements. You waste energy, it observes, though its voice carries a new edge. Though I must admit, your coordination is impressive. Stark switches tactics, his repulsors now firing in rhythmic sequences that force our opponent to constantly adjust its density. Thanks for the review. Jarvis, Pattern Delta 7. The air crackles with Loki's magic as he creates geometric constraints of pure energy, each pattern more complex than the last. Notice, creature, how your movements grow, restricted. The entity's fluid grace begins to show microscopic hitches in its movement, each dodge requiring more effort than the last. Its attacks, while still dangerous, lack their earlier casual confidence. Your persistence is admirable, it says, but the words carry less certainty now. Though futile. The temperature continues to drop, but there's something desperate in how the being demonstrates its power now. Like it's trying to prove something. Almost there. The ancient being's movements shift from fluid grace to erratic, no longer toying with us, but fighting with growing urgency. Each attack we launch forces more complex responses, more energy expenditure. The moment approaches, it speaks, when a consciousness finally yields. Yield. Thor's laugh carries the confidence of millennia. You know nothing of our companion's strength. Through our fragmenting link, I feel Sam's presence growing stronger by the minute, him fighting with ever-growing vigor. The ancient being must sense it too, its movements become sharper, more desperate. Stark's systems adapt continuously, while Loki's magic weaves increasingly complex constraints. The temperature plummets as our opponent channels more power, but there's something frantic in its display now. And through it all, Sam's consciousness grows clearer, stronger, more certain, like he's finally grasped something fundamental about this form, something the ancient being never wanted him to realize. No, the entity's voice loses its ancient patience, becoming sharp with genuine concern. Not yet. Not when I'm so close. Sounds like someone's running out of time, Stark quips, though his targeting remains precise. Kids Watch has a pretty strict curfew. Thor's lightning crashes with renewed purpose. Your time in our friend's form draws to a close, spirit. Time. The being's voice carries both rage and desperation now. I am beyond time, beyond your mortal constraints. The Ultimatrix's beeping increases in frequency, and through our link, I feel Sam's presence surge forward with fierce determination. Loki's eyes narrow as he senses the shift in mystical energies. Brother, he calls to Thor, magic weaving tighter patterns, the creature's hold weakens. The ancient being's movements become increasingly desperate, its attacks losing their calculated grace. The temperature fluctuates wildly as it tries to maintain control, but the Ultimatrix's warning becomes more insistent with each passing second. The final countdown begins. The ancient being's desperation manifests in ways that defy physics, reality itself seems to warp around its form, shadows stretching impossibly, the air filling with whispers in languages that hurt to hear. This isn't just a ghost, it's something more, terrifyingly more. If I must depart, its voice resonates on frequencies that make my teeth ache, then let me show you true terror. The space around us shifts. Not just visually, but fundamentally. I feel minds in the building above us recoil instinctively, even those without psychic sensitivity sensing something wrong with reality itself. Okay, that's new. Stark's voice carries forced calm as his armor's sensors struggle to process what they're detecting. And definitely not in any ghost stories I've heard. Through our link, I feel Sam fighting against not just the entity's control, but against the fundamental wrongness it's unleashing. The Ultimatrix's warning beeps become distorted, like even time itself is being warped. Thor's lightning seems to bend in impossible ways, while Loki's magic flares with automatic defense against something his millennia of experience never prepared him for. The temperature doesn't just drop anymore, it feels like the very concept of heat is being drained from existence. But through it all, Sam's consciousness burns brighter, fighting against both the entity's control and the reality-warping power it's unleashing. The countdown reaches its final beeps as crimson energy erupts from within the ghostly form. Reminding of the world saw months ago. That power that once rewrote reality itself now focuses to a single purpose, burning through ancient darkness with terrifying precision. Impossible. The entity's voice shatters windows, reality warping around us. This form is mine. But Sam's consciousness blazes through our link like a star going nova, crimson light meeting eldritch darkness in a clash that makes the very air scream. Two powers nearly as old as the world itself wage war within a single transformation, while the Ultimatrix counts down the final seconds. Thor's lightning dims, Loki's magic recoils, and even Stark's technology struggles to process what's happening as two ancient forces collide. The Ultimatrix flashes one final time. Power explodes outward, pure, primal, devastating. Reality itself seems to hold its breath as crimson light burns away darkness. When the energy fades, Sam stands there, human once more. Fuck. I hear him whisper as he falls to the ground, unconscious, all of us too frozen to catch him as his face hits the ground. Okay, what in the world just happened to my boyfriend? Chapter 35, A Devil's Interest. Loki's perspective. An hour has passed since the confrontation. The young shapeshifter lies unconscious in his quarters while his telepath maintains her vigil. His neural patterns are all over the place, Stark announces, his technology-first mindset evident in every word. Jarvis can't make heads or tails of these readings. Perhaps, I observed dryly, because some things transcend your mortal instruments. His mind is realigning, Emma reports, her usual Ice Queen demeanor cracking with concern. Whatever happened in there changed something fundamental. Thor paces with characteristic restlessness. The creature spoke of possession, yet this was something else entirely. Obviously, Stark mutters, typing furiously at his displays. Because possession would be so much more logical than whatever quantum anomaly we just witnessed. The air shifts suddenly, not just physically, but on levels that make even my centuries of magical knowledge take notice of the potency of power. A woman appears, her bald head and ancient eyes marking her as something far more than human. The Ancient One, I acknowledge, noting how reality itself seems to bend slightly around her. Two gods, a genius, a telepath, and a boy who just touched powers nearly as ancient as existence itself, she observes with subtle amusement. Quite the gathering. Great, Stark mutters, already used to the weird now to react in surprise, his displays flickering at her presence. Another one with the mystical mumbo-jumbo. Any chance we could get some actual scientific readings? Science, she replies with that particular smile that makes even Thor shift uncomfortably, is merely our attempt to understand forces that have existed since the first moment of creation. Emma's eyes narrow, her telepathy likely encountering the same barriers I sense around the woman. You know what happened to him? I know, the Ancient One responds, moving closer to Sam's unconscious form, that two forms of power clashed within him. One born in the darkness between realities, the other. She pauses, studying the crimson traces, flowing from the very essence of magic itself. The boy, the Ancient One continues, her eyes studying the crimson traces with interest, channeled something that resonates with the fundamental forces of creation. Not unlike what we at Kamartaj study, yet different. Different how? Thor asks, Mjolnir humming in response to the ambient energies. Oh please, Stark interjects, fingers flying over his displays. Are we really going with fundamental forces of creation when there are perfectly good quantum explanations? And what, I cut in, enjoying his discomfort with the mystical, quantum explanation would you propose for what we witnessed? Emma's mental abilities probe deeper into Sam's unconscious mind. His thoughts, they're reorganizing around new understanding. Like his consciousness is adapting to process what happened. The mind, the Ancient One observes, is remarkably adaptable. The clash between these forces, one born of darkness, one of light, has changed him. Though perhaps not in the way either force intended. Stark's machines finally give up trying to quantify the readings. So what you're saying is, the kid's brain is basically upgrading itself to handle whatever just happened. In crude technological terms, she replies with that subtle smile, yes. Her expression shifts to something more serious, that particular look that suggests she's seeing beyond the present moment. The boy's consciousness adapts because it must. What happened tonight has drawn attention, not just from those who felt the ripples of power, but from forces that maintain the balance of the universe itself. You're here to what? Warn us. Stark challenges, though his usual skepticism carries a hint of genuine concern. I'm here, she responds with that serene certainty that makes even gods pause, because choices are coming. Paths that branch from this moment, each carrying consequences that echo through the fabric of the universe itself. Emma's mental link with Sam strengthens protectively. What kind of choices? The kind, the Ancient One replies, that determine whether power serves balance or threatens it. Thor steps forward, lightning crackling subtly around Mjolnir. You speak of threats. Are you threatening the boy? The Ancient One's expression carries that particular serenity that somehow manages to be more unsettling than any show of force. That is not my wish, God of Thunder. For now, I observe. But should the time come when balance itself is threatened? She lets the words hang in the air, their weight more potent than any direct threat. You'll find, Emma's voice carries ice that could rival Jotunheim, that threatening Sam tends to end poorly for those who try. Not a threat, Miss Frost, the Ancient One responds, her smile unchanged. Merely, perspective. For now, I watch. And wait. The crimson energy pulses stronger beneath Sam's skin, his consciousness stirring at the edges of Emma's mental link. The Ancient One's eyes flick to his form, noting the change. My words have been spoken, she states, preparing to depart. The warning delivered. Running so soon. My voice carries that particular edge of mockery I've perfected over centuries. Why not stay? Share your perspective with the boy directly. Unless you fear his response to your thinly veiled threats. The Ancient One's smile doesn't waver, but her eyes carry ancient knowledge that makes even my silver tongue pause. Some conversations are better had from a position of understanding, God of mischief. When he wakes, he'll know exactly what I meant. She begins to fade from reality, but not before adding, after all, power recognizes power. And choices always have consequences. Ebony Maw's perspective. I observe from my place in the shadows as my master and Mephisto discuss recent events. The great titan sits with characteristic stillness, while the demon lord's flames flicker with unusual restraint. The surge of power from Earth, Thanos states simply. Not mere magic. No, Mephisto replies, his usual mockery absent. The device we thought to claim, it's bound to the boy's very essence. His soul given it form and purpose. It being a manifestation of his own spirit of desire of protection and power. I dare to speak, knowing my master values precision, which explains our failure to acquire it. One cannot simply pluck away what is born from someone's soul, Mephisto muses, flames dancing in his eyes. But this new power we felt. The darkness that emerged, Thanos prompts, his interest evident even through his measured tone. Perhaps a reflection, Mephisto's smile carries ancient knowledge but also a hint of uncertainty. The boy's own nature given form through powers that rival the universe itself. He proves, far more intriguing than anticipated. Perhaps, Thanos echoes, his tone carrying the weight of someone who has seen countless civilizations rise and fall. Yet twice now this boy has channeled power that resonates across the cosmos itself. I watch as my master's fingers drum once on his throne, a rare display of genuine interest. The sound echoes through the ship, as Mephisto's the flames flicker. The first surge, Mephisto notes, pure creation energy. This second, something that exists in the spaces between realities. Both wielded by a mere child. Not mere, I dare to interject, the boy's power grows with each manifestation. The device evolves with him. Indeed, Thanos agrees, his eyes carrying that particular focus that has made worlds tremble. Continue watching. But for now, we wait. Mephisto's flames dance with ancient amusement, but I can sense his displeasure at the words. Yet he must know when my master intends a conversation to end as his flames begin to back into themselves. The universe itself felt his power, great titan. I suspect, waiting may not be our choice to make. As his flames fade, I dare to voice my concern. Master, dealing with the Lord of Lies is precarious. His interest in the boy's soul dash. Your caution is noted, Ma, Thanos interrupts, his tone carrying neither concern nor dismissal. But necessary tools must be used, regardless of their nature. Even if those tools seek to claim power that rivals the Odin force itself. I press carefully, knowing my position allows certain liberties. To aid him in acquiring such a soul. Thanos rises, shadows deepening around his massive form. Who said anything about aiding him? The words hang in the air as my master departs, leaving me to contemplate their implications. Sometimes, I forget that my master plays games far deeper than even demons can comprehend. Chapter 36, Question for you guys. So, would you guys read a Danny Phantom fanfic, with our MC being given the ghost version of the power of the Hulk by the portal accident, as he will be Danny's brother? But do understand, I will then be taking very much creative liberties with that world. Since ectoplasm in that world seems to even be able to create mythical creatures such as Pandora and all that. Maybe even add various other twists in it with other realms and all that, like a hell or heaven, since if you all want this FIC, I would need to expand the world quite a bit to make it work. I can already see a lot of potential in humor, comedy, slice of life, but also horror. It will be so much fun. Also, for those worried about my other fanfics, I'm a creature of mood. If I am in the mood for something, like I've been for this fanfic, I can drop dozens of chapters in a couple days. Others, if I am not in the mood, can take weeks to months, like my Lucifer fanfic was for a little while. So yeah, do tell me if you want it. If you don't, then I'll probably write it privately for myself to test it out, and if I like it, continue to read it later myself. Do please tell what you want. Well, see you all later. Bye. Comment. 17 Comment. Vote. Chapter 37, Recalibration. Consciousness returns slowly, like swimming up through layers of darkness. The first thing I register is Emma's mental presence, her concern wrapping around my mind like a protective shield. He's waking up, her voice carries both relief and lingering worry. As my eyes open, I find myself surrounded, Emma closest, with Thor, Loki, and Stark hovering nearby. Their expressions carry varying degrees of concern and curiosity. "How do you feel?" Emma asks, her hand finding mine. Before I can answer, the Ultimatrix suddenly flares to life, its feminine AI voice carrying unmistakable anger. Warning, ectoneurite DNA signature attempting override. Standard containment protocols insufficient. Emergency recalibration required. The device pulses with energy, its interface shifting and changing. Initiating complete playlist recalibration. Current forms compromised. Accessing backup genetic database. Holographic displays spring to life, showing DNA sequences being analyzed and reorganized. New transformation list compilation beginning. Warning, some previous forms will be replaced for user safety. The displays flicker rapidly as new forms are selected. Celestial Sapien detected, designation, Alien X. Aerophibian detected, designation, Jetray. Methanosian detected, designation, Swampfire. Tetraman detected, designation, Four Arms. Petrosapien detected, designation, Diamond Head. Galvanic Mechamorph detected, designation, Upgrade. Cerebrocrustacean detected, designation, Brainstorm. Necrophrygian detected, designation, Big Chill. The device pauses, then suddenly emits a scanning beam that sweeps over Thor. New DNA signature detected. Asgardian genetic template viable. Scanning. Processing. Thor's expression shifts from concern to fascination as the beam analyzes his DNA. Asgardian template integration complete, designation, to be named by user. The Ultimatrix's interface stabilizes, its voice returning to its usual calm tone. Recalibration complete. New transformation set locked. Scan function now available for future genetic acquisition. Warning, ectoneurite DNA quarantined but not eliminated. User caution advised. My attention suddenly snaps back to what to be the first transformation listed. Wait, Alien X. No, Ultimatrix, lock that form immediately. Unable to comply, the AI responds calmly. Celestial Sapien form is required for maximum user protection. I don't care about protection. I struggle to sit up fully, Emma's hand steadying me. That form is too dangerous, lock it now. What's wrong? Stark asks, his usual quips absent in the face of my obvious distress. What's so special about this particular transformation? The Celestial Sapien form remains unlocked, the Ultimatrix states firmly. It serves as ultimate contingency against threats like the ectoneurite consciousness. User safety takes priority. User safety? I laugh, slightly hysterical. That form could accidentally erase the universe. Lock it. Thor and Loki exchange concerned glances while Emma's mental presence carries growing worry. Sam, she says gently, what exactly is this form? It's essentially omnipotence, I explain, still trying to argue with the Ultimatrix. Reality warping on a cosmic scale. One wrong thought, one disagreement between the personalities, and entire timelines could cease to exist. Fascinating, Loki murmurs, though his expression suggests he understands the gravity of what I'm describing. Celestial Sapien form remains accessible, the Ultimatrix reiterates. Its power ensures no entity, including ectoneurite consciousness, can fully compromise user integrity. There has to be another way, I plead. The risks are too high. My sudden panic about Alien X seems to finally trigger something in Tony. Okay, time out, he says, raising his hands. Before we continue dealing with this supposedly reality-warping form, maybe it's time you actually explained what these transformations are. Because in all this time, you've never really told us. I hesitate, looking at the faces around me, Emma's supportive presence, Thor's honest curiosity, Loki's calculating interest, and Tony's direct questioning. They've had my back through everything, even just now with Ghost Freak. Maybe they deserve some truth. It's complicated, I start carefully. When I gained these powers, according to the files Fisk found, there was magic involved in the experiments. Not just science. That explains the energy signatures, Loki murmurs. They never quite matched purely technological origins. Each transformation, I continue, choosing my words carefully, is based on a specific species. I have knowledge of them, built into the transformations themselves. Their names, their capabilities. Species. Tony leans forward. As an alien species? Yes. Species created by the Ultimatrix. I answer, which is technically true, as it created the DNA, since this is a spiritual device. All named. Petrosapiens, Tetramans, galvanic mechamorphs, each one is a distinct species with their own abilities and characteristics. I gesture to the Ultimatrix. The device helps channel the transformations, but the knowledge, it's like it's part of me now. And this celestial sapien form that has you so worried? Thor asks. That's. I run a hand through my hair. That's different. Most of these forms have specific, limited powers. Strength, speed, energy manipulation. But celestial sapiens, they're on another level entirely. Emma's mental presence carries gentle encouragement as I explain, though I can feel her curiosity about how much I'm not saying. So each form is basically tapping into the genetic template of an alien species. Tony asks, his scientific mind clearly racing. That's incredible. The genetic manipulation required. It's more than just genetics, I correct. It's like becoming that species, understanding them from the inside out. Which explains your instinctive combat capabilities in each form, Loki observes. You're not just changing shape, you're accessing inherent species knowledge. I nod, relieved they're focusing on the general concept rather than pressing for specific details about my origins. Some secrets still need to be kept, at least for now. And now, I glance at the Ultimatrix with concern. We apparently have access to one of the most powerful species in existence. Whether we want it or not. The panic about Alien X returns, but at least now they have some context for why I'm so worried. Even if they don't know everything, they understand more than they did before. It's a start. There's more, I add, running my hand over the Ultimatrix nervously. With this form, the timer doesn't work. I could get stuck, permanently. Stuck, sharing my mind with personalities I don't even know. The power is so great it overrides the Ultimatrix's safeguards. These personalities, Emma starts, her concern evident both mentally and vocally. What exactly are they like? Before I can answer, the Ultimatrix activates. Celestial sapien form personalities configured specifically for user Samuel. Primary personality, Guardian, focused on protection and preservation. Secondary personality, Innovator, seeks progress and change. Tertiary personality, Arbiter, the voice of Risun, Samuel himself, maintains balance between the other two aspects. Wait, I sit up straighter, they're specific to me. Not standard celestial sapien personalities. Correct. Personalities manifest from users' core aspects, enhanced and separated by celestial sapien transformation. Guardian represents your protective instincts and Innovator embodies your desire for meaningful change. Tony whistles low. So basically, it's you, just, with the addition of two cosmic-powered aspects of yourself. That's different from what I expected, I admit, though the concern doesn't leave my voice. These aspects, Loki interjects, his tactical mind clearly working, they would need to agree before taking any action. Unanimous agreement required for reality alteration, the Ultimatrix confirms. Partial agreement sufficient for lesser actions. Emma's mental presence carries thoughtful consideration. If they're aspects of you, maybe they're not as unpredictable as you feared. Or maybe that makes it worse, I send back. What if my desire to protect conflicts with my understanding of consequences? What if wanting to change things changes it in a way unexpected to me and not to my liking? What if I take the free will of everyone away like this? I don't want the care of everyone for me to be false, not genuine. Thor moves closer, his expression carrying unexpected understanding. Power that great, it is indeed a heavy burden. But perhaps having it shaped by your own nature makes it less dangerous than you fear. Perhaps even a blessing. The Ultimatrix pulses softly, Form remains accessible but requires conscious activation. Emergency protocols will not force transformation without user consent. I look around at them, my team, my friends, maybe even my family in a way, and see not fear of the power, but concern for how it affects me. Maybe that's worth something. After all, I don't distrust myself with power. Still, I voice my deeper concerns. I may love power, but loving it and being trapped by it are two very different things. The words slip out before I can catch them, making Emma's eyebrow raise slightly. That's surprisingly honest. Her mental voice carries a mix of approval and curiosity. I mean, I continue, trying to explain, I'm not afraid of power itself. The Ultimatrix's other forms, they feel like extensions of me. Even at their strongest, they're still mine to control. But being the voice of reason between two cosmic-powered aspects. Loki's eyes gleam with understanding. You fear the weight of that responsibility. Being the mediator between such powerful forces. Wouldn't you? I ask. One wrong decision, one moment where I fail to properly balance between protection and progress, and reality itself could change. Thor's expression grows thoughtful. Yet perhaps that is why you were chosen as the arbiter. Your understanding of both the need to protect and the necessity of change. Or maybe, Tony interjects, that's exactly why the Ultimatrix won't lock it. You're already the voice of reason, it's just giving you more powerful aspects to mediate between. Emma's mental presence brushes mine supportively. You've always balanced power with responsibility. This would just be a more cosmic version of that. The Ultimatrix pulses, user's role as arbiter is fundamental to form stability. Guardian and innovator aspects require balanced mediation. I look down at the device, still uncertain. The power to reshape reality with a thought, and I'm supposed to be the rational one keeping it in check. Who better? Loki asks, and for once there's no mockery in his voice. Someone who loves power but understands its price. I lean back against the pillows, suddenly feeling exhausted. The weight of everything, Ghost Freak's emergence, the new transformations, Alien X. I need time to think about all this, I say, feeling Emma's mental presence soften with understanding. Of course, Thor nods, already moving toward the door. Rest is often the wisest course after such revelations. Jarvis will keep monitoring your vitals, Tony adds, though his usual quips are absent. Just, maybe don't reshape reality while we're sleeping. That actually gets a tired laugh from me. No promises, but I think reality's safe for now. Loki pauses at the doorway, his expression unreadable. Power's burden is often heaviest when we understand it fully. Sleep well, young mediator. Emma squeezes my hand once before standing. I'll be nearby if you need me, her mental voice carries warmth and support. As they file out, the Ultimatrix dims to its rest state, though I swear I can feel new potential humming within it. I close my eyes, feeling like I've been hit by a truck. Or maybe several trucks. Possibly a whole convoy of cosmic-powered trucks with reality-warping capabilities. Great, even my internal monologue is getting weird. Though considering I just found out I'm supposed to be the rational one between two aspects of cosmic power, maybe weird should be called the new normal, at least for my insane life. Tomorrow, I mutter to myself, deal with all this cosmic mediator bullshit tomorrow. Right now, sleep sounds way better than contemplating universal consequences. The Ultimatrix pulses softly, probably trying to tell me something important about my new role in maintaining reality's fabric, but honestly, the fabric of my pillowcase is way more interesting right now. Emma's mental whisper reaches me, sweet dreams, my cosmic arbiter. If you start calling me that regularly, I'm retiring to become a professional nap taker, I send back, already drifting. The darkness pulls me under, and for once, I'm perfectly happy to let it. Let someone else worry about the world for a few hours. I've got a date with unconsciousness, and it's definitely not getting cancelled. The last coherent thought I have is that at least being the voice of reason between two cosmic forces can't be worse than dealing with Thor's emoji usage in the group chat. Probably. Maybe. Oh God, what am I getting myself into? Chapter 38, New Aliens, New Fun. Morning finds me in the training facility, staring at the Ultimatrix with a mix of anticipation and concern. Emma leans against the wall, her mental presence steady and supportive. You don't have to test them all today, she notes, watching me scroll through the new transformation list. I know, I reply, pausing at Jetray's hologram. But we need to know what we're working with. Especially after. I trail off, but she catches my meaning. Ghost Freak has been plaguing my nightmares quite a bit these days. Start with something simple then, she suggests. Maybe not the reality warping one just yet. I can't help but smile at her dry tone. What, you don't want to see if I accidentally turn the tower into cheese? Jetray seems safe enough, I decide, deliberately scrolling past the celestial sapien form without a second glance. The Ultimatrix responds to my selection, its interface glowing with familiar energy. The transformation feels different from my previous ones, smoother somehow, like the device has refined its process. Red skin, wings, and natural flight capability replace my human form. Well, Emma's mental voice carries amusement as I hover near the ceiling, at least this one doesn't threaten universal collapse. Or try to steal my consciousness, I add, testing the maneuverability. The form responds intuitively, each movement precise and natural. Though I'm starting to miss Spider-Monkey's tail. The facility sensors track my flight patterns while Emma monitors my mental state. No signs of foreign consciousness, no reality warping potential, just pure aerial agility. The others will want to see the new roster, she notes as I land, transforming back. Yeah, well, they can see most of them, I reply, my hand hovering over the Ultimatrix. But Alien X stays locked away in the back of the playlist where it belongs. Stark enters the facility, his timing as impeccable as ever. Testing the new roster. Please tell me you're not starting with the reality warping one. Not happening, I reply, scrolling through the holographic interface, having returned human again. Ever, if I can help it. But Jetray seems solid. Want to see what Diamond Head can do. Emma's mental presence carries amusement at Tony's obvious scientific curiosity. Some things never change, even after facing the king of ectonerites. The crystalline form of Diamond Head emerges, my body shifting into living crystal. Fascinating, Stark mutters, his scanners whirring. The molecular structure is dash. A slow clap interrupts him. We turn to find Loki leaning against the doorway, that particular smirk on his face. Very impressive. Though I notice you're still avoiding the more interesting transformation. If by interesting you mean potentially reality breaking, then yes, I reply, shifting my arm into a crystalline blade. Some powers aren't worth the risk. The boy speaks wisdom, Thor's voice booms as he enters, making us all jump slightly. Though perhaps a demonstration of your Asgardian form might prove entertaining. Emma's mental presence carries curiosity. We haven't tried that one yet, the DNA the Ultimatrix copied from Thor himself. I select the new Asgardian form, feeling the transformation reshape me. My height increases dramatically, body filling out with Asgardian strength. Even my white hair lengthens slightly, a short beard of the same color framing a more mature version of my face. The red eyes remain, but they carry great power now. Through our link, I feel Emma's mental presence stutter slightly before she catches herself. Her usual composed expression remains, but I catch the slight widening of her eyes. Fascinating, Thor approaches, studying my transformed state. The strength I sense, it's not quite at my level. Age, Loki notes, his eyes narrowing with interest. Asgardians grow stronger through the centuries. Yet. He pauses, magical senses detecting something more, the potential in this form, it exceeds anything I've seen. Even father. The Ultimatrix, I explain, my voice deeper in this form, transforms you into the peak version of that species. I catch Emma deliberately avoiding looking directly at me, though her mental presence carries interesting undertones. A young Asgardian with the potential to surpass even Odin himself, Loki finishes, his voice carrying that particular tone he gets when discovering something truly interesting. Though currently limited by your relative youth, even in this more mature form. Try channeling power, Thor suggests, watching, see what manifests naturally. I close my eyes, feeling the energy flow through this form. The white energy flickers around my arms, but nothing else happens. No lightning like Thor, no obvious manifestation of power. That's unexpected, Thor frowns, clearly confused by the lack of visible effect. Perhaps, Loki observes with that particular gleam in his eyes, we're approaching this wrong. An Asgardian form with such potential, yet no unique ability. I refuse to believe that. What do you suggest? I ask, still feeling the strange energy coursing through this mature form. Combat, Loki states simply. Thor, if you would. Thor raises Mjolnir, sending a controlled blast of lightning toward me. Before I can react, the white energy around me pulses, and suddenly the lightning rebounds, twice as powerful, sending Thor stumbling back. Well, Loki's smile carries genuine delight, that's certainly unique. Force reflection, amplified no less. Emma's mental presence carries both relief and fascination. No wonder nothing happened before, the power needs something to reflect. Let's see what else you can reflect, Loki grins, summoning his magic. Green energy surges forward in various forms, force blasts, binding spells, even concentrated magical bolts. Each attack rebounds with doubled intensity, the white energy around my Asgardian form pulsing with each reflection. Only Loki's illusions pass through unaffected, multiplying around me without triggering any response. Fascinating, he observes, dodging his own reflected magic. Pure force, energy, even magical attacks, but not deceptions or illusions. A power that reflects and amplifies reality itself, but ignores falsehoods. Try something else, Emma suggests, her mental presence analyzing each reflection. Something not magical maybe. Stark's repulsors fire up. Way ahead of you. The blast hits my chest, or tries to. The white energy flares, and suddenly Tony's flying backward from his own amplified attack. Okay, he groans, picking himself up. Note to self, don't shoot at the force-doubling Asgardian. The reflection seems instantaneous, Emma notes, her analytical mind working despite her continued effort not to stare at my mature Asgardian form. No delay between attack and counter. Thor throws Mjolnir, not at full strength, but with enough force to test the ability. The hammer hits the white energy field and immediately rebounds with doubled momentum, nearly taking Thor off his feet as he catches it. By the Norns, he laughs, genuinely delighted. A perfect counter to any direct assault. Try something more complex, Loki suggests, conjuring a sphere of pure magical energy. Let's see how it handles combined attacks. The sphere splits into multiple forms of magic, force, elemental, and mystical energy all woven together. As it strikes my energy field, the white light pulses brighter than before. The reflected blast sends Loki diving for cover, his eyes wide with genuine surprise. Well, he picks himself up, dusting off his armor, that was enlightening. Combined attacks don't just double, they seem to multiply each component separately. Meaning? Stark asks, his scanner struggling to process the interaction. Meaning, Thor grins, our young friend here becomes more dangerous the more power you throw at him. The white energy surrounding my Asgardian form suddenly dissipates, the transformation following immediately after. I stumble, caught off guard by the sudden exhaustion hitting me. That's new, I manage between breaths. Transformations don't usually drain me like this. The Ultimatrix pulses, its voice carrying new information, user soul energy depleted beyond safe threshold. The Ultimatrix draws power directly from user's soul for transformations. Asgardian form's reflection ability requires additional soul energy with each use. Thor and Loki exchange startled looks. Soul energy. Thor's voice carries genuine surprise. The device draws from your very essence. Compatibility with form currently low, the Ultimatrix continues. Soul drain will decrease as user masters form and strengthens soul through anodite heritage development. The mention of anodite heritage makes me pause, remembering the crimson energy I channeled during Ghost Freak's final attack. Emma's mental presence carries sudden understanding. Like when you fought off Ghost Freak, she notes. You used that same power from within the transformation. Right. I'm not as familiar with it, since I wasn't there that day, unlike you all. Right, I nod. The anodite power, it came naturally in that moment. Like instinct. Which explains the exhaustion now, Loki observes thoughtfully. Thor helps me to a nearby bench, his expression carrying new understanding. To channel power from one's very soul, no wonder the reflection ability is so potent. User must develop anodite heritage to maintain longer transformations, the Ultimatrix states. Current soul energy capacity insufficient for extended use of higher tier forms. Higher tier. Emma's mental presence carries concern mixed with curiosity. Forms requiring significant power draw, the AI explains. Asgardian transformation currently classified as high tier due to reflection ability soul energy consumption. Designation required for Asgardian transformation, the Ultimatrix suddenly announces as we're still taking everything in. Please select nomenclature. Oh, this should be good, Stark grins. How about Thunder Jr.? No, I reply flatly, still recovering on the bench. Godling. Loki suggests with his trademark smirk. Definitely not. Thor brightens. Perhaps Storm Dash. If you say Storm Lord, I'm never using this form again. Emma's mental presence carries amusement at my growing exasperation. Then, out loud, what about Aegis? I pause, considering. Aegis. The shield that reflects all attacks, she explains. Simple, classical, heroic without being overdramatic. The Ultimatrix pulses, designation Aegis accepted for Asgardian transformation. C. Emma's mental voice carries satisfaction. Sometimes simpler is better. At least that's settled, I say, starting to feel my energy return. Though we should probably work on Dash. The facility's door slides open, interrupting my thought. Wilson Fisk enters first, his massive frame filling the doorway. He surveys the training area, taking in the aftermath of our power testing. I see you're exploring the new transformations, he notes, his voice carrying that particular blend of paternal interest and calculated assessment. Behind him, a red-headed woman enters with casual grace that speaks of years of training. My heart skips a beat as I recognize her from my previous life's knowledge, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Director Fury and I have been discussing recent events, Fisk continues smoothly. Miss Romanoff brings an interesting perspective on your growing influence. Emma's mental presence shifts to analytical, while Thor and Loki observe the newcomer with mild curiosity. Natasha Romanoff, she introduces herself, her smile professional but genuine. Her eyes study our group with calculated interest, lingering briefly on the Ultimatrix. I've been following your team's development. It's impressive. Fury's decided on a more diplomatic approach. Stark asks, his usual snark evident. More like a collaborative one, she replies, her tone carrying none of Fury's usual intensity. Your recent activities have caught attention, good attention. The kind that makes people want to build bridges rather than walls. Emma's mental presence shifts with surprise, Natasha's mental walls are unlike anything she's encountered in a non-telepath. Professional training, certainly, but taken to an art form. She could break through, but the effort and potential damage required makes her withdraw her probe with newfound respect. Through our link, Emma sends, her mental defenses are impressive. SHIELD clearly takes psychic protection seriously. The director believes, Natasha continues, reaching for her wrist, that our organizations could benefit from proper channels of communication. She activates what looks like a standard watch, but a hologram springs to life, revealing Fury's stern visage. I see you've met Agent Romanoff, Fury states, his one eye studying our group. Going for the whole hologram communication thing now. I can't help but quip. What happened to dramatic personal appearances? Don't tell me breaking into teenage bedrooms lost its appeal. Emma's mental presence carries amusement at my comment, while Thor and Loki gaze upon Fury with mild interest. Fury's expression doesn't change, but something like exasperation crosses his face. I thought perhaps a more conventional approach might be appreciated. Given recent events. A conventional approach. I lean back, studying both Fury's hologram and Natasha's carefully neutral expression. Like sending one of your best agents to join the Ultimates. The room goes quiet. Emma's mental presence sharpens with interest, while Fisk's expression remains carefully controlled. What makes you think that's why I'm here? Natasha asks, though her slight smile suggests I'm not entirely wrong. Because, I reply, meeting Fury's holographic gaze directly, if you wanted just communication, you'd have sent a messenger. You sent someone who most definitely has extensive battle experience because you want her to be part of something bigger. And, last time, we didn't get off on a good note, so I considered your options. The silence stretches for a moment before Fury's expression shifts ever so slightly. Well, his hologram flickers, seems like we have to discuss after all. Chapter 39, Hulk fanfic is out. Chapter 41, The Gratitude of Thor Odinson. Thor's POV. The young shapeshifter discusses terms with Fury, his confidence belying his age. My fingers tighten around Mjolnir's handle, not from tension but from memory. The weight of what his crimson form showed me still presses against my thoughts, especially in quiet moments like these. I remember it with perfect clarity. Father, the mighty Odin, falling into a sleep from which he would never wake. I saw his face, peaceful in death but bearing the weight of failures I hadn't yet understood. The golden halls of Asgard seemed dimmer without his presence. Mother, her grace turned to stillness, her wisdom silenced by shadows I couldn't prevent. In that vision, I felt the helplessness, the rage, the grief, emotions so real they still wake me some nights. And Loki, my brother's path leading to madness and pain, his heart twisted by lies and betrayal. Our brotherhood shattered like glass, each shard cutting deeper than any blade. Asgard itself burned in those visions. Our eternal realm reduced to ash and ruin, our people scattered across the cold vastness of space. The grand pillars of the palace crumbling, the Bifrost shattered, everything we built over millennia lost to chaos. Yet the cause remained hidden from me. Like trying to grasp smoke, the source of this devastation slipped through my fingers. But the certainty, the bone-deep knowledge that this was our path without change, that remained. Now I watch the boy, this young warrior who changed everything without knowing it. His white hair catches the light as he speaks, reminding me of how it blazed with a light brighter than the stars that day. He glances my way occasionally, those red eyes carrying wisdom that makes my heart ache. He doesn't know what his power showed me. How could he? The visions flowed through him like starfire, touching minds, reshaping destinies. My brother stands beside me now, whole and present. The future I saw thankfully grows more distant with each passing day. Sometimes I catch Loki watching the boy too, though his reasons remain his own. Perhaps he also senses how this young one's very existence defies the paths we once thought fixed. The others speak of alliances and teams, of mortal concerns that seem small against the weight of what I witnessed. Yet I know better now. Every choice, every small change ripples outward. The boy taught me that, though he doesn't know it. In my thoughts, I've named the crimson power Etherian, a force that touched every being sensitive to power across the realms. A glimpse of what could be, what must be prevented. Ragnarok. The twilight of the gods. Our doom, written in prophecy and fate. Yet here stands this warrior child, defying destiny itself with each breath. When I look at him now, discussing terms with fury, I see more than just a young hero. I see hope for Asgard's future, burning bright against the darkness that once seemed inevitable. Your terms are interesting, Fury's hologram states, bringing me once more to focus, his eye narrowing slightly. But Agent Romanoff alone would be more than sufficient dash. And the archer, Samuel interrupts, and I notice the slight shift in his posture, the same stance he takes before a calculated strike. The one who was there during Thor's arrival. Both of them, or no deal. The surprise that flashes across Fury's face speaks volumes. Even the agent, Romanoff, shows a hint of interest. You were there. I was, the boy confirms, a small smirk playing across his features. Nice vantage points he chose, by the way. Very professional. Two of my best agents, Fury's voice carries careful consideration. That's quite a demand. Samuel shrugs with that particular casualness that reminds me of Loki at his most dangerous. Those are my terms. You need to decide what's more important, having a real connection with the Ultimates, or keeping your pieces spread across the board. The silence stretches, heavy with implications. Even from where I stand, I can sense the weight of this moment, another thread of fate being rewoven by this young warrior's choices. I'll need time to consider dash, Fury begins. Take all the time you need, Samuel cuts in smoothly. We'll be here. Building something new. With or without Shield's involvement. I cannot help but smile. The boy grows stronger in ways that have nothing to do with his transformations. The negotiations with Fury conclude for the day, the others dispersing to their various tasks, Stark to his lab to analyze the data from our earlier training, Emma accompanying Natasha on a tour of the facilities, though I suspect more to observe than welcome, and Loki departing to consider implications, as he put it. I find the young one on the tower's highest balcony, where he often retreats after particularly weighty discussions. The height seems to calm him, perhaps a side effect of having so many flying forms at his disposal. He stands at the edge, looking out over the city as evening approaches. Your negotiations grow more skilled, I begin, moving to stand beside him. You handle power plays with increasing grace. He shrugs, though I notice the slight pride in his posture. Comes with the territory, I guess. Living with Fisk, dealing with all this. He gestures vaguely at the city below. You saved us all that day, I say after a moment of comfortable silence, watching his expression shift with surprise at the sudden change in topic. When your crimson power manifested. From the destroyer, he asks, confusion evident. I mean, yeah, but dash. From far more than that, I interrupt, choosing my words with care. What I saw that day, the path that awaited us all. I pause, noting how he watches me now with increased interest. Death, I continue, my voice low. Destruction. The fall of Asgard itself. My family, all of it shone with terrible clarity. A future that seemed fixed, unavoidable. Thor. But your very existence, I press on, needing him to understand at least this much, it changes everything. I see doubt flash across his features, though he tries to hide it. The weight of responsibility he carries, perhaps too much for one so young, yet he bears it with grace. I am grateful, I state simply, letting the truth of it fill my words, that you were born into this world. He doesn't respond immediately, and in his silence, I see the burden he carries. The fear, perhaps, that his presence here might somehow make things worse rather than better. But he needs to know this truth, even if I cannot share all that I witnessed. I place a hand on his shoulder, feeling how young he truly is beneath all that power and responsibility as I continue. The path I saw, there was no hope in it. No chance for change or growth. But you. I pause, choosing my words carefully, you bring possibility. The chance to forge new paths, better ones. He doesn't pull away from the gesture, but I notice the subtle tension in his frame. The weight of my words seems to press down on him more than I intended. You have a lot of faith in someone who barely understands his own powers, he says finally, his voice carrying that particular blend of youth and ancient knowledge that makes him unique. How can you be so sure I'm not just disrupting something that needed to happen? Faith. I cannot help but smile at his doubt. Young one, what I saw that day wasn't just visions. It was certainty, the kind that burns itself into your very soul. A path of destruction so complete that. I pause, memories of flame and ruin flickering through my mind. But that's exactly my point, he argues, running a hand through his white hair in frustration. What if that path, terrible as it was, served some greater purpose? What if by changing it, I'm just... He trails off, searching for words. Making it worse. I finish for him. Creating an even darker future. He nods. The future I saw, I say carefully, wasn't just dark. It was empty. An end without purpose, without hope for what comes after. I turn to face him fully. But you. You bring change, yes, but also choice. The power choose what we accept. He absorbs this in silence, his red eyes reflecting the last rays of sunset. I see him wrestling with the implications, with the responsibility my words place upon him. You know what the strangest part is, he finally speaks, everyone keeps putting their faith in me, you, Emma, even Fisk in his own way. And here I am, sometimes not even sure if I should exist in this world at all. The admission hangs in the evening air, heavy with implications. I remember my own doubts, centuries ago, when the weight of Asgard's future first pressed upon my shoulders. Existence isn't about should or shouldn't, I reply, watching the last rays of sun paint the sky in crimson, it's about what we do with the path before us. And you, young one. No matter how many times I reiterate it, it may never be enough, that you forge new paths where others see only walls. He absorbs this in silence, but I notice his shoulders straighten slightly, some of the doubt easing from his posture. Thank you, he says finally, simple words carrying complex meaning. For telling me this. Even if I'm not sure I believe it all yet. I smile, recognizing in him the same warrior spirit that drives all great heroes, the perfect blend of power and doubt, of strength and questioning. Perhaps that's why the fates themselves seem to bend around him. As we stand there, watching night claim the sky, I silently renew my oath to stand beside this young warrior. Not just for Asgard's sake, but for all our futures. The crimson star of guidance burns bright indeed. Chapter 42, Spider-Man. Peter Parker's perspective. 2 weeks since the spider bite, and I still can't get used to it. The strength, the agility, the way I can sense things before they happen, it's like someone rewrote my entire existence. And yeah, maybe freaking out in my room for 3 days straight wasn't the most heroic response, but come on. I got bit by a radioactive spider. Pretty sure that deserves at least a minor existential crisis. The TV plays in the background as I stick to my ceiling, still weird, news coverage showing the aftermath of whatever went down at Fisk Towers Gala. No one knows exactly what happened, but Shift's been out of commission since then. The footage shows the other Ultimates in action, but their leader's absence is notable. With great power comes great responsibility. I remember watching one of his earlier interviews when he said those words. Everyone thought it was just a cool catchphrase, but the way he said it, it felt real. Like he understood exactly what it meant to suddenly have abilities you never asked for. Peter. Aunt May calls from downstairs. Dinner's ready. Coming. I drop from the ceiling, still amazed at how natural it feels. Uncle Ben's voice carries up from below, probably telling one of his terrible jokes that May pretends not to love. They're happy, safe, which for some reason feels extraordinary. But besides that, here I am, sticking to ceilings and bench pressing cars. Okay, I haven't actually tried the car thing yet, but theoretically I could. Unlike Shift, I didn't get my powers through some horrible experiment. Just a random spider that decided I looked like a good lunch option. Talk about winning the weird lottery. The news plays another clip of him from before whatever happened at that gala. 16 years old, just like me, but out there making a real difference. The way he handles his powers, how he's so sure about using them to help people, even when he messes up, he owns it, learns from it. With great power comes great responsibility. Again, for some reason that phrase keeps echoing in my head. Peter. The meatloaf's getting cold. On my way. I head downstairs, trying not to accidentally stick to the banister again. That took 20 minutes to explain away last time. Dinner with May and Ben is normal, wonderfully, beautifully normal. Ben talks about the garage, May shares gossip from her book club, and I try not to accidentally crush my fork when they mention how proud they are of my science fair project. Later that night, I work on designs in my room. If I'm going to do this hero thing, and that's still a big if, I need something better than my hoodie and sweatpants. The web formula's coming along too, thank God for advanced chemistry and conveniently unlocked school labs. Days pass like this, normal life on the surface, secret experiments underneath. Testing my powers in abandoned lots, perfecting the web fluid, sketching costume ideas that don't look completely ridiculous. Then I see it on my way home from school, a car losing control, heading straight for a group of kids. No other heroes around, no ultimates to save the day. Just me, my half-finished web shooters, and a choice. I don't even think about it. The webs work perfectly, thank you, chemistry, the strength comes naturally, and suddenly I'm setting a car down safely while kids stare up with wide eyes. That was amazing, one of them shouts. Are you a new hero? I look down at my makeshift costume, hoodie, goggles, web shooters barely hidden under my sleeves, and realize there's no going back now. Yeah, I find myself saying the words feeling right. I'm Spider-Man. The next few days are a blur of adrenaline and web fluid calculations. Turns out, stopping one car is pretty different from regular hero work. My first attempt at stopping a bike thief ends with me tangled in my own webs. Note to self, wind resistance is definitely a thing. But I'm learning. Each patrol gets smoother, each web swing more natural. The costume's evolving too, thank God for May teaching me how to sew, even if she thinks I'm just really into textile arts now. The local news starts picking up stories. Mysterious web slinger stops robbery. New hero swings into action. They're small headlines, nothing like the coverage the Ultimates get, but it's a start. Hey Pete, Uncle Ben calls from the garage one evening as I'm heading out for photography practice, which isn't entirely a lie. I do take pictures, just, of myself stopping crime, got to make money somehow. Saw the news about that new spider guy. Pretty interesting, huh? Yeah, I try to keep my voice casual while checking my web shooters through my sleeve. Pretty cool. Reminds me of what that Shift kid always says, about power and responsibility. Ben's eyes carry that knowing look that makes me wonder sometimes if he's figured it out. Good to see more young people stepping up. I swallow hard, touched by the pride in his voice, even if he doesn't know it's meant for me. Yeah, it really is. Schools, interesting now. Flash Thompson won't shut up about Spider-Man, which is weird since he still gives Peter Parker a hard time. MJ keeps saying the new hero's moves look almost like a dancer, while Ned theorizes about the Webb formula in chemistry class. It's got to be some kind of synthetic polymer, he whispers excitedly. But the tensile strength is insane. Did you see that video where he caught that falling AC unit? Maybe he's just really good at chemistry, I reply, trying not to sound too proud about the formula I spent 3 weeks perfecting. The city feels different from up here, swinging between buildings. It's not just the view, it's the perspective. Like how I noticed that old lady gets harassed every Tuesday when she collects bottles for recycling. Now she has a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man making sure she gets home safe. Small stuff, really. Nothing like the world-ending threats the Ultimates handle. But then I remember how Shift started, stopping robberies, helping civilians, building trust one small act at a time. Hey Spider-Man, a kid calls out as I swing past. Are you gonna join the Ultimates? I nearly miss my next web shot. Join the Ultimates. I hadn't even thought. I mean, they're like the major leagues, and I'm still figuring out how to stick landings without looking like an idiot. 3 weeks into my spider career, and I'm starting to get the hang of this. Web swinging's become second nature, though explaining web fluid stains on my clothes to Aunt May is getting trickier. It's a new type of adhesive for the science fair, totally normal chemistry stuff. The police scanner I borrowed from the school's AV club crackles with activity most nights. Nothing major, car thefts, convenience store robberies, the occasional lost tourist needing directions. But it feels right, you know. Like maybe this is what I'm supposed to be doing with these powers. Hey, you're getting pretty good at this. I nearly fall off my perch on the building's edge. The White Queen stands there, elegant as always, though her usual smirk carries something approving. Thanks. Real smooth, Parker. Real smooth. Relax, she says, and I feel a gentle mental touch. Oh right, telepath. We've been keeping an eye on you. Not many heroes start out focusing on helping civilians rather than fighting big battles. My heart's racing. The Ultimates have been watching me. Wait, does that mean Shift has? He's still recovering, she answers my unspoken question. But he'd approve of your approach. Especially the responsibility part. Actually, she continues, that slight smile still playing at her lips, he asked to meet you. Once he's back on his feet. My brain short-circuits. Shift wants to meet me. The guy whose, with great power, speech basically inspired my whole hero career. He's been following your progress, White Queen adds, clearly amused by my internal freakout. Says anyone who stops to help old ladies with their groceries between crime fighting deserves attention. He noticed that. Great, my voice just cracked. Superheroic. We notice more than people think. She turns to leave, then pauses. Oh, and he particularly appreciated how you webbed up that purse snatcher while simultaneously helping that lost kid find his mom. Said it showed good prioritizing. I spend the rest of my patrol in a daze. Shift's been watching. Actually watching. And approving. The guy who transforms into literal dinosaurs thinks I'm doing something right. Just don't mess this up, Parker, I mutter to myself, shooting another web line. Don't say anything stupid when you meet him. Like asking for an autograph. Or babbling about his transformations. Or dash. A car alarm interrupts my internal monologue. Right. Focus. Be the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Deal with the hero worship later. Chapter 43, Meeting Between Each Other's Inspiration. Peter's POV. A week after White Queen's rooftop visit, and here I am, following her directions to a meeting spot far from the usual tourist areas. My hands are definitely not shaking as I land. Nope. Totally calm. He's already there, looking completely recovered from whatever happened at that gala, though the news said he needed more rest. Smart move, not letting criminals know if you're actually injured or not. The white hair catches the evening light, and those red eyes, way more intense in person than on TV. So, he says with an easy confidence that makes me wonder if he was ever really hurt. You're the spider guy everyone's talking about. Spider-Man, I correct automatically, then want to web myself in the face. Real smooth introduction there, Parker. But he just grins, and somehow that's more intimidating than if he'd been serious. Spider-Man it is. Nice work with the web fluid, by the way. The tensile strength is impressive. I nearly fall off my perch. You analyzed my webs? Stark did, he shrugs. Wouldn't shut up about the chemical composition for days. Said whoever designed it has serious potential. Oh God. Tony Stark analyzed my web fluid. Tony Stark talked about my work. Don't freak out, Parker. Act cool. The web formula, he continues examining one of my web shooters from a distance. You designed it yourself? Yeah, I nod, trying not to sound too eager. Took a few tries to get the tensile strength right. First batch dissolved after an hour, which, led to some awkward situations. He actually laughs at that. Trust me, I know about embarrassing moments caused by powers. Try explaining to your girlfriend why you froze the dinner table with icy breath. The casual mention of such a specific incident makes me relax slightly. Maybe even heroes with universe-shaking powers have their faulty moments. You know, he continues, his tone shifting to something more serious, most people with new powers try to prove themselves with big gestures. Taking down major criminals, stopping disasters, but you started with helping people cross streets and giving directions to lost tourists. Someone has to, I shrug, surprised by my own boldness. I mean, yeah, saving the world is important, but so is making sure that kid finds his mom, or that elderly couple doesn't get mugged on their evening walk. His red eyes study me with new interest. Exactly. Though I have to ask, what's with all the quips during fights? The quips? I rub the back of my neck through my mask. Honestly. It helps with the nerves. Plus, it's kind of hard to be scared of someone who was just made a terrible pun about their criminal career choices. Psychological warfare through dad jokes, he nods, looking genuinely amused. That's actually pretty brilliant. Says the guy who turns into dinosaurs. I counter before I can stop myself. I mean, not that that's not cool, it's super cool, actually, and I probably shouldn't have brought it up like that dash. Relax, he cuts off my rambling with a wave. The dinosaur thing is pretty cool. Though try explaining to the city council why their new fountain got crushed by a giant alien lizard. A comfortable silence falls between us. Below, New York continues its evening routine, unaware of two teenage heroes having a rooftop chat. So, he says finally, I've got a proposition for you. Nothing formal, but maybe we could help each other out sometimes. Your web slinging would work pretty well with some of my transformations. My heart nearly stops. Is he suggesting? That would be amazing. I try not to sound too excited, then remember something. Hey, don't you have a spider fused with monkey form? We could probably coordinate some pretty cool moves with Dash. I stop as his expression shifts, something like discomfort crossing his features. That form's unavailable at the moment. Along with a few others. The implications hit me like a ton of bricks. Whatever happened at that gala, whatever force they fought, it was big enough to affect his actual transformations. Big enough to hurt someone who could go toe-to-toe, possibly even beat. There are a lot of online debates about that, with Thor. A chill runs down my spine. There's something out there powerful enough to damage the world's strongest hero that badly. And nobody even knows what it was. But hey, he continues, clearly trying to move past the moment, I've got some new forms that could work even better for team-ups. Ever thought about what your webs could do with a crystal giant? I let him change the subject, but my mind keeps circling back to that brief flash of vulnerability. To the realization that even the mightiest heroes can be hurt. Maybe that's why he's reaching out to smaller heroes like me. Building connections, preparing for whatever's out there. So what exactly are you thinking? I ask, pushing aside the unsettling thoughts about unknown threats. For the team-ups, I mean. Start small, he replies, and I catch something in his tone, like he's seen too many people rush into things they weren't ready for. Joint patrols maybe. Getting used to each other's fighting styles. Plus, his grin returns, I'd love to see the look on criminals' faces when they realize they have to deal with both of us. The idea of actually working with Shift, it's like every superhero daydream I've had since getting my powers, but real. Though fair warning, he adds, working with me tends to attract interesting situations. Define interesting, I say, trying to sound casual while internally freaking out about the fact that this is actually happening. Let's just say life's never boring when you're swinging around with someone who can transform into various aliens. He stands, stretching slightly. Think you're up for it? Up for it. I try to keep my voice steady. Yeah, definitely. Though, how exactly would this work? Do I just wait for you to signal or? Here, he tosses me something small, my reflexes catch it before I even see what it is. A communicator, sleek and definitely more advanced than my cobbled-together police scanner. Stark and Fisk Tech, he explains. Secure channel, direct line to me and the team if you need backup. Though, his expression turned slightly serious, no pressure to jump into anything big. Your neighborhood stuff is just as important. I turn the communicator over in my hands, still processing that this is real. That I'm actually going to be working with. A series of explosions rocks the downtown area, interrupting my thoughts. Shift's already on his feet, scanning the horizon. Want to test out that team up now, he asks, though his tone suggests he'd understand if I said no. But come on. Like I'm going to pass up this opportunity. Race you there. I shoot a web line, ready to swing. His grin is answer enough. The swing to downtown is surreal. I've never seen this new form of his in action before, some kind of red alien that flies with incredible speed, keeping perfect pace with my web swinging. He must have been practicing with these new transformations during his recovery time. We reach the source of the explosions in record time, some guys in high-tech armor trying to break into a research facility. Looks like someone raided the discount villain warehouse, I quip, landing on a streetlight. Those suits are definitely last season. Shift lands beside me, transforming into what looks like a being made of living crystal, the one he was probably talking about earlier. Want to show me what those webs can do in a real fight? The next few minutes are like a dance we've somehow rehearsed. My webs pin their weapons while his crystal projectiles disable their armor. When one tries to flank us, I swing around and web him up while Shift provides cover. You know, I call out, dodging a badly aimed laser blast. For discount villains, they've got some pretty expensive toys. Welcome to New York, Shift replies, deflecting another blast. Where even the C-list criminals have laser guns. Working together feels natural. Like we've been doing this for years instead of minutes. It's awesome. The fight wraps up pretty quickly too, between my webs and his crystal shards. These guys never really stood a chance. The police are already on their way, sirens getting closer. Not bad for a first team-up, Shift says as we secure the last guy. His crystal form catches the streetlights, making the whole scene look like something out of a movie. Your web control is impressive. Says the guy who just turned into living crystal, I reply, still trying to process how cool this whole situation is. That's a new one, right? Haven't seen it on the news before. He nods, though something flickers across his expression, like he's remembering why he has these new forms in the first place. The police cars round the corner, and Shift transforms back to human form. Same time tomorrow night. Patrol the area between your usual spots and mine. Yeah, I manage, trying not to sound too eager. Yeah, that'd be great. As we both make our exits, him transforming into that red flying form again, me swinging away, I can't help but again think, this is really happening. I'm actually working with Shift. Though I still can't shake that nagging worry about what could have been powerful enough to force him to get new forms and lose older ones in the first place. Chapter 44, Question for you all. Chapter 45, read this if you so wish. Chapter 46, Mischief. The tower feels strangely quiet. Thor's off somewhere with Jane Foster, probably destroying another coffee shop's supply of pastries. Emma's been dragged shopping by Pepper, something about expanding her winter wardrobe. Banner's off letting Hulk go meet penguins, something he's constantly being complaining about, and Tony's at some tech conference in Tokyo. Which leaves me alone with Loki. The one called God of Mischief sits in the common area, reading what looks like an ancient tome but is probably just glamored to hide whatever trashy novel he's actually enjoying. Bored, he asks without looking up, a slight smirk playing at his lips. What gave it away? You've transformed into 3 different forms in the past hour just to raid the kitchen from different angles. I can't help but grin. Well, someone had to test if Stark's security system could track multiple forms at once. And did it. Now he looks up, that particular gleam in his eyes that usually means trouble. Nope. Though I may have accidentally convinced Jarvis that we had a break-in when I used Big Chill to phase through the fridge. Loki closes his ancient tome, and I catch a glimpse of what looks suspiciously like a romance novel cover before the glamour reasserts itself. You know, there are more interesting ways to test security systems. I'm listening, I say, though something tells me I probably shouldn't be. Then again, when has that ever stopped me? Well, Loki sets his book aside completely. I've always wondered if Stark's AI could track simultaneous illusions and transformations. Purely for security purposes, of course. Of course, I agree, already scrolling through the Ultimatrix's options. And I suppose replacing all his coffee with illusions while actually hiding it using upgrade would be a good test. My, Loki's grin grows wider. And here Thor thinks I'm the bad influence. 3 hours later, we've turned the tower into what can only be described as a prankster's paradise. Every mirror shows a different reality. The coffee machine makes smoothies but insists they're espresso, and I'm pretty sure we've convinced Jarvis that the word up is means down. Amateur work, Loki critiques as I use upgrade to make all the phones play thunder whenever Thor tries to call. Though I appreciate the sentiment. Oh really? I transform back to human form. And I suppose you could do better? His smile turns dangerous. Is that a challenge? Looking back, maybe challenging the one literally worshipped since old as the god of mischief wasn't my brightest move. But in my defense, actually, no, I have no defense. I just really wanted to see what would happen. Your illusions are impressive, I admit, watching him create a perfect replica of Tony doing the Macarena in the lab. But can they do this? I transform into upgrade, merging with the tower's systems to make every screen display increasingly ridiculous memes about the Ultimates, especially Loki, whose expression shifts from amusement to genuine interest. Technology manipulation for mischief is interesting. Though perhaps you're using it a bit local in scope. Local in scope. I separate from the systems, transforming back. What exactly did you have in mind? His grin turns positively wicked. Well, there is this lovely little planet in the 9 realms where the inhabitants take themselves far too seriously. Are you suggesting we take an intergalactic pranking road trip? I'm suggesting, he corrects smoothly, that we conduct a thorough test of your new form's capabilities in various environments. If that happens to involve some creative chaos. I should say no. I really should. But Jarvis, if anyone asks, we're conducting important interdimensional research. Of course, sir. Shall I inform them you're definitely not planning cosmic-level pranks with the god of mischief? Even Loki looks impressed by the AI's sass. So, I ask as Loki opens a pathway between realms, way more elegant than the Bifrost. I'll give him that. Exactly how much trouble are we going to be in when Thor finds out? Please, he scoffs, stepping through the portal. My brother once turned an entire diplomatic meeting into a drinking contest. He has no room to judge. Besides, at least this time, there for sure won't be a war on the horizon, he mutters the last part. And I can give him that. Thor was quite the idiot with the whole frost giant fiasco, Loki being the cause, not making him blameless. I follow him through, transforming into Jetray to keep pace as we emerge in, wow. The sky here is literally made of crystals, reflecting light in impossible patterns. Welcome to Crystallos, Loki announces with dramatic flair. Home to the most uptight beings in the 9 realms. They once banished someone for laughing too loudly at dinner. Let me guess, I begin, already scanning the crystalline architecture. They're not big fans of creativity. They have laws about proper cloud appreciation procedures. His tone carries centuries of pent-up mischievous urges. Shall we enlighten them about the joys of chaos? I begin thinking about upgrade, again. You know what happens when you merge living technology with crystalline structures? No, his eyes gleam with interest. What does happen? Let's find out. I state with a grin as I tap my chest. Turns out, merging upgrade with crystalline architecture creates what can only be described as a cosmic light show. The entire city's structures start pulsing with patterns that would make Times Square look subtle. Their faces, Loki wheezes between laughs as the local council members run around trying to restore proper luminescent dignity to their buildings. I haven't seen anyone that scandalized since Thor wore his ceremonial cape backwards at the Allfather's feast. I separate from the crystal spire, transforming back. Please tell me you have pictures of that. Better, his grin turns devious. I have illusions. We spend the next hour causing what Loki calls creative disruption, and what I'm pretty sure most people would call interdimensional mayhem. The crystal being's perfectly ordered society descends into beautiful chaos, their meditation fountains now play rock music, and their paths rearrange themselves like puzzle pieces, leaving their sacred structures and the like aside. Don't want to really hurt people after all. You know, I say as we watch a group of officials try to catch what appears to be a dancing crystal tree, courtesy of my brief merge with their plant life. You're actually being an awful influence. I'm supposed to be the uptight, serious hero with the mightiest power in the universe at my fingertips, and yet here you are, convincing me to do this. Please, Loki smirks, creating an illusion of the officials doing a synchronized dance routine. We both know you're enjoying this far too much to play the responsible hero card now. Although, Loki adds, watching his illusions merge perfectly with my technologically enhanced chaos, I must admit, for someone with such potentially devastating power, you have an impressive talent for creative applications. Coming from you, I'll take that as a compliment. I transform back from upgrade, admiring our handiwork as the Crystal City sparkles with unauthorized joy. Though maybe we should move on before they figure out how to track interdimensional pranksters. Worried about your heroic reputation. More worried about Emma's face when she finds out I helped turn an entire alien civilization's structures into expressing dancing memes. Loki's eyes gleam again. There are these delightful floating islands in Alfheim. No, I say firmly, then pause. What kind of floating islands? The kind that change color based on emotion. Very dignified place. Very proper. Very in need of some chaos. His grin is answer enough. As he opens another portal, I can't help but think, maybe we both needed this. A break from being the serious ones, the planners, the ones who carry the weight of future knowledge. Sometimes you just need to make some cosmic mischief. Chapter 47, Shifting Realities. You did what to their light fountains? Emma's voice carries equal parts exasperation and amusement as we return to the tower several hours, and 3 realms, later. In my defense, I start, trying not to grin at the memories of crystal beings chasing their now rainbow-colored fountains. We didn't touch anything sacred. Just their recreational areas. Brother, Thor's booming voice carries from the common area where he's apparently returned early from his date. Why are the light elves claiming their public gardens are now displaying what they call moving color patterns? Loki manages to look both completely innocent and utterly pleased with himself. How strange. Perhaps they're becoming more artistically inclined. Tony emerges from his lab, tablet in hand. So, Jarvis tells me you two were conducting important interdimensional research. Care to explain why I'm getting calls from 3 different realms about unauthorized light shows? Would you believe it was a cultural exchange? I try. Teaching stuffy civilizations about modern art. Tony's eyebrow raises. Actually, you know what? I kind of want to hear this story. Before Tony can press for more details about our interdimensional art project, reality shifts. One moment I'm in the tower, the next. What the dash? I stumble, disoriented by the sudden change in location. A forest. And is that? My eyes widen as I recognize the figures before me. No. No way. Ben Tennyson, Gwen, and Kevin stare at me with open hostility, probably because of my white hair and red eyes. Great. Just great. Albedo. Ben moves into a fighting stance, hand hovering over his Ultimatrix. Not quite, a familiar voice interrupts, Professor Paradox, looking exactly like I remember from my previous life's knowledge. Our friend here is from another multiverse altogether. I can see it quite clearly. Another multiverse. Gwen's energy fields flicker with uncertainty. My fists clench as I process what's happening. I was just starting to get a handle on things in my universe, dealing with new forms, building a team, and now this. The frustration burns hot, but I force it down. Getting angry won't help. Look, I say, keeping my voice steady despite the rage simmering beneath, I don't know how I got here, but I need to get back. My world has threats that dash. Ah yes, Paradox interrupts, checking his watch. Quite serious ones too, I imagine. Though perhaps this little detour isn't entirely accidental. Not accidental. My voice carries barely contained frustration. I have responsibilities, threats to deal with. My team dash. Will be quite fine for the moment, Paradox interrupts smoothly. Time is, after all, relative. Particularly when dealing with cross-dimensional travel. Ben's still staring at me, though his stance has relaxed slightly. So, not Albedo. No, I reply, trying to keep my temper in check. Just someone who really needs to get back to his own universe. Where, by the way, there are actual threats that need handling. Ah, but perhaps, Paradox's knowing smile makes me want to transform and, no, stay calm. The threats in your universe are precisely why you're here. After all, knowledge can come from the most unexpected places. I notice where, or rather when, we are. Right after Ben's first Alien X transformation. After Paradox stopped him from using it to chase a Gregor. The implications hit me hard. Is this about my own celestial sapient form? About my reluctance to use it? Gwen's studying me with that analytical look I remember from the show. Your energy, it's similar to Ben's, but different. Like it's been modified. I finish, understanding dawning. Yeah. That tends to happen when your powers come from a different universe's version of the Ultimatrix. No point to hide it, not that I can with an Anodite who actually knows her stuff, and an universal time traveler here. Kevin's studying my Ultimatrix with obvious interest. Different universe's version, huh? So what can you turn into? That's complicated, I reply, still trying to process this situation. Here I am, standing with the actual Team Tennyson, when I should be dealing with threats back home. And not really relevant right now. What's relevant is why I'm here. I turn to Paradox, who's watching with that infuriating all-knowing smile. My best guess is that this is about my version of Alien X, isn't it? About my refusal to use it. Ben's expression shifts dramatically at the mention of Alien X. Wait, you have a unique version of the celestial sapient form. But there's only supposed to be one Alien X in the Omniverse. Unless it was created differently, Paradox begins, understanding his confusion. His Ultimatrix is tied to his soul. The celestial sapient form it created is different, born from his own essence rather than simply copied DNA. And therein lies as well the interesting part. You, he turns to Samuel, don't fear the power, you fear the paralysis. The thought of being trapped in endless debate with aspects of yourself, unable to act when action is needed. And what's the point of mentioning that? I ask, unable to keep the edge from my voice. Being trapped in eternal debate while actual threats need handling, that's not fear of power, that's common sense. Fascinating, Paradox muses, that knowing smile still playing at his lips. Ben shifts uncomfortably. Wait, so his Alien X debates with parts of himself? That's different. Different and potentially worse, his personality doesn't seem the type to give in. Kevin mutters, earning an elbow from Gwen. Time grows short, Asmitha's voice cuts through the discussion as he suddenly appears beside Paradox. His eyes fix on my Ultimatrix with that particular mix of curiosity and concern I remember from the show. A soul-bound celestial sapient, fascinating, but potentially problematic. Asmith, I acknowledge, trying to keep my voice steady despite the surreal nature of this situation. Let me guess, you're here to tell me why this is all a terrible idea. On the contrary, the Galvan inventor replies, studying my Ultimatrix with newfound interest. I'm here to tell you why your reluctance, while understandable, may be precisely what makes you suitable for such power. Ben looks between us, confusion evident. Okay, I'm lost. How does being afraid to use it make him better at using it? Because, Asmith states with that particular tone that suggests he's explaining something obvious, true wisdom lies not in fearlessly wielding power, but in understanding its cost. Okay, I'm done with this conversation walking in circles. White suit doctor looking guy here is a cryptic mess, and you three don't seem much help, no offense, Samuel states looking at Gwen, Kevin, and Ben. But you, he begins as he faces the smartest being in 5 galaxies, you can help me. Give me the master control. And why, Azimuth's eyes narrow, should I grant such access? Because I have theories. Well, a theory, when it comes to this particular situation, I reply, meeting his gaze steadily. One that could solve everything, whoever this egregor is, my displacement, the incident that will nearly destroy my team. But I need full access to make it work. Interesting, the Galvan inventor studies me with renewed focus. You believe you found a connection between these events? More than that. I think I know how to fix it all. But I need something that isn't Alien X. I need specific DNA. Azimuth's expression shifts slightly. Our situation with egregor is indeed dire. And if your theory? He pauses, considering. For now it might be warranted. Azimuth murmurs. Command function override, code 10, the Galvan loudly commands. The Ultimatrix suddenly glows. Voice command recognized. Awaiting soul verification. Soul verification, the only reason I have been unable to hack the damn Ultimatrix while being able to replicate Azimuth's voice with technology. Soul verification. Azimuth's eyes widen with genuine surprise. My Omnitrix never. Soul of Creator verified, the Ultimatrix announces as Azimuth places his hand on it. All DNA samples accessible. Current count, 1,920 transformations available. Fascinating, Azimuth mutters, studying the device with new interest. A soulbound transformation device, the implications. There's one more I need, I say quietly. Dagon's DNA. Dagon. Azimuth's shock is palpable. But that's impossible. Energy beings can't be. The Ultimatrix pulses, celestial class DNA detected in database. Dagon genetic template available. A soulbound device, Azimuth whispers, capable of replicating pure energy beings. You're either brilliant or insane. Paradox's knowing smile returns full force. Now this should be interesting. I need space, I state, already moving away from the group. A lot of it. Wait, Ben calls out. What exactly are you transforming into? What's a Dagon? Paradox's expression turns serious for once. An entity of immense power. A being that exists in pieces across multiple realities, capable of reshaping existence itself. In many ways, more fundamental than even a celestial sapien. More powerful than Alien X. Gwen's energy fields flicker with concern. Different, Paradox corrects. Where celestial sapiens are bound by cosmic law and debate, Dagon is primal. Pure force of will and reality. The Ultimatrix pulses with new energy as I select the form. The transformation is different. Not like becoming an alien, and nothing like what I imagined Alien X would feel like. This is older, vaster. Power floods through me, reshaping reality itself around my new form. The sky darkens as I expand, growing to a size that makes mountains look like pebbles. Dagon's replicated way of consciousness is ancient, primordial, but unlike Ghost Freak, it doesn't hold remnants of the original. There is no fight for control. This form is now, simply, me. By the stars, Azimuth whispers, his scientific detachment cracking in the face of such power. Below, I can sense their awe, even Kevin's usual bravado silenced by what he's witnessing. Time to test my theory. From this vast form, reality itself spreads before me like pages in a book. I reach out with senses beyond mortal comprehension, searching for home. My original world. The place I came from before all this. Nothing. Ultimatrix, I focus my thoughts inward, help me search. Unable to locate specified reality, the device responds within my consciousness. Origin point not detectable within accessible dimensional spectrum. Frustration burns through me, making reality ripple around my massive form. Fine. Let's try something else. The Marvel Universe, my new home. That reality spreads before me instantly, clear as crystal. I can see the tower, Emma's worried presence, Loki's growing concern. Hey! Ben's voice calls from far below. What's taking so long? Did you find a way to stop a Gregor? Annoyance flares through me, already frustrated by my failed search, and now. Actually. I extend my awareness, finding a Gregor instantly. With barely a thought, I drag him through space and time, depositing him rather unceremoniously at Ben's feet, having him freak out, "I'm petty, sue me." What? How? A Gregor struggles, but another flex of will strips him of his stolen powers, binding him in energy that even he can't break. As a Gregor struggles in his bonds, a thought occurs to me. With Dagon's power, with this level of control over reality, why not solve everything now? I extend my awareness across dimensions, searching for Thanos, the mad titan whose shadow looms over my new universe's future. I find him easily, his presence a dark weight across reality. One thought, one flex of will, and I could. I wouldn't. Paradox's voice cuts through my consciousness. Some threads, when pulled too early, unravel more than you intend. Images flood through Dagon's vast awareness, futures where Thanos' premature death leads to worse threats rising, paths where the universe fractures without the crucible it needs to forge its defenders. The frustration burns, but I understand. Even with power this vast, some things need to happen in their own time. I open a portal to my Marvel reality instead. Sometimes the hardest part of having power isn't using it, it's knowing when not to. I then let Dagon's form fade away. The transformation into Jetray feels almost mundane after such power, but it serves its purpose as I fly down to land beside the others. There, I say, transforming back to human form. A Gregor's dealt with. Well, I believe it's time I go, I state looking at the swirling portal showing Fisk Tower in the distance, after a moment of awkward-like silence. It seems the power still surprised them, Paradox excluded, the bastard has a grin on his face. Thanks for the interesting detour. Wait, Kevin calls out, tossing something small and sleek my way. My reflexes catch it automatically. Communication device. Made it with help from Ben's smart forms. Should work across timelines and universes, at least in theory. I examine the device, definitely more advanced than anything Earth tech could manage. You made this in case you got separated? Yeah, Ben shrugs. Though we never tested it across different multiverses. But if you ever need backup. Assuming it works at that range, Kevin adds. No guarantees, but worth a shot. I pocket the device, nodding my thanks. The gesture means more than they probably realize, having a potential link back to the universe that created my powers. Good luck with your theory, Azimuth says, studying me with that calculating gaze. Though perhaps next time, try not to bend reality quite so dramatically. No promises, I reply, stepping toward the portal. After all, you just gave me access to a million new forms. The last thing I hear as I step through is Paradox's amused voice, "Oh, this is going to be quite entertaining to watch." The portal deposits me back in Fisk Tower's common area, exactly where I left, mere minutes after my disappearance, judging by everyone's positions. Emma's mental presence floods with relief, though her expression remains controlled. That was interesting, Tony starts, but before he can continue, the Ultimatrix suddenly pulses. Primary objectives achieved. Code 10 Temporary Master Control Protocol deactivating. Reverting to standard operation mode. Wait, what? I stare at the device in disbelief. You're telling me that was just temporary? Affirmative. Master control access granted until specified goals were met. Goals now completed. Access restricted. I should have known it was too good to be true. I mutter to myself. I swear I can hear Azimuth's smug laughter echoing across dimensions, with Paradox's amused chuckle not far behind. Those crafty little. Did you just get played by your own device? Loki asks, not bothering to hide his amusement. Not just the device, I mutter, remembering Paradox's knowing smile. Pretty sure this whole thing was planned from the start. The communication device in my pocket feels heavier now, at least I got something permanent out of this interdimensional field trip, if it works that is. So, Tony breaks the awkward silence, want to explain what just happened? And why your watch is suddenly being sassy about access codes. Let's just say, I reply, collapsing onto the nearest couch, that there are some very annoying time travelers and genius inventors out there who think they're hilarious. Emma's mental presence carries both amusement and concern. You gained something from this though. I can sense it. Yeah, I mutter, patting the communication device in my pocket. A way to call for help if things get really bad. At least I hope so. None of them could guarantee it working from another multiverse. Loki studies me with newfound interest. They actually exist. You really visited another multiverse. And dealt with some interesting characters, I confirm, then grin despite my frustration with the master control situation. Though I did get to traumatize a power-stealing alien by dropping him from between dimensions. So there's that. The others exchange looks, probably wondering just what kind of adventure I had in those few minutes. But some stories are better left for another time. After all, we still have to explain to Thor why 3 different realms are complaining about unauthorized light shows. How they found out it was us is beyond me. I blame Loki. When in doubt, blame Loki. That's my new motto. Chapter 49, Disaster, Small Mass Release. You know, Tony says, examining the interdimensional communicator with poorly concealed scientific interest, we should probably test this. For science. For science. Emma's mental voice carries amusement. More like for his burning curiosity about cross-dimensional technology. We're gathered in Tony's lab. Everyone insisted on being present for this potential first contact with another multiverse. Even Banner's here, though the other guy's excitement makes him a bit fidgety. Hulk want hear other world, his voice booms through Banner's mental link. The device's construction is fascinating, Banner notes, adjusting his glasses as he studies it. The quantum entanglement alone. Perhaps we should focus on whether it works rather than how it works. Loki suggests, though his eyes betray his own interest in the technology. Thor stands nearby, Mjolnir humming slightly in response to the device's energy. Indeed. Let us contact these warriors from another realm. I hold the communicator, feeling its subtle vibration. Okay, according to Kevin, it should just need activation and... The device springs to life, holographic interface materializing. The connection sequence starts, energy patterns swirling as it searches across dimensional barriers. Jarvis, you getting all this? Tony asks, his sensors probably going crazy. Indeed, sir. Though I must note the energy signatures are unlike anything in our database. Emma's mental presence sharpens with interest as the device's glow intensifies. The quantum fluctuations, they're similar to what Jarvis showed when you disappeared. Then suddenly, connection established. The hologram flickers to life, showing Kevin in the middle of what appears to be a rescue operation. Kind of busy here. Kevin's voice comes through, strained as he lifts debris off trapped civilians. Unless it's life or death, might want to call back. Behind him, we can see Ben as 4 arms evacuating people from a collapsing building, while Gwen's energy fields hold back what looks like a massive tidal wave. Need a hand? I offer, already reaching for the Ultimatrix. Dagon should be able to handle anything. Thankfully I actually kept him. No. Kevin grunts, helping an elderly woman to safety. Just, give me 5 minutes. Got to get these people clear first. We watch in tense silence as the 3 of them work with practiced efficiency, Ben transforming between aliens as needed, Gwen maintaining multiple barriers, and Kevin using his absorbed material strength to save as many as possible. That's the last group from this block, Kevin announces after several minutes, wiping sweat from his forehead. Now we can, wait, is that? His eyes widen as he finally gets a good look at our group through the hologram, particularly focusing on me. We need to talk, he says, his voice suddenly serious. About what happened earlier. With Dagon. Is that? Tony leans forward, studying Ben through the hologram as he transforms back from 4 arms. So the alternate version thing wasn't just theoretical. Weird, right? Ben manages a tired grin, looking remarkably like another me minus the white hair and red eyes, which I of course know the reason for, but still weird to see the face I these days see in the mirror on another. Though I gotta say, the whole soul-bound cosmic power thing is a new twist. Hulk C2 shifters. Banner's alter ego rumbles with fascination. Actually, Gwen joins the conversation, maintaining energy barriers while she talks. In our universe, he's called Ben 10. The whole shift identity is unique to your reality. Emma's mental presence carries curiosity. Their dynamic is similar to ours, a team built on trust and shared experience. As fascinating as parallel evolution across realities is, Loki interjects, noting Kevin's grim expression, I believe there are more pressing matters. Yeah, Kevin's voice turns serious as he helps more civilians to safety. Your little Dagon stunt. It's causing problems. Big ones. The hologram expands, showing the full scope of devastation behind them, natural disasters on a scale that makes even Thor shift uncomfortably. The universe, Gwen explains, between maintaining barriers, it's having a severe reaction to unintegrated Dagon energy. Like an immune system fighting off an invasive force. I feel the color drain from my face. And no one thought to warn me about this. They knew. Ben transforms into XLR8 to quickly evacuate another group of civilians, then shifts back. Paradox and Azimuth said it was necessary. Necessary. The rage builds in my voice. They let me damage an entire universe. Better than the alternative, Kevin cuts in, absorbing metal from a nearby structure to reinforce a collapsing building. A Gregor succeeding. That would have been game over for everyone. Thor steps forward, his usual booming voice subdued. These disasters, how severe are they? Bad enough, Gwen's strain shows as she maintains multiple fields. But the universe is adapting. It needs time. Also, you still have Dagon's form even without master control. Just telling you in case you haven't realized it by now, which I think's impossible by the way, if you really are another version of me. Ben notes. Yeah, Kevin adds, something weird happened when Azimuth tried to help. He told us later that your watch had other ideas. The Ultimatrix pulses, it states, Azimuth's soul scan revealed truth, user Samuel is ultimate authority. Master control access was granted because form was necessary, not because of original creator authorization. Wait, Tony leans forward, fascinated, even though it's a replicated version from those experiments, it considers you its true authority. That is the narrative I went with. That a resonance forced by the experiments caused the replication of the device from this other multiverse. In words that weren't lies, rather half-truths, since there are people who can detect lies here, Loki in particular, though I'm still worried if I actually was able to trick him or not. The device isn't just bound to your soul, Gwen explains while maintaining her barriers, it's literally shaped itself around your existence. Azimuth wasn't granting access, the Ultimatrix was just confirming what it already knew you needed. Emma's mental presence carries sudden understanding. It was using his presence to confirm its own decisions about what you need, since it still respects him as its maker, she states out loud. Hulk think watch smart. Banner's alter ego contributes. Knows who real boss is. Never seen anything like it, Kevin admits. Even the original Omnitrix didn't bond like this. The Ultimatrix pulses again, all functions operate based on user Samuel's requirements. External authorization merely validates predetermined necessities. Well, Loki observes with newfound respect, it seems even gods and geniuses can be humbled by true loyalty. A massive earthquake interrupts our revelation, forcing Ben's team back into action. We've got to handle this, Ben calls out, transforming into XLR8. But remember, that device, it chose you. Everything else, including what happened to our universe. It's just consequences of what was already meant to be. Speaking of consequences, Kevin grunts while absorbing metal to reinforce a collapsing building, maybe wait a while before using Dagon again. One universe in chaos is enough. The hologram shows Gwen straining to maintain multiple barriers as a tsunami approaches. Be careful with that power, she manages. Just because the Ultimatrix knew you needed it doesn't mean you should always use it. The watch isn't necessarily always right, it's just like all of us, capable of making mistakes. As the connection begins to fade, I catch one last glimpse of my supposed alternate self, Ben shifting between forms with practiced ease, the green light being the last thing seen. The lab falls silent as the hologram disappears. Each of us processing what we've learned in our own way. So, Tony breaks the quiet, your watch basically used the original creator to rubber stamp what it already decided. Reconfirming what he heard for himself, his tone carries equal parts scientific fascination and concern. Hulk-like watch. Banner's alter ego declares. Watch protect friend like Hulk protect Banner. Emma's mental presence brushes against mine, carrying complex emotions. A device with absolute loyalty, that's rare. And potentially dangerous. Indeed, Loki muses, his voice carrying unusual gentleness as he began addressing me. Perhaps though we should focus more on what that time traveler of yours. If Paradox truly can traverse worlds, times, and even multiverses as you described, then there truly was no other way. Thor nods in agreement. The power to see all paths, yet he chose this one. The infant celestial sapien lives because of your actions, even if another universe bears the cost. He's right, Emma adds, both mentally and aloud. You said it yourself, Paradox sees the whole tapestry. If there had been another way to stop a Gregor from claiming that pure cosmic power, he would have chosen it, I finish, feeling some of the guilt ease. Still doesn't make it feel much better though. Hulk thinks saving baby worth it. Banner's alter ego contributes with surprising wisdom. Sometimes breaking things only way. Tony looks up from his screens. You know, for a green rage monster, he's got a point. Sometimes the math just works out that way, one universe shaken up versus an unstoppable cosmic threat with the raw power of an infant celestial sapien. Ironically, this makes me think about that Thanos quote so many throw into edits all the time, the hardest choices require the strongest wills and all that. And it actually makes me feel, I don't know, a bit better I guess. Suddenly the lab's lights flicker. Energy patterns, different from our earlier interdimensional communication, ripple through the air. That's not supposed to happen, Tony mutters, his screens going haywire. Jarvis. Unknown energy signature, sir. Similar to recent readings but older. Emma's mental presence sharpens with alarm just as Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightens. Even Loki's usual composure slips slightly. Hulk smells something wrong, Banner's alter ego rumbles uneasily. The air itself seems to thicken, reality bending in ways that make my teeth ache. Then they appear, robed figures materializing from nowhere, their very presence making the Ultimatrix pulse with my soul's recognition. The Esoterica, Dagon's ancient worshippers. Before any of us can react, they drop to their knees in perfect unison. Their leader's voice carries centuries of devotion. At last, our Lord Dagon walks again in flesh. We have found you, Divine One. Their eyes, all of them, fix on me with absolute reverence. The prophecy speaks truth, you have taken mortal form to reshape all realities. The Ultimatrix pulses harder, Dagon's power responding to their presence as the leader raises his head. Command us, Great One. Your faithful await your word. Well. Shit. Chapter 50, Great One. Okay, Tony breaks the tense silence, I've seen some weird stuff, but cultists appearing in my lab calling the kid a god. That's new. Be silent, mortal, the lead Esoterica speaks without taking his eyes off me. You stand in the presence of divinity reborn. Emma's mental presence wraps around mine protectively. Their belief is absolute. I've never felt devotion this intense. Hulk smash weird rogue people. Banner's alter ego asks hopefully. Not yet, I manage, trying to process this situation. The Ultimatrix continues pulsing, Dagon's power resonating with their presence in ways that make reality itself shiver. My lord, the leader continues, still kneeling, we have waited millennia for your return. The signs were clear, reality itself bends to acknowledge your rebirth. Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightens. Be careful how you address my friend, servants of ancient power. You dare dash, one of the Esoterica starts, but their leader raises a hand for silence. The prophecy spoke of this, he says, his voice carrying that particular tone of absolute certainty that makes my skin crawl. Our Lord would walk among lesser beings, wearing mortality like a cloak, gathering powerful allies to his cause. Loki steps forward, his expression carrying dangerous amusement. And what cause would that be? The leader finally looks up, and his eyes. The leader's eyes glow with an unnatural light as he responds to Loki. The great reshaping, of course. Our Lord's divine plan to dash. How did you even get here? I interrupt, not wanting to hear whatever cosmic destiny they've cooked up. This isn't even your universe. We followed your divine resonance, Great One, the leader answers with reverent enthusiasm. When you wielded your true power in that other reality, we felt it across all existence. Then, moments ago, we sensed the connection fluctuate, a bridge between realities that we could traverse. Emma's mental voice carries sudden understanding. The communicator. When we contacted Ben's universe, it must have created a path they could follow. You used our interdimensional call as a gateway. Tony asks, his scientific curiosity momentarily overriding the absurdity of the situation. The technology merely provided a path, another esoterica speaks up. It was our Lord's power that called to us, that drew us here across the void. Great, I mutter. So now we have universe-hopping cultists. Because today wasn't complicated enough. My Lord jests, the leader says with absolute conviction. Your mortal guise is most convincing, but we know the truth. We have always known. Thor steps closer to me, lightning crackling subtly around Mjolnir. And what truth would that be? The leader rises slowly, his expression carrying centuries of absolute certainty. That our Lord chose this form, this time, this place, all for a purpose that spans realities themselves. The Ultimatrix pulses in response to their presence as the leader extends his hand. The time has come, Great One. Your faithful await your command. Look, I say firmly, I'm not your Lord, or your God, or whatever cosmic being you think I am. I just have the Ultimatrix, it lets me transform into different forms, including Dagon. The leader's expression shifts to something almost pitying. No mere device could replicate our Lord's divine power. Even this remarkable transformation tool we see upon your wrist, it is but a means you chose to understand mortal might. He's telling the truth, Emma steps forward. He's not who you think. How dare you speak for our Lord? One of the esoterica hisses, stepping forward aggressively. What right does a mortal have to dash? She's my girlfriend, I snap, anger flaring at their tone. So watch how you speak to her. Emma's mental presence carries both amusement and irritation. My hero. Though I could have frozen his mind for that tone. The esoterica freeze, their hostile posture shifting to confusion. The leader studies Emma with newfound interest. Our Lord has chosen a mortal companion, he muses, seeming genuinely surprised. This was not foreseen in the prophecies. Yet if our divine master has selected her. Well, this is awkward, Emma sends privately. Apparently I'm dating someone's god. Not helping, I return mentally. The prophecies speak only of our Lord's return, another esoterica whispers uncertainly. This choice of companionship. Then clearly, their leader declares with renewed conviction, this too is part of his design to understand mortality completely. Even in matters of the heart. That's not what's happening here, I protest, while Emma's mental voice carries dry humor, at least they're not trying to smite me anymore. Your memories have not yet returned, their leader speaks with absolute certainty. You wish to experience all aspects of mortal existence before reclaiming your divine awareness. Even this unexpected choice serves your greater purpose. Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightens. The boy speaks truth. He is not Peace, warrior, the leader raises a placating hand. We understand now. Until our Lord's memories return in their own time, we shall serve faithfully. We shall watch, we shall wait, we shall protect. Great, Emma sends. Now we have stalker cultists. Your dating profile just gets more interesting by the day. But I'm not I try again. Your divine wisdom knows best, the leader bows. We shall withdraw until you have completed this phase of your grand design. But know that your faithful stand ready, whenever you have need of us. The esoterica begin to fade from sight, their leader's final words echoing. We shall always be watching, always waiting, for the moment you awaken. As the esoterica fade completely, Tony breaks the stunned silence. So, that happened. Anyone else need a drink? Because I definitely need a drink. Hulk confused. Shifter God now. Not helping, I mutter, feeling Emma's mental presence shift between amusement and concern. Well, she sends privately, at least they didn't try to sacrifice anyone to you. Though the day's still young. Loki studies the space where the cultists vanished, his expression calculating. Interesting that they could sense your use of Dagon's power across realities. More interesting that they're so certain of your divine nature. They're wrong, I state firmly. I just have access to that form. I'm not actually Of course not, Thor interrupts supportively. Though perhaps we should discuss the implications of having interdimensional worshippers who think otherwise. Already on it, Tony calls from his screens. Jarvis, start a new file, How to Deal with Your Friend's Unexpected Cult. Subtitle, A Superhero's Guide to Unwanted Worship. Very good, sir. Shall I include cross-references to historical deity manifestations? Not helping. I glare at both of them. This is fan-fucking-tastic. I begin as I go to the Frigda and get myself some soda, thought of as a bloody god, when I don't even acknowledge imperfect beings as gods. Emma approaches me as I drink the glass, and set it down. Her hand finds mine as her mental presence steadies despite her obvious amusement. Look on the bright side, at least we know why the Ultimatrix was so insistent about keeping that form. Apparently, you can't just delete god powers without some enthusiastic feedback. The question remains, Loki muses, what exactly triggered their appearance now? Beyond the obvious interdimensional communication. Thor nods thoughtfully. Indeed. Why not appear when you first gained the power? Were they unable to? Maybe because. I start, then freeze as a horrible thought hits me. Oh no. What? Several voices ask simultaneously. They said they'd be watching, I manage. Waiting for me to awaken. Which means. They're going to be following our every move, Emma finishes mentally. Waiting for any sign of their lord's divine awareness returning. Exactly how many cultists are we talking about? Tony asks, already pulling up new screens. Enough to make dating really awkward, I mutter, earning a mental laugh from Emma. Hulk smash stalker people if they bother friends. Maybe let's not smash the reality-hopping cultists, I suggest quickly. At least not until we figure out exactly what we're dealing with. Well, Loki grins with that particular expression that usually means trouble. This should be entertaining. Just another normal day of dealing with cosmic powers, interdimensional communication, and unexpected religious followers. I really need to start keeping a diary of this stuff. Though I suppose my new faithful are probably already doing that for me. Great. Chapter 51, A Father's Amusement. Explaining the situation to Fisk proves interesting. Interdimensional cultists, he repeats slowly, his massive frame silhouetted against his office windows. Who believe my son is their god in mortal form. To be fair, I start, this wasn't exactly part of the plan when we tested the communicator. Obviously not, he turns, and I catch something almost like amusement in his expression. Though their reaction to learning I was your father was enlightening. They appeared here? Emma asks, her mental presence sharpening with interest. In my private study, Fisk confirms. The moment they heard of our relationship, they became quite enthusiastic. Apparently, being the mortal father chosen by their lord carries significant weight. They believed you just like that? I ask incredulously. They said attempting to verify such claims through magical means would be blasphemy against their lord. Fisk's smile carries genuine amusement now. Besides, they claim they can sense your power's protection around me, echoes of your soul's energy, as they put it. Emma's mental voice carries dry humor. Well, that's convenient. Though she herself also believed it, virtually the whole world believed it, perhaps only a handful didn't. They also noted that your unique nature makes conventional verification impossible anyway, Fisk continues. Something about your DNA being beyond mortal understanding due to your divine transformation abilities. Great, a religious explanation on our explanation on why Fisk and my DNA are sometimes the same and not, courtesy of genetic manipulation of external DNA by the Ultimatrix. It was how we convinced the world after that we were father and son. Great, I mutter. So now I have cultists who not only think I'm their god but are convinced you're my divinely chosen father. Indeed, and I swear Fisk actually looks pleased about this. They were quite insistent about ensuring my sacred role in your grand design would be honored. You're enjoying this way too much. Perhaps, he admits. Though you must admit, having devoted followers who consider harming your father a cosmic offense could prove advantageous. Father dash. Merely an observation, but his slight smile suggests otherwise. Though speaking of observations, Fisk continues, moving to his desk, they left some rather interesting gifts. He reveals several ancient-looking scrolls and what appears to be a ceremonial dagger made of material I've never seen before. Apparently, these are sacred texts detailing their lord's previous manifestations and a blade forged in divine fire for the mortal father's protection. Emma's mental presence carries both amusement and curiosity. At least they're thoughtful cultists. The texts are quite fascinating, Fisk adds, unrolling one scroll carefully. They speak of your, or rather, Dagon's, previous interactions with reality. Though their interpretation of events is rather biased. I suggest. Enthusiastic, he corrects. According to this, every major historical event was somehow part of their Lord's grand design. Of course it was, I mutter. Because having interdimensional stalkers wasn't enough, they had to be historically revisionist stalkers. They've also requested permission to establish a proper sanctuary within the tower, Fisk continues, clearly enjoying my discomfort. Something about maintaining a sacred space for their Lord's eventual awakening. Let me guess, Tony's already approved it just to mess with me. Actually, Emma interjects, her mental voice carrying that particular tone that means I'm not going to like what comes next. They're insisting on getting your father's blessing first. Something about respecting the divine hierarchy. Fisk's expression confirms my worst fears. I thought perhaps we could discuss appropriate locations. No, I state firmly. Absolutely not. We are not turning part of the tower into a temple. Of course not, Fisk agrees smoothly. Though perhaps a small meditation room. Father. They are quite insistent, he notes. And having them congregate in a controlled space would be better than having them appear randomly throughout the building. He has a point, but I'm not about to admit it. Besides, Fisk continues, examining the ceremonial dagger with interest, they seem quite knowledgeable about various forms of power. Their insights could prove valuable. You want to study interdimensional cultists for tactical advantages, I realize. Knowledge, my son, comes from unexpected sources. His smile carries that particular blend of paternal affection and calculated planning that I've come to recognize. Emma's mental presence carries resignation. He's not wrong. Better to have them where we can watch them than popping up everywhere. Fine, I concede. But no altars, no sacrifices, and definitely no ceremonial anything. Of course, Fisk agrees, though his expression suggests he's already planning something. Just a simple space for cultural exchange. Why do I feel like I'm going to regret this? Because you are, Emma sends privately. Though I have to admit, watching your father negotiate with interdimensional cultists might be worth it. That small meditation room turns out to be an entire floor of Fisk Tower, because apparently my father's definition of small is very different from mine. This seems excessive, I note as we inspect the space. The esoterica have already begun adding their touches, ancient symbols etched into walls that somehow shift when you look at them directly. Nonsense, Fisk replies, studying a particularly complex pattern with interest. If we're hosting interdimensional visitors, we should do so properly. Emma's mental presence carries amusement as she examines what looks like a floating crystal. At least their decorating style is interesting. My lord, one of the esoterica approaches, bowing deeply. We hope the sacred space meets with your approval, even in your current, limited awareness. About that, I start, but they've already moved on to showing Fisk some kind of ancient text. These symbols, Fisk muses, they represent different forms of power. Indeed, honored father of our Lord, the cultist replies eagerly. Each pattern channels specific energies that dash. Still not your Lord, I interrupt. And maybe we should discuss boundaries about randomly appearing in the tower? Of course, Divine One, they bow again. We shall manifest only when summoned, unless it's an emergency, or a holy day, or when the signs indicate. So basically whenever they want, Emma sends privately. Exactly how many holy days are we talking about? I ask, already dreading the answer. The leader, who just materialized because apparently that's just something I have to get used to now, steps forward with religious fervor. Well. This is going to be a long day. Each celestial alignment brings its own sacred observances, the leader begins enthusiastically. Then there are the commemorations of your previous manifestations, your dragon form for example, though never before have you foregone your awareness, not that I'm questioning your divine wisdom my lord. He states frantically at the end. Seeing my calm, he continues, there are as well the celebrations of reality-altering events, the monthly devotional gatherings. Monthly. I interrupt. As in, this is going to be a regular thing. Of course, my lord, he beams. Though your current mortal perspective might find our calendar complex. Emma's mental voice carries barely contained laughter. Congratulations. You have regularly scheduled worship sessions now. Perhaps, Fisk interjects smoothly, we should focus on establishing proper protocols first. Security considerations, appropriate manifestation zones. Ah yes, the leader turns to Fisk with reverent respect. We have already begun implementing protective measures worthy of our Lord's chosen Father. As if on cue, more esoterica appear, carrying what look like crystalline structures that pulse with otherworldly energy. These sacred barriers, one explains, will ensure only the faithful can enter this space. Though of course, they recognize those marked by our Lord's power. Marked by my what now? I ask, but they're already setting up the crystals while chanting in a language that makes my teeth ache. Your father looks way too interested in those security measures, Emma notes mentally. She's right. Fisk is watching the installation with that particular expression he gets when acquiring new assets. This is getting out of hand, I mutter. On the contrary, Fisk replies quietly. I believe this could be quite educational. The leader approaches again, holding what appears to be an ancient calendar. Now, about the scheduling of sacred observations. Ah, here it is, of course, the leader continues enthusiastically. Before anything, we must discuss the proper arrangements for the celestial convergence next month. The what now? A most sacred time, another esoterica chimes in. When the barriers between realities thin, allowing for greater manifestation of divine power. Absolutely not, I state firmly. No reality-bending ceremonies. Of course, my lord, they bow deeply. Your wisdom in maintaining your mortal guise is profound. We shall simply observe quietly, with minimal reality fluctuation. Emma's mental presence carries both amusement and concern. Define minimal. Before they can answer, Tony's voice comes through the intercom. Hey, God boy. Your cultists are trying to consecrate my lab. Something about blessing the mortal tools that serve divine purpose. I pinch the bridge of my nose. How many of you are there exactly? We are sometimes everywhere and sometimes nowhere, the leader replies cryptically. Though currently, only about 50 have manifested in this reality. 50. So far, he adds helpfully. More will come for the sacred observations, of course. Fisk looks far too pleased about this entire situation. Perhaps we should discuss expanding the dedicated space. No, I say firmly. Absolutely not. This is already dash. My lord, one of the esoterica interrupts excitedly, the sacred texts speak of your preference for grand temples in your previous manifestations. That wasn't me. Of course, Divine One, they bow again. Your current desire for subtlety is most wise. Emma's mental voice carries resignation. I don't think they're going to take no for an answer. Indeed not, the leader confirms, apparently having heard her somehow. Our devotion transcends mere mortal denial. Great. They can hear telepathic communication now. Only when it concerns our Lord's divine nature, he adds helpfully. This is my life now, isn't it? I ask no one in particular. Interdimensional cultists who won't take no for an answer and can apparently hear private conversations. Only the relevant ones, they chorus together. Fisk actually chuckles. Well, son, you did want to make a difference in the world. Multiple worlds, the esoterica correct reverently. Our Lord's influence spans all realities. I need a drink, I mutter. Ah yes, the leader brightens. The sacred libations. We shall prepare the ceremonial dash. No. Just another normal day of dealing with overly enthusiastic interdimensional worshippers, a crime boss father who's way too amused by all this, and the growing realization that my life is never going to be simple again. At least they haven't started building statues yet. Actually, my lord, one of them begins hopefully. Don't even think about it. The Ultimatrix pulses softly, almost like it's laughing at me. Even my watch is enjoying this too much. Perfect. Chapter 52, New Ultimates, Mass Release End. Fury's hologram fills Fisk's conference room, his single eye carrying that particular intensity that means he's about to make things complicated. Before we discuss agent assignments, he states, let's address the reports about certain visitors to Fisk Tower. Visitors. Fisk's voice carries perfect innocence. I wasn't aware we had any unusual guests. Emma's mental presence carries appreciation for the smooth deflection. And so the dance begins. Really? Fury's tone could dry a desert. No interdimensional beings with religious interests. Director, I manage my best confused expression if you're suggesting we're hosting some kind of cult. What I'm suggesting, Fury interrupts, is that we skip the part where we pretend this conversation isn't happening. And skip right to what, exactly? Fisk asks pleasantly. Unsubstantiated rumors about my building's occupants. I don't see how any of this relates to our discussion about Agents Romanoff and Barton, I add, channeling that particular tone Fisk uses when politely telling someone to mind their own business. Nice deflection, Emma sends privately. Though he's not going to let this go easily. Fine, Fury's eye narrows slightly. We'll table that discussion. For now. About the agent transfer. The terms remain as discussed, Fisk states smoothly, shifting the conversation with practiced ease. Both agents join the team, with full autonomy from S.H.I.E.L.D. oversight. And in return. Fury's eye narrows further. You get exactly what we offered, I reply. Cooperation when global threats emerge. As equals. Emma's mental presence carries amusement at the careful dance of words. He's trying to find an opening to regain control of the conversation. Two of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s best agents, Fury muses, in exchange for promised cooperation and no guaranteed oversight. Take it or leave it, I shrug, projecting casual confidence. Though I imagine having direct connection to the Ultimates might prove valuable. Especially given recent enhanced individual emergence patterns, Fisk adds with perfect timing. Fury's silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. Finally, they'll arrive within the hour. Try to keep them alive. Such faith in their capabilities, I can't help but quip. Oh, I have faith in their capabilities, Fury's hologram starts to fade. It's your tendency to attract complicated situations that concerns me. As his image disappears completely, Emma's mental voice carries dry humor. Well, that was almost subtle. He'll try again, Fisk notes, already pulling up security protocols on his tablet. To confirm his suspicions about our visitors. Let him try, I reply. Though the esoterica are better at staying hidden than he thinks. Jarvis, Tony calls out, having been unusually quiet during the exchange, prep the team quarters. Something tells me our new members are going to need extra security features. Of course, sir. Shall I include anti-interdimensional manifestation protocols? Not helping, Jarvis. The elevator chimes exactly 1 hour later, because of course they'd time it perfectly. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton step out, carrying surprisingly minimal gear. Nice place, Clint comments, his casual tone belying the way his eyes scan every corner, exit, and potential vantage point. Though the security could use some work on the east side. Already noted, Tony replies from his position by the bar. Jarvis is implementing upgrades as we speak. Natasha's gaze sweeps over our group, lingering slightly longer on Emma. Interesting team composition. More diverse than our briefing suggested. Emma's mental presence carries appreciation. Her mental shields are still impressive. Welcome to the Ultimates, I step forward, keeping my tone professional. Though I'm guessing Fury's briefing focused more on watching us than joining us. Smart kid, Clint grins, dropping his gear bag. Though he might have mentioned something about interdiamond dash. Natasha's elbow finds his ribs with practiced precision. We're here to join the team. Nothing more. Of course, Fisk's smooth voice carries just a hint of amusement. Shall we show you to your quarters? I believe you'll find the facilities adequate. They're already cataloging everything, Emma sends privately. Escape routes, weapon placements, team dynamics. Would you expect anything less? I return. Time to see how Earth's greatest spies fit into our increasingly complicated family. So, Clint breaks the slightly tense silence as we head toward the residential floors, any house rules we should know about. Besides the obvious don't shoot the teammates thing. The training facilities are open 24/7, Tony explains, tapping his tablet to bring up building schematics. Though maybe avoid the East Wing meditation room. The what? Natasha's eyebrow raises slightly. Cultural exchange space, I cut in smoothly. Nothing important. Emma's mental voice carries amusement. They're definitely going to investigate that now. Right, Clint drawls, clearly not buying it. And the weird energy readings Shield's been picking up from that area. Technical interference, Fisk replies without missing a beat. Being addressed by our R&D department. Natasha's expression suggests she's mentally filing away every deflection for later analysis. Of course. And the reported manifestations of Dash. Here are your quarters. I interrupt perhaps too quickly, nobody can blame me, I just got some free time away from dealing with those zealots. Fully equipped, secure communications, private training areas. And excellent soundproofing, Tony adds. For when certain cultural exchanges get a bit loud. Not helping, I send to Emma, who's clearly enjoying this too much. Interesting, Natasha muses, her eyes catching every subtle reaction. Very interesting. This is going to be a long adjustment period. Clint whistles as he inspects his new quarters, complete with a state-of-the-art archery range. Okay, this is actually impressive. Though I have questions about these symbols etched into the walls. Decorative elements, Fisk states smoothly. Part of the tower's aesthetic design. Decorative elements that seem to shift when you're not looking directly at them. Natasha observes casually. Emma's mental presence carries resignation. They notice everything, don't they? Though, in this case, it's to be expected, because those symbols are still extremely weird. Modern art, Tony supplies helpfully. Very avant-garde. Speaking of which, team dinners at 7, assuming no world-ending threats pop up. Or unexpected visitors. Clint asks innocently, testing the range's targeting system. I don't know what you mean, I reply, perhaps a bit too quickly. Of course not, Natasha's smile could cut diamonds. Just like we don't know anything about interdimensional cultists calling you their Dash. How about a training session? I interrupt desperately. Test out team dynamics. Smooth, Emma sends sarcastically. Very subtle deflection there. Actually, Clint knocks an arrow with practiced ease, that sounds perfect. Nothing builds trust like trying to shoot each other. In a friendly way, of course. Why do I feel like I'm going to regret this? The training room hums with energy as we gather for our first team session. Natasha's already stretching with lethal grace while Clint tests different arrow types against the reinforced targets. Standard rules, Tony announces from the observation deck. No lethal force, no permanent damage, and absolutely no summoning any unexpected assistance. Unexpected assistance? Clint asks, a little too innocently. Oh, they already know a lot about this, they're having too much damn fun upon my expense. He means no interdimensional dash, Emma starts. Training simulation initiating, Jarvis interrupts smoothly. Team coordination exercise beginning in 3, 2. I reach for the Ultimatrix, scrolling through available forms. Let's keep this interesting. Swampfire should dash. My lord. Everyone freezes as an esoterica materializes in the corner, bowing deeply. We felt you preparing for combat practice and wish to offer our sacred battle blessings dash. Not now. I manage, while Clint's arrow somehow manages to look surprised mid-flight. Natasha's expression doesn't change, but her eyebrow raises slightly. Unexpected assistance. They're not supposed to be here, I groan. They promise to respect training hours. Only during regular sessions, Divine One, the esoterica explains helpfully. Sacred combat rituals require proper ceremonial dash. Nope, I transform into Jetre, grabbing the cultist mid-bow. We talked about this. No manifestations during team exercises. Emma's mental laughter isn't helping at all. So, Clint drawls as I deposit the protesting esoterica outside the training room, this happen often. They're usually more subtle, I mutter, transforming back. They promise to maintain my desired discretion. Which apparently doesn't apply to sacred combat rituals, Natasha notes dryly. Emma's mental presence carries both amusement and sympathy. At least they didn't try to bless their weapons this time. Can we just? I gesture helplessly at Jarvis's controls. Start the training. Please. Of course, sir, Jarvis replies. Though I should note the esoterica are now conducting some form of blessing ceremony outside the training room doors. Ignore them, I state firmly. They'll get bored eventually. Will they though? Clint asks, knocking another arrow. Because from what I hear, they're pretty devoted. Training simulation reinitiating, Jarvis announces before I can respond. Scenario: Urban combat coordination. The room shifts, holographic city streets materializing around us. Finally, something normal. The sacred battle chants have begun, Jarvis informs us helpfully. They are quite enthusiastic. I catch Natasha's slight smile as she readies her weapons. Welcome to the team. This is going to be a very long, annoying day. Chapter 53, Guilt. The Ultimate's private lounge fell silent as the communicator's hologram filled the air. 2 weeks after gaining new team members, they'd gathered for their usual evening briefing, minus Natasha and Clint, who were handling their personal business with fury. Emma felt Samuel's mental walls crack as images of devastation played across the display. His usual deflective humor nowhere to be found. Third mega tsunami this week, Kevin's voice came through, exhaustion evident. Ben's been XLR8 for so long he's starting to talk fast even in human form. The footage showed their universe's continued upheaval, natural laws rebelling against Dagon's unintegrated power. Gwen's barriers strained against forces that shouldn't exist, while Ben switched between aliens without rest. How bad? Tony asked quietly, his usual snark absent. Bad enough, Kevin grunted while absorbing metal to reinforce another failing structure. Though don't start with the guilt trip again. We told you, this was necessary. Necessary, Samuel's voice carried an edge no one was used to hearing. Right. Because destroying an entire universe's stability was totally the only option. Thor shifted uncomfortably, recognizing the tone of someone bearing too much weight. Banner's hands clenched slightly, the other guy unusually quiet in the face of this kind of destruction. The quantum readings are still escalating, Kevin continued, trying to maintain a professional tone. We could use some theoretical input on Dash. Static cut through whatever he was going to say next. Working on stabilizing the connection, Tony muttered, fingers flying over his screens. The dimensional interference is getting worse. Loki studied the patterns of chaos with ancient eyes. The fabric of their reality protests, yet seeks new balance. Perhaps Dash. The communicator crackled back to life, showing Ben mid-transformation. Look, we knew this would happen. Paradox, said Dash. Paradox, Samuel's laugh held no trace of his usual humor. Because he's oh so trustworthy with his necessary sacrifices and greater good manipulations. Emma reached for his hand, feeling the turmoil beneath his surface. The others watched silently, understanding that sometimes there were no good jokes to hide behind. Sometimes the weight just had to be carried. The hologram shifted to show more devastation, cities evacuating as weather patterns turned violent, tectonic plates shifting without warning. The southern hemisphere's stabilizing, Gwen reported, her voice strained from maintaining multiple barriers. But the northern continents are still Dash. Static interrupted again, longer this time. The dimensional barriers are becoming more unstable, Tony noted, his screens filling with data. The connection might not hold much longer. Good, Samuel's voice carried bitter edge that made even Loki pause. At least something's breaking besides their universe. Hulk think friend too hard on self, Banner's alter ego rumbled softly. The connection cleared momentarily, showing Kevin working on some kind of stabilization device. Look, we've got a theory about the quantum resonance patterns. If we could just Dash. More static, then Ben's voice, might be able to redirect the worst of it if Dash. The hologram flickered violently before dying completely. Connection lost, Jarvis announced unnecessarily. Dimensional interference has exceeded sustainable levels. Samuel stared at the dead communicator, his expression making Emma strengthen their mental link supportively. Well, Tony tried to break the heavy silence, at least your cultists haven't tried to bless my lab again today Dash. Don't, Samuel's voice cut through any attempt at lightening the mood. Just, don't. Fisk, who'd been observing silently, stepped forward. Perhaps we should focus on what can be done rather than Dash. Done. Samuel turned, his eyes carrying something that made even the Kingpin pause. I broke their universe. What exactly can be done about that? You saved them from McGregor, Thor reminded him. A choice had to be made Dash. A choice, Samuel's laugh held an edge that made the room's temperature seem to drop. Because apparently the only way to stop one threat was to damage an entire reality. Some hero I turned out to be. The quantum readings suggest the worst will pass, Tony offered, pulling up his analysis. Their universe is adapting, finding new equilibrium dash. Equilibrium. Samuel's voice cracked. There are probably billions dying right now. Entire cities being evacuated. Families losing everything because their world decided to tear itself apart. All for some greater good. The alternative was a Gregor with pure celestial sapient power, Loki reasoned, his usual mischief replaced by ancient wisdom. That would have dash. Would have what? Samuel rounded on him. Been worse than this. Than watching an entire universe suffer because I decided to play with power I didn't understand. The calculations were clear, Tony persisted. Without your intervention, a Gregor would have dash. Calculations. The bitter laugh made Emma strengthen their mental link further. Let's calculate how many people are dying right now, shall we? How many children are watching their homes disappear under waves that shouldn't exist? How many dash? Hulk understand breaking things to save things, Banner's alter ego interrupted. But friend not see whole picture. The whole picture. Samuel's voice carried dangerous quiet. The whole picture is that I chose to damage billions of lives on the word of a time traveler who plays with causality like it's a game. Because apparently that was the only solution. Thor stepped forward. Sometimes the weight of choices dash. Don't, Samuel cut him off. Don't talk to me about choices. Not when I can feel their universe literally tearing itself apart because of what I did. Not when there are probably parents right now trying to explain to their kids why the sky is the wrong color or why the ground won't stop shaking. Fisk's calculating expression shifted to something almost paternal. You cannot save everyone dash. I'm not trying to save everyone, Samuel's voice shook. I just didn't want to destroy an entire reality's stability on manipulative intent of someone who thinks necessary sacrifice justifies anything. The room fell silent, the weight of his words and guilt pressing down on them all. The silence stretched until Samuel's expression suddenly shifted, a realization dawning. I can fix this, he whispered, his hand moving to the Ultimatrix. Alien X can do anything. Rewrite reality, restore balance, undo the damage dash. No, Emma's mental voice carried sharp alarm as she felt his intentions crystallize. The risk of being trapped in that form dash. Better than letting billions suffer, his fingers hovered over the interface. One person trapped versus an entire universe in chaos. That's simple math. Simple math that could cost you your consciousness, Tony stepped forward. The personality integration alone could dash. I don't care. The raw emotion in his voice made them all pause. I can fix this. I can make it right. All I have to do is dash. We cannot allow that risk, Fisk's voice carried unusual emotion. The chance of losing you dash. You can't stop me, Samuel's hand moved toward the Ultimatrix. None of you can dash. Thor's movement was gentle but precise. A simple strike to the neck, and Samuel crumpled, Emma catching him before he hit the ground. Everyone stared at Thor in shock. What? The Thunderer looked confused at their expressions. The device protects from lethal threats, does it not? I was gentle. You just. Tony gestured helplessly. Sometimes, Thor said softly, helping Emma settle Samuel onto a couch, the hardest part of caring for someone is stopping them from sacrificing everything to fix what isn't their fault. He himself learned me that, intentional or not. The room fell silent again, watching their youngest member sleep, the weight of guilt temporarily off his shoulders. Well, Tony broke the silence, running a hand through his hair, that was efficient. Though maybe we should discuss protocols for when he wakes up. Preferably ones that don't involve more divine knockout taps. His mental state is deteriorating, Emma stated, her hand resting protectively on Samuel's forehead. I've felt it building for days. The guilt, the responsibility. Hulk understand hurting inside, Banner's alter ego rumbled softly. Friend needs help, not sleep. Indeed, Loki studied their unconscious teammate with uncharacteristic concern. Though perhaps what he needs most is perspective. The kind that comes from dash. A familiar chime interrupted as the communicator suddenly sparked back to life, Kevin's voice cutting through. Hey, got a theory about the quantum, wait, why is he unconscious? Thor happened, Tony supplied helpfully. You knocked him out? Ben's voice joined in, sounding both impressed and concerned. He was about to use the celestial sapient form, Emma explained, her mental presence still wrapped protectively around Samuel's sleeping mind. To try fixing your universe. Silence from the other side. Then, that idiot, Kevin muttered, but his voice carried understanding. It seems he isn't so different from our Ben. Always trying to carry everything alone. Hey! Ben protested, though his tone was half-hearted. All three of them internally blamed themselves rather than Sam since this is their own universe. They're the ones who are supposed to be its heroes. The ones who should have prevented this. We have news though, Gwen's voice added quickly. The readings are starting to stabilize. The worst really is passing. We just needed to tell him dash. My lord should not blame himself, a new voice interrupted as an esoterica materialized in the corner, making everyone jump. What the dash? Kevin's voice carried clear shock through the hologram. Is that an esoterica? Ben asked incredulously. How are they in your universe? Wait, Gwen's voice rose with confusion. Why did it call him Lord? Not now, several Ultimates members chorused together, while the esoterica bowed deeply. Of course. We shall prepare the sacred healing rituals instead dash. No rituals, Emma stated firmly. Just, let him rest. Okay, seriously, Kevin's voice cut through again. Someone want to explain why you have esoterica calling him Lord and offering healing rituals? It's complicated, Tony offered weakly. When did this happen? Ben demanded. And why didn't you tell us you had interdimensional cultists? Perhaps, Loki interjected smoothly, we should focus on our unconscious teammate rather than explaining his rather devoted followers. The esoterica disappeared as quietly as they'd arrived, leaving both teams to process this new revelation. We are definitely discussing this later, Gwen stated firmly through the hologram. Right after we explain how our universe is actually stabilizing, Kevin added pointedly. Let's focus on the actual good news instead of the surprise cultists. The quantum resonance patterns are normalizing, Gwen continued, her voice carrying both exhaustion and hope. The northern hemisphere's storms are dissipating, tectonic activity is returning to baseline dash. In English. Tony interrupted. For the others who don't speak quantum physics. It means, Kevin grunted while clearly working on something in the background, that our universe isn't tearing itself apart anymore. The worst is over. No thanks to certain people trying to sacrifice themselves to fix it. Samuel stirred again, prompting Emma to strengthen their mental link supportively. Though seriously, Ben's voice carried clear curiosity about these esoterica dash. Perhaps, Fisk interrupted smoothly, we should allow my son to fully regain consciousness before discussing his devoted followers. Son. Three voices exclaimed simultaneously through the hologram. Oh right, Tony muttered. They don't know about that part either. Samuel groaned, his hand moving to his neck. Did someone hit me? Welcome back to consciousness, Emma sent mentally. Try not to immediately attempt any more self-sacrificing heroics. What happened to? His eyes suddenly widened as memory returned. I was going to use Alien X. And then. Thor happened, Tony supplied helpfully. I was gentle, Thor added, still looking confused by everyone's reactions. The communicator crackled with what sounded suspiciously like Kevin trying not to laugh. So, Samuel managed, still rubbing his neck, anyone want to explain why so-called divine intervention involved actual physical intervention? Because you were about to do something monumentally stupid, Emma stated firmly, both mentally and aloud. The universe is healing itself, Gwen's voice carried through clearly. The quantum matrices are realigning naturally. Using Alien X would have just dash. Probably made things worse, since nothing is guaranteed with it, Kevin finished. Plus, you know, the whole, trapped in cosmic debate forever, thing. Samuel sat up slowly, processing this. But the deaths are decreasing, Ben assured. Though seriously, when were you going to mention the whole, interdimensional cultists who think you're their god, thing? Technically, Tony interjected, that development happened after our last clear communication. Along with some other, interesting situations. My lord's divine journey has been most enlightening, an esoterica announced, materializing briefly before multiple glares sent them retreating again. Okay, that's it, Kevin's voice carried determined curiosity. You're explaining everything. Starting with why you have Esoterica calling you Lord, and ending with why you were stupid enough that Thor had to knock you out. 'Cause I expected better from the smart version of Ben. Oh come on. Ben protested once more. Perhaps, Fisk suggested smoothly, such explanations could wait until he has fully recovered from his divine nap. Divine nap? Samuel muttered. Really? Would you prefer celestial timeout? Tony offered. The important thing, again, Gwen's voice cut through the banter, is that our universe is stabilizing. The quantum resonance patterns show that I didn't completely destroy your reality. Samuel's bitter tone returned, though slightly muted by what was probably a Thor-induced headache. That what needed to happen, happened, Kevin corrected firmly. Without breaking everything permanently. Emma's mental presence wrapped supportively around Samuel's consciousness. They're okay. Their world is healing. Though we're definitely still not dropping the cultist thing, Ben added. Or why dash? Static interrupted whatever else he was going to say as the connection began to fade. Dimensional barriers are strengthening, Tony noted, checking his readings. Might be a while before we can establish clear communication again. Perfect timing, Samuel muttered, still rubbing his neck. Indeed, Loki smirked. Just long enough for you to come up with explanations for your devoted followers. Or for Thor to practice his gentle divine interventions, Tony added helpfully. I was very careful, Thor defended again, still looking puzzled by everyone's continued reactions. The communicator flickered one last time, Kevin's voice barely audible, don't do anything stupid until we dash, before cutting out completely. Well, Emma sent mentally, at least no one tried to start a healing ritual. The sacred healing crystals are prepared, and Esoterica announced from somewhere unseen. No, multiple voices chorused firmly. Just another day of cosmic guilt, timeouts, and increasingly complicated interdimensional relationships. At least the universe wasn't ending anymore. Even if Samuel's sanity might be. Chapter 54, Unexpected Change. Wilson Fisk POV. I stand at my office window, watching the city lights emerge as evening settles over New York. My reflection shows the same imposing figure I've cultivated for decades, the Kingpin, feared and respected in equal measure. Yet my thoughts drift to changes I've kept hidden from all but perhaps Vanessa. When I first encountered Samuel, it was pure calculation. A powerful enhanced individual, young enough to be molded, desperate enough to accept our elaborate cover story. I remember analyzing every angle, seeing the perfect opportunity to legitimize certain aspects of my empire while maintaining iron control over others. The adoption story was crafted with precision, every detail, every document, every witness account carefully orchestrated. I expected to maintain professional distance, to treat him as another asset, albeit a valuable one. I didn't expect the small moments to affect me. Like when in the later parts of our arrangement he first called me father without thinking, not during a public appearance or planned interaction, but while excitedly explaining some scientific theory to me over breakfast. The way he caught himself afterward, embarrassed by the slip, not realizing I had to turn away to compose my expression. Or the time he fell asleep during a security briefing, exhausted from 3 straight days of hero work. I found myself adjusting his collar, an unconscious gesture I hadn't planned or calculated. Vanessa caught me, but said nothing, her knowing smile said enough. These little instances, they weren't meant to be part of the arrangement. They weren't calculated risks or strategic moves. They were just moments. Real ones. They began accumulating, these unplanned moments. The way he'd bring coffee to my office during late meetings, prepared exactly how I like it, a detail I never told him but he noticed anyway. His habit of leaving scientific journals open to articles he thought would interest me, sticky notes marking specific passages with comments in his messy handwriting. I remember the first time I genuinely laughed during one of our strategy sessions, not the calculated chuckle I use for business, but real amusement at his quick wit. It caught us both off guard. For a moment, we weren't Kingpin and hero, just father and son sharing a joke. These changes weren't dramatic. No sudden revelations or profound transformations. Just quiet shifts, small adjustments in how we operated around each other. The way our conversations began extending beyond necessary briefings, drifting into discussions of literature, art, his studies. Even now, watching the city below, I find myself noting potential threats not just to my operations, but to his patrol routes. Calculating risks not only to my empire but to his safety. These aren't strategic considerations anymore, they're paternal instincts I never expected to develop. I recall the evening he returned from a particularly difficult mission, exhausted but successful. Instead of retiring to his quarters, he sat in my office while I worked, quietly completing assignments from his private tutors. A necessary arrangement, public school would interfere with his hero work, and appearances must be maintained. But this moment wasn't about appearances. He could have studied anywhere, yet chose to share this quiet space. Vanessa noticed these changes first. "He's good for you," she said one evening, watching me adjust security protocols to better accommodate his activities. Not optimize them for my benefit, but genuinely protect him. I didn't respond, but she understood anyway. She always does. The criminal empire I've built remains. I am still the kingpin, still maintain control through carefully measured fear and power. But now there are considerations I never had before. When reports came in about one of my lower lieutenants dealing near schools, I found myself personally investigating when perhaps long ago I would have overlooked it. Not because it threatened operations, for I dislike dealing in the too heinous of crimes, for it draws the attention of the truly just ones, who will never back down till they ruin you, but because I couldn't bear to see that particular shame in his eyes. These thoughts aren't ones I share. They don't fit the image I've spent decades crafting. Yet here I stand, watching the city lights and thinking not of profit margins or power plays, but of whether he's eaten properly today. Whether the weight he carries, of universes and responsibilities and powers beyond mortal understanding, is too heavy for his young shoulders. I am not a good man. I never claimed to be. But somehow, without planning or calculating, I've become something I never expected. A father who worries. The sound of the elevator draws my attention, Samuel, still moving stiffly from Thor's gentle intervention. He doesn't immediately notice me, lost in his own thoughts as he heads toward his usual chair in my office. When did I start thinking of it as his chair? "You should be resting," I say, maintaining my usual measured tone despite the concern I feel. "Probably," he agrees, sinking into the chair. But the esoterica kept trying to start healing rituals in my room. Something about sacred crystals and divine energy alignment. I hide my amusement, remembering how our unexpected religious guests have adapted to his preferences for subtlety, mostly by being extremely obvious about their attempts at subtlety. They mean well, I observe, though privately I've found their devotion useful in unexpected ways. Their ability to appear anywhere makes certain security concerns manageable. "They're exhausting," he mutters, "but there's no real heat in it." Almost as exhausting as people who think knocking someone out is an acceptable form of intervention. I turn fully from the window now, studying him. The weight he carried earlier seems lighter, but not gone. Never completely gone. Thor's methods were direct, I acknowledge. Though perhaps necessary, given the circumstances. He looks up at me then, those red eyes carrying questions he won't ask. About choices and consequences, about power and responsibility. About a father who runs a criminal empire while his son plays hero. We don't discuss these things. We never have. But sometimes, in moments like this. "The tutors left your physics assessment," I say instead, gesturing to the folder on my desk. A safe topic, a return to our usual dynamic. Though given recent events, perhaps it can wait. "No," he straightens slightly, reaching for the folder. Normal would be good right now. I find myself settling into my own chair, watching as he starts working through equations. These quiet moments have become our own kind of normal, unplanned but welcome. "Your calculations on quantum entanglement are improving," I note, catching sight of his previous work. Though perhaps influenced by recent, practical experiences. He almost smiles at that. Almost. "The private tutors are still afraid of you, you know," he comments, not looking up from his work. "They think you'll have them disappeared if my grades slip, which is impossible, since I'm a genius, but still, they worry." An effective motivational tool, I reply dryly, though we both know I wouldn't. Not anymore. Not for something so trivial. The city continues its evening dance below us, criminals and heroes playing their parts. A report sits on my desk about a new operation, highly profitable but requiring minimal oversight from my subordinates' private actions, for I know they possess not the required elements. It is truly the kind of opportunity one would have immediately seized not long ago. The esoterica want to add a study room to their meditation space, he mentions casually, still focused on his equations. Something about proper surroundings for their lord's mortal education. And what did you tell them? That if they try to bless my textbooks again, I'm banning incense for a month. I allow myself a small smile, hidden as I turn to the window. As I put away the report. Some things, I'm learning, are worth more than profit. Even if I'll never say it aloud. Chapter 55, Grandmother. After weeks of disasters finally subsiding in their universe, and constant insistence from the Ultimates about proper team introductions, Ben, Gwen, and Kevin had agreed to visit. The fact that Samuel had mentioned needing help with his anodite abilities had particularly caught Gwen's interest. The interdimensional communicator hummed to life in Fisk Tower's main lounge, a beacon for the arrival. The Ultimates gathered, each finding their usual spots, Tony tinkering with screens, Banner carefully controlling his excitement, Thor standing with casual authority, and Emma maintaining a subtle mental scan for any threats. The portal stabilized, its quantum pattern settling into a stable doorway between realities. Ben, Gwen, and Kevin stepped through, their expressions a mix of excitement and something else, almost apologetic. So, Gwen started, fidgeting slightly with her sleeve, we might have had a slight addition to our group. Addition? Samuel asked, but before anyone could elaborate, a new energy signature pulsed through the portal. Now where's my new grandson? A cheerful voice announced as another figure emerged, her form shifting from pure energy to human appearance with practiced ease. Verdona Tennyson materialized with characteristic flair, her eyes immediately fixing on Samuel with delighted interest. She circled him once, her energy form rippling with excitement. Oh yes, she beamed, studying him intently. I can see it clearly, the genetic resonance from Benjamin's DNA in your being. Different universe or not, alternate version or not, that makes you family, dear. What? Samuel managed, while Tony muttered something about needing stronger coffee. Your experiments replicated Ben's anodite DNA patterns, correct? Verdona explained, already reaching to pat his cheek with grandmotherly affection. Since Benjamin is my grandson, that makes you mine as well. Oh, having another with anodite potential. This is so wonderful. Gwen's apologetic look deepened. She kind of overheard me talking about helping you with your energy form training while visiting and, well, you can't just claim someone as your grandson because their DNA got copied in experiments, Emma started, her mental presence wrapping protectively around Samuel. Of course I can, dear. Verdona waved off the objection with casual authority. Family is family, regardless of how it comes about. Now then, she turned back to Samuel, her eyes gleaming, let's see what my new grandson knows about his energy form, shall we? I haven't actually managed to access it properly yet, Samuel admitted. The Ultimatrix lets me transform into an anodite form, but it's not quite the same as natural manipulation, Verdona finished, nodding sagely. Of course not. You need proper training to tap into your own energy. Though, she circled him again, your spark is quite interesting. Different from Gwendolyn's. Probably because of how his powers manifested, Gwen suggested, looking relieved to no longer be the focus of Verdona's enthusiasm. Fascinating, Banner murmured, his scientific curiosity evident. Hulk-like new sparkly grandmother. And I like you too, big green deer, Verdona replied without missing a beat. Such interesting friends you have here, grandson. About that, Samuel tried, you can't just decide I'm your dash. Of course I can, Verdona interrupted cheerfully. I can sense the spark in you, just like Gwendolyn's. Though yours has an interesting flavor to it. Must be the cross-dimensional aspect. Emma's mental presence carried both amusement and concern. She's absolutely serious about this. The energy readings are remarkable, Tony noted, his screens displaying complex patterns. The resonance between dash. Yes, very scientific, Verdona waved dismissively. But more importantly, when were you planning to start proper energy manipulation training, dear? The anodite form is all well and good, but true mastery comes from within. Ben and Kevin exchanged knowing looks. They'd seen this enthusiasm before. I was actually going to help with that, Gwen started, but Verdona beamed. Perfect. Both my grandchildren learning together. This will be wonderful. both your. Samuel looked helplessly at Emma, who just shrugged mentally. Well, she sent privately, you did want help with your anodite abilities. My lord, an esoterica materialized, their usual reverent tone carrying new gravity at the presence of such powerful energy. We sense a being of great power in your presence. The cultist's form bowed deeply, their voice carrying careful measure. Such energy, it resonates differently from your divine nature. Oh, how interesting. Verdona observed, her energy form rippling with curiosity. Your power is unfamiliar to us, another esoterica appeared, addressing Verdona with careful respect. Yet you claim kinship with our Lord. Because there's nothing to claim, Samuel tried to interrupt, but the esoterica's presence had shifted from their usual devotion to something more intent. We shall observe, the first esoterica stated solemnly. While our Lord's awareness remains limited, we must be vigilant of all who approach. They're being protective. Emma observed. Perhaps, Verdona smiled, her casual tone contrasting with the esoterica's gravity, we should focus on energy manipulation training first. The cultists exchanged looks of deep significance. The training grounds are prepared, another one announced with careful formality. We shall maintain watch. The esoterica melted into the shadows, their presence a constant, watchful weight. Verdona, seemingly unaffected by their gaze, turned her attention back to Samuel. Now then, energy manipulation begins with understanding the flow of mana itself, she demonstrated by letting her form ripple with pure energy. Close your eyes and feel for that spark inside you. This should be interesting, Kevin muttered to Ben. Remember when she tried teaching you? Don't remind me, Ben whispered back. 3 days before I could feel my toes again. Samuel decided that he probably had nothing to lose, so closed his eyes, trying to focus past the Ultimatrix's familiar power to something deeper. Something he felt most clearly after the incident against Ghost Freak. Something that felt like... Oh! Verdona's excitement pulsed through the room. There it is. You feel it, don't you? That little flicker of pure potential. He did. Beneath the energy of the Ultimatrix, there was something wild, something that he could only describe as how he'd imagined starlight and fire flowing through you would feel like. That's different, he managed, opening his eyes to find his hands glowing faintly with mana. Natural talent, Verdona beamed. Just like Gwendolyn. Though your energy has such an interesting strength to it. Tony's screens were going crazy with readings while Banner took careful notes. Thor watched with interest, Mjolnir humming slightly in response to the energy in the room. Now, Verdona continued, let's see if you can shape it without relying on that fascinating device of yours. Shape it? Samuel asked, watching the red mana flicker around his fingers. Unlike Gwen's pink energy or Verdona's blue, his maintained that distinctive crimson shade. Just like molding clay, Verdona demonstrated, her own energy forming complex patterns. Feel the flow, let it take the shape you imagine. The mana responded sluggishly at first, more savage than the Ultimatrix's controlled transformations. It felt raw. Powerful. Interesting color, Gwen noted, her own pink energy manifesting for comparison. I've never seen red mana before. Each spark has its own signature, Verdona explained, circling them both. Though yours, dear grandson, carries quite the punch. Try forming a simple sphere. The energy coalesced, but instead of the neat orb Gwen could create, Samuel's mana pulsed, incredibly powerful, yet a bit haphazard. Careful, Kevin warned, recognizing that particular energy build-up. Last time someone lost control of raw mana dash. He won't lose control, Verdona stated confidently. The power knows its wielder. Don't you feel it, dear? How it wants to work with you, not against you. She was right. Despite its wild nature, the mana felt familiar. Like it had always been there, just waiting to be acknowledged. Now, Verdona guided, let it flow naturally. Don't force the shape, suggest it. The sphere of crimson energy stabilized, making Kevin take an instinctive step back. In the shadows, the esoterica watched silently. Good. Verdona beamed. Though you're still thinking too much like a transformer. This isn't about changing forms, it's about expressing what's already there. The pattern matches your mental signature, Emma noted through their link. Less science, more feeling, Verdona chided gently as Banner started taking more notes. Now, Gwendolyn, dear, show him a basic shield pattern. Gwen stepped forward, her pink mana forming a precise barrier. Start with the basic framework, then dash. The red energy responded instantly, forming a shield that pulsed like a living thing, its power making the air itself feel heavy. Oh my, Verdona's eyes widened. That's quite impressive for a first try. The raw potential, Verdona mused, studying the pulsing crimson shield. It's not just genetic resonance, there's something else. Ben shifted uncomfortably, recognizing that particular tone in his grandmother's voice. Maybe we should take a break before dash. Nonsense. Verdona's energy form brightened. Let's try something more advanced. Gwendolyn, dear, show him a basic mana construct. Gwen hesitated. Grandma, it took me weeks to master basic constructs. Maybe we should dash. But the red mana was already responding to Samuel's intent, forming shapes that seemed more alive than constructed. The crimson energy wove patterns that made Tony's screen spark with overload. Fascinating, Verdona breathed, her own energy form rippling with excitement. The way your spark interacts with raw mana, it's almost like. She trailed off, her expression growing thoughtful as she observed the increasingly complex patterns forming in the air. Perhaps, Thor suggested, noting how Mjolnir's own energy was beginning to resonate with the growing power, we should indeed take that break. The crimson mana pulsed with raw power, making even Verdona pause in her instruction. Unlike Gwen's controlled patterns or her own serene manifestations, Samuel's power carried a primal feel to it. You know, she said carefully, her form shifting back to human appearance, there's so much more you could learn. Anodyne has the finest energy manipulation training in 5 galaxies. The room fell silent. Ben and Gwen exchanged knowing looks, they'd heard this offer before. Anodyne? Samuel asked, letting the red mana dissipate, recognizing it as the name of the planet Verdona in the show offered to take Gwen to. Your true potential could be realized there, Verdona continued, her eyes bright with possibility. Among others who understand this power. Who could teach you to truly master it? Emma's mental presence sharpened with concern, while the esoterica's silent watching grew more intense. You mean leave Earth? Samuel's voice carried understanding of what she was really offering. For a time, Verdona nodded. Just like I offered Gwendolyn. Though, her eyes sparkled, perhaps you'd be more inclined to accept than she was. The implications of Verdona's offer hung in the air. Samuel let the last traces of crimson mana fade as he considered what she was suggesting. How long, he finally asked, his voice measured. When I offered this to Gwen, I suggested she leave her human life behind entirely, Verdona admitted. But your case is different. Your potential, the way your energy manifests, you could master the basics in perhaps 6 months. A year at most. Emma's mental presence carried surprise at the relatively short time frame. That's more reasonable than I expected. The raw talent is already there, Verdona continued, watching him carefully. You wouldn't need the decades of basic training most require. Just enough time to understand the fundamental nature of your power. A year, Samuel repeated quietly, thinking about his responsibilities, the ultimates, his father's careful balancing act, the city that needed protection. Less, perhaps, Verdona added. Given how quickly you're already grasping concepts that took Gwendolyn weeks to master. The esoterica remained silent in their vigil, though their presence carried a distinct tension. Their lord, considering leaving Earth's realm entirely. I'd need time, Samuel said finally. To think about it. To make arrangements if. Of course, dear, Verdona smiled warmly. Such decisions shouldn't be rushed. Though, her eyes sparkled, I do hope you'll consider it more seriously than my other grandchildren did. You wouldn't have to decide immediately, Verdona added, watching her newest grandson process the possibility. And Earth would still be here when you return, other multiverse or not. With power like yours, properly trained. Our Lord's journey must follow its destined path, and esoterica spoke from the shadows, their tone carrying careful measure. Even if that path leads to the stars themselves. Emma's mental presence wrapped supportively around Samuel's consciousness. Whatever you decide, we'll handle things here. A year, Ben mused to himself. A way better deal than what Gwen got offered, he himself contemplated what he would do if he was the one in Samuel's situation. Tony's screens had finally stopped sparking, though his expression suggested he was already calculating contingency plans. Thor's grip on Mjolnir had relaxed, while Banner continued his careful notes. "I'll think about it," Samuel said finally. "But first, maybe we could continue with the basics. Without accidentally overloading any more equipment." Verdona beamed. "Of course, dear. Though perhaps we should move to those training grounds your devoted followers mentioned. Somewhere with less, delicate technology." As they headed toward the designated area, Emma's mental voice carried gentle humor. "When you said that you wanted help with your anodite abilities, I don't think any of us expected you to get an interdimensional grandmother in the process." Though Samuel could feel the tension behind that humor, a worry on whether he would accept or not and what that would mean for them. He decided to think about the negatives later, and focus on the current positives, like for example, the fact that at least the Esoterica hadn't started planning any celestial farewell ceremonies. Yet. Emma added with a mischievous tone. Chapter 56, What do you guys prefer? Mass release or individual release? Chapter 57, What now? Play it again. Nick Fury's command echoed through the secure briefing room as footage of Samuel's various transformations played across the main screen. Around the table, carefully selected S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel watched with expressions ranging from clinical analysis to barely concealed unease. Initial assessment of known forms, Maria Hill stated, consulting her tablet. XLR8, speed capabilities exceeding any recorded enhanced individual. Humongosaur, strength and durability that rivals Thor himself. And that's just the obvious ones, Barton noted, studying the footage. The intelligence-enhanced form, what does he call it? Gray matter. Has bypassed security systems that Stark designed. The concerning part isn't just the individual abilities, Natasha added, her voice carrying careful neutrality. It's how they're evolving. The coordination, the strategic application. None of this matches our original projections, one of the analysts muttered, but quickly fell silent under Fury's sharp glance. Show them the incident footage, Fury ordered, his single eye fixed on the screen. The temperature in the room seemed to drop as classified footage played. The spectral form moved with unnatural grace, its presence making even seasoned agents shift uncomfortably. This, Natasha spoke carefully, wasn't just another transformation. Something emerged during that encounter. Something that made even our most experienced agents step back. The spectral entity, Hill continued, her voice professionally detached though her grip on her tablet tightened slightly. It demonstrated abilities and awareness that suggested more than just another transformation. The way it moved, spoke. A separate consciousness, perhaps. Barton suggested. One that knew things it shouldn't have. Though besides that, there's the matter of what happened after. The screen shifted to show footage of Samuel's new transformations, Diamond Head, Upgrade, Big Chill, Brainstorm. Each one demonstrated after the incident, replacing forms that were no longer used. The most believed theory is that he lost access to certain transformations after that encounter, Natasha observed. Yet gained others. The question is, was this an upgrade or a defensive measure? And then there's the matter of his followers. He'll change the display to footage of the Esoterica. A cult that appeared suddenly, claiming he's their god reborn. Their capabilities alone are concerning, but their devotion. They call him Lord, without irony, Fury noted. And given what we've seen, especially during the Destroyer incident. The screen showed footage of the Crimson Energy form that had rewritten Asgardian magic itself. The power that had made even Thor step back. Each transformation alone would qualify as an Omega-level threat, Hill summarized. Combined in one being, with the ability to switch between them at will, and now this apparent connection to interdimensional cultists. The real question, Natasha interjected, is whether we're watching the emergence of something that was always there, or the creation of something new. The incident with the spectral entity, the loss of certain forms, the acquisition of others, there's a pattern forming. The boy's connection to Fisk concerns me more than his powers, Barton spoke up, shifting through new intelligence reports. The Kingpin's resources, his influence, it's all being subtly redirected. Continue, Fury prompted, his attention shifting from the screens. Look at the pattern of Fisk's recent operations, Natasha pulled up financial data. He's systematically dismantling certain criminal enterprises while strengthening legitimate businesses. Specifically ones that could support enhanced individual activities. Creating infrastructure, Hill realized. But for what purpose? That's what worries me, Fury's voice carried careful measure. Fisk doesn't make moves without purpose. Every shift in his empire, every resource redirected, it's all building towards something. The new R&D facilities, Barton noted. The training grounds disguised as private property. Even the tower modifications. There's another possibility we need to consider, Natasha spoke carefully, as if weighing each word. One that's less conventional. The religious angle. Hill raised an eyebrow. The esotericist claims. We deal in facts, not mythology, one of the analysts protested, but fell silent at Fury's sharp glance. We deal in threats, Fury corrected. And sometimes those threats don't fit our comfortable categories. Go on, Romanoff. The pattern fits certain, prophetic narratives, Natasha continued, her professional demeanor masking any discomfort with the topic. A powerful figure emerging gradually, gathering followers, establishing infrastructure while maintaining a benevolent public image. You're not seriously suggesting Barton started. I'm suggesting we consider all possibilities, she cut in. Even ones that sound like religious prophecy. Because if we're wrong. The false messiah angle, Hill stated quietly. A being of immense power, slowly building a power base while appearing to help humanity. I'm not saying that's what this is, Natasha clarified. But the esotericist devotion, their claims about his true nature, combined with his growing influence and Fisk's systematic empire restructuring. Let's look at this clinically, Fury interjected, his tone remaining carefully neutral. What are the actual patterns we're seeing? Systematic consolidation of power, Hill brought up new data streams. But not in any traditional way. He's building connections across multiple spheres of influence, heroes, criminals, even interdimensional beings. The public adores him, Barton noted, pulling up media coverage. Every crisis he handles boosts his approval ratings. Even the age difference controversy with the White Queen just made people more sympathetic. And Fisk's empire, Natasha continued, it's not just being redirected, it's being transformed. Clean businesses replacing criminal operations, legitimate power structures overtaking illegal ones. A bloodless conquest, Hill murmured. If we're entertaining extreme possibilities. I don't like dabbling in apocalyptic theories, Fury stated firmly, but we'd be fools not to consider every angle. Even ones that sound like they belong in religious texts rather than intelligence briefings. The worrying part isn't just the power, Natasha added. It's how naturally everything falls into place around him. People don't just follow, they believe. Even hardened operatives like Fisk's men show almost fanatical loyalty now. Look at the Ultimates, Hill brought up footage of the team in action. Stark, a notorious lone wolf who now regularly defers to the boy's judgment. Thor and Loki, literal gods who treat him as an equal, maybe more. Even the White Queen, known for her independence, follows his lead without question. The Banner situation is particularly telling, Natasha noted, pulling up specific incident reports. The Hulk, a force of pure rage that's resisted every attempt at control or influence, now calls him friend. Not just Banner, but the Hulk himself. S.H.I.E.L.D. spent years trying to contain the Hulk, Barton added. Yet this kid just talks to him. And suddenly the strongest one there is happily following his guidance. It's not just following, Hill observed, studying the footage. Look at their interactions. The Hulk actively seeks his approval, modifies his behavior based on subtle cues. We've never seen anything like it. And now he's bringing in more, Fury noted. Spider-Man, other enhanced individuals, they're all naturally gravitating toward his leadership. If we're entertaining certain theories, Natasha spoke carefully, this kind of natural authority, this ability to unite diverse and powerful beings under a single banner. What concerns me more, Barton interrupted, pulling up new satellite data, is the energy readings we're getting from their meditation room. The one the Esoterica established. Explain, Fury prompted. The quantum signatures are unusual, Hill studied the readings. They don't match any known mystical or technological pattern. It's as if reality itself is being gently reshaped around that space. Not just reshaped, one of the science officers spoke up. The patterns suggest it's being prepared. Like foundation work for something larger. You're suggesting the meditation room is more than just a gathering space. Natasha's expression sharpened with interest. The Esoterica aren't just worshipping, the scientist continued. They're building something. Something our instruments can barely detect, let alone understand. A doorway perhaps? Hill suggested. Or a beacon. For what? Barton asked, though his tone suggested he wasn't sure he wanted the answer. I'm about to suggest something that sounds extreme, Natasha said carefully, returning to her earlier topic before Barton interrupted, pulling up images of the Ultimates alongside ancient religious texts. But given what we're seeing, the Antichrist prophecies, Hill finished quietly, earning startled looks from several analysts at the actual backing of it. I've been seeing the parallels too. You can't be serious, Barton started, but Fury held up a hand. Continue, Romanoff. A charismatic leader emerging in a time of growing chaos. Gathering powerful followers who could be seen as. She hesitated, modern interpretations of the Horseman. The Hulk, war incarnate. Unstoppable rage given form, Hill added, her professional tone masking any discomfort with the theory. Stark's technological empire affecting global economics, famine through modern means. The White Queen's mental powers, conquest of minds rather than lands. And death, one analyst dared to ask. Thor and Loki, beings who've witnessed the death of worlds, Natasha replied. Or perhaps those roles aren't yet filled. The prophecies speak of followers gathering over time. This is absurd, Barton muttered, but his eyes stayed fixed on the patterns they were outlining. More absurd than interdimensional cultists. Than reality warping powers. Fury challenged. We deal with what's in front of us, no matter how uncomfortable the implications. If we're actually considering this angle, Hill spoke carefully, then we need to address the real question, what can we possibly do about it? Traditional countermeasures would be useless, Natasha noted. If these parallels are accurate, we're dealing with something beyond conventional opposition. The prophecies speak of the Antichrist having seemingly unstoppable power, one of the religious experts they'd reluctantly consulted added. Any direct confrontation would be suicide, Barton finished bluntly. Look at the assets already aligned under his banner, Stark's resources, Fisk's empire, Asgardian power, mental abilities that could reshape minds en masse. And that's assuming this is even something that can be stopped, Hill added. If we're dealing with actual prophecy. We plan for both possibilities, Fury stated, his tone brooking no argument. Whether this is cosmic destiny or something else, we need options. What options? Barton challenged. Against someone who can rewrite reality itself. Who has gods watching his back and interdimensional cultists preparing who knows what. We observe, Natasha said quietly. We watch for signs. The prophecies speak of specific patterns, specific events. This feels like we're grasping at shadows, one of the senior analysts finally spoke up. Biblical prophecies. The Antichrist. We're an intelligence organization, not a theological think tank. The analyst has a point, Hill admitted. We might be pattern matching our fears onto something we simply don't understand yet. Occam's razor, Barton suggested. Maybe we're dealing with exactly what we see, a powerful enhanced individual who genuinely wants to help people. The religious angle could be just the esoterica's interpretation of power they don't comprehend. Simple explanations are comforting, Natasha noted. But they don't account for everything we've observed. They don't have to, the analyst countered. Not every pattern needs a prophetic explanation. Sometimes extraordinary power is just that, extraordinary. So we maintain standard protocols. Hill asked Fury. We maintain vigilance, he corrected. Whether this is biblical prophecy or simply unprecedented power doesn't change our responsibility to monitor and understand it. And prepare, Natasha added quietly. Whether we believe in prophecies or not. The screens continued their silent display of footage, but the room's tension had shifted. Perhaps they were seeing patterns that weren't there. Perhaps fear was making them reach for ancient warnings to explain modern wonders. Or perhaps they were right to be afraid. Only time would tell. Chapter 58, A Spy's Paranoia. Natasha's POV. I sit in my secure shield office as Emma's call comes through. Her update about Samuel's decision to train on Anodyne is professional, detached. She outlines the meeting with Verdona, this being of pure energy claiming grandmother's rights through some interdimensional connection. After Emma disconnects, Fury emerges from the shadows. Your thoughts? The parallels are becoming harder to ignore, I begin carefully, pulling up ancient texts alongside our modern intelligence reports. The Hadith of Tamim al-Dari speaks of a powerful being, the Dajjal, the Islamic name for the Antichrist, bound in chains on an island, waiting for an appointed time. I bring up Samuel's initial appearance documentation. He emerged suddenly, with perfectly crafted papers. Fisk's work as well was, too perfect. Like an island of fabricated identity in a sea of reality. A constructed existence, waiting to be revealed. Continue, Fury prompts, his single eye fixed on the displays. The prophecy speaks of signs. I pull up footage of the esoterica. Followers who recognize the being's true nature before others, as we discussed before. They appeared the moment he accessed certain powers, calling him Lord, speaking of his divine awareness returning. Moving to recent footage, I highlight Verdona's words. She speaks of him being bound, of needing to unchain his true self. The Dajjal is said to be bound until everything is properly positioned. And now. Fury's voice carries careful neutrality. Now he's entering a period of seclusion for training. But it's this Verdona's comments about time that concern me most. I pull up the transcript. She said time would feel different once he's unbound. The prophecy specifically states that when the Dajjal emerges, time itself will alter, one day feeling like a year, another like a month, another like a week. Physical markers. Fury prompts. There are different interpretations. Some calling him ugly as sin, with a single protruding eye, while the other is somewhat normal. While other texts show a more beautiful figure, one's not Islamic but from other theologies. Eyes that shine like stars, possibly a reference to his red eyes. Power over the world, we've seen him reshape reality itself with that crimson energy form. The prophecy speaks of abilities that seem miraculous as we know, such as the revival of the dead. With the gathering of powerful followers through seemingly benevolent acts. You've read a lot of religious texts lately, Romanoff, Fury notes, but his tone carries no judgment. Know your enemy, or rather, possible enemy in this absurd situation. I pull up new data streams. But, see, it's not just ancient warnings anymore. Look at the quantum readings around Fisk Tower since the esoterica established their meditation room. The displays show reality itself wavering, like heat mirages on summer pavement. The fabric of spacetime is actually no longer just slightly shifting, but thinning around their gathering place. There are stories of how the Dajjal will awaken in a moment of unyielding rage, whereas before he would be almost normal. Fury remains silent, observant. The prophecies speak of a sudden transformation. I continue, pulling up footage from both incidents. Not just in power, but in fundamental nature. I sigh as I for a moment rub my hands over my face. Are you all right, Agent Romanoff? Fury questions, his tone almost seeming concerned. No, yes, I'm all right. It's just. The texts themselves are too confusing. There are interpretations that completely contradict the narrative, while others make every piece fall into place like the perfect puzzle. If we take pieces from various religions, speaking of deceivers and not just categorically the Abrahamic ones, the deceiver is then said to appear benevolent, heroic even, until the moment everything aligns. The Destroyer incident, Fury notes, watching the crimson energy form rewrite reality itself. His personality shifted completely. And again with the spectral entity, I add, displaying side-by-side comparisons. In both cases, we saw dramatic personality changes. The crimson form's raw power and dominance, the spectral form's ancient malevolence. Test runs, Fury suggests grimly. Or glimpses of what's waiting to emerge. I bring up behavioral analyses. The texts describe the deceiver's transformation as absolute, a complete reversal of apparent nature. One moment he is a savior, the next. You think these incidents were previews instead of a separate consciousness like Barton suggested? I think we witnessed moments where whatever's really there almost broke through. I highlight specific timestamps. Watch his interactions immediately after each event. The way he overcompensated with heroic actions after his so-called break, like something needed to be contained again. The footage shows Samuel's increasingly public heroics following each incident, his careful maintenance of the benevolent image. The prophecies warn about this specifically. I pull up more ancient texts. How the being appears to be a force for good, gathering trust and power, until suddenly, everything changes. No gradual shift, no warning. Again, just complete transformation once all pieces are in place. I state again and again, noticing how I'm just repeating myself at this point. I cannot stop myself, this is just too absurd and terrifying. I've seen the boy smile. I've seen his genuine kindness. But to now look at it as just some broken mirror whose shards are slowly being put together, ones that form the greatest evil since the dawn of time. And now this training on anodyne, as they call it, Fury's eye narrows. Away from observation, with a being powerful enough to potentially trigger. Yes. I confirm grimly. Though if we for a moment return back to the island narrative rather than the one where the deceiver is unbound till the awakening and cross-reference it with other mythologies, we'll see this. I state as I show various images of various other mythological texts. Patterns. The Zoroastrians spoke of Ahriman, a powerful deceiver bound until the final age. The Greeks had Prometheus, the Chinese mythology warns of Hundun. All are beings of immense power, chained or contained until an appointed time. Different cultures, same warning, something waiting to be unleashed. And Fury prompts, noting my hesitation. In every version, the being appears trapped in some form of isolation, whether literal or metaphorical. But what if? I pull up Samuel's quantum readings. What if the isolation isn't physical? What if it's dimensional? I pause, staring at the displays, suddenly aware of how far down this rabbit hole we've gone. We might be reaching here. Ancient prophecies, mythological parallels, were starting to sound like conspiracy theorists. Reaching kept Earth standing more times than I can count, Fury responds, his tone carrying the weight of experience. Everyone thought I was paranoid about aliens until the Kree and Skrulls happened. About gods until Thor and Loki appeared. This is different, I argue, though without full conviction. We're taking religious texts and trying to fit them to someone who might just be a teenager with reality-warping powers. With interdimensional cultists who appeared the moment he accessed certain abilities. With perfectly crafted documentation that even our best analysts can't crack, something Fisk most definitely cannot do without help. Fury's eye fixes on me. If there's even a slight chance. Then what? I challenge, voicing the question we've been dancing around. The texts are clear, we've already discussed this, if this is really what we think it is, there's nothing we can do. The Dajjal's emergence can't be prevented by mortal means. That's the whole point. No, Fury's voice carries something I've rarely heard, hope. We're forgetting the end of the prophecy. In both Christian and Islamic texts, there's one force that does defeat the great deceiver. Understanding dawns. The return of Christ, or Isa in Islamic tradition. A power beyond mortal comprehension, Fury nods. The only force capable of ending what even armies can't touch. So what? We just wait and hope divine intervention shows up. We prepare, Fury corrects. We watch. And we remember that even in the darkest prophecies, there's always a counterforce. Always a power of light to match the darkness. We can't just wait for divine intervention, I say, bringing up new analysis protocols. The prophecies emphasize the Dajjal's power of deception above all else. We might not be able to stop what's coming, but we can prepare people to recognize it. A counter-narrative, Fury nods, understanding immediately. Subtle documentation of inconsistencies. Not to discredit him now, I clarify, establishing new monitoring parameters. But to create reference points. When people need to understand what's happening, they'll have evidence they can't ignore. Like breadcrumbs, Fury muses. Leading back to moments that will suddenly make sense. Exactly. We build the file carefully, quietly. Not for today's use, but for when people need clarity most. I start marking specific surveillance protocols. Future context for those who might otherwise be deceived. Fury studies the new parameters before adding, make it comprehensive. Not just the obvious incidents, but the subtle patterns. The things that only make sense when you see the whole picture. And do in fact start now, not with the whole picture of course. But slowly drip it into those small platforms where conspiracies are discussed, since there already are many about the boy. Just enough that there is enough subconscious thought about this. I at first wish to protest but slowly nod my head. Seeing the logic behind it. The office falls silent as we establish our new mission. Not prevention, that might be impossible. It's not much against something prophesied to deceive the world. But sometimes, small truths are all we have. Chapter 59, Omake, Exorcising Doubts. The Ultimate's common room buzzed with its usual controlled chaos. Tony tinkered with some device while Banner and Gwen discussed quantum theories. Thor and Ben compared stories while Kevin watched Spider-Man demonstrate web combinations. The elevator chimed, announcing Director Fury's arrival, Barton close behind him. Both carried an unusually intense focus that would have been concerning if anyone had been paying attention. Without warning or preamble, Fury uncapped a small flask and threw its contents directly in Samuel's face. The room froze. Water dripped down Samuel's startled features, soaking his collar as he blinked in confusion. Did you just throw water at me? So you're not the Antichrist? Thank God, Natasha breathed, relief evident in her voice. The room's atmosphere shifted from confused to absolutely stunned. The what now? Tony asked, his usual snark replaced by genuine bewilderment. Before anyone could process this revelation, Fury pulled out a worn piece of paper and began, in surprisingly decent Latin. Exorcismus te, omnis immundus spiritus, omnis satanica potestas. Are they performing an exorcism? Ben asked incredulously. A pretty good one too, Barton noted professionally, pulling out a crucifix. We've been practicing in the shield break room. Jenkins from accounting helped with the pronunciation. You've been what? Samuel managed, still dripping. Hulk confused. Why angry men speak funny words at friend? Actually, Gwen interjected, looking increasingly exasperated, this isn't even theologically accurate. The Antichrist isn't affected by holy water or exorcisms. According to most interpretations, he's supposed to be immune to traditional religious countermeasures. See. Samuel gestured emphatically, water droplets flying. Wait, no, that's not the point I should be arguing. Omnis incursio infernalis adversarii. Fury continued undeterred. Should we stop them? Spider-Man asked uncertainly. I mean, this can't be standard shield protocol, right? Oh, it is now, Natasha confirmed. We had to create a whole new department. Theological Threat Assessment Division. You created a what? Tony's eyebrows shot up. Please tell me that's not coming out of my consulting budget. Our Lord appears resistant to mortal banishing rituals, and esoterica materialized to observe. Though perhaps we should begin our own counter-ceremonies. No ceremonies. Samuel protested automatically. And can we please address the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. created an entire department to determine if I'm biblical evil? Omnis legio, omnis congregatio et secta diabolica. Their Latin's pretty good, Loki noted, conjuring a bag of popcorn. Though they're using the Mediterranean pronunciation. The Vatican prefers classical these days. You know Catholic exorcism rites? Kevin asked incredulously. Please, I know every banishing ritual from every realm. Though I must say, this one's particularly entertaining. Brother, is this how Midgardians typically greet suspected demons? Thor asked, genuinely curious. Not typically, Banner replied, taking notes. Though I have so many questions about their methodology. For instance, the holy water's temperature could be a significant variable. It's not about the water temperature. Gwen interrupted. None of this would affect the actual Antichrist. He's supposed to be able to perform false miracles, deceive the faithful, a little holy water wouldn't do anything. So we should try blessed oil instead? Barton asked, pulling out his checklist. That's not what you know what. Never mind. Ergo, Draco maledict et omnis legio diabolica. I can't believe you actually created a theological threat division, Tony muttered, already having Jarvis hack into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s budget reports. The paperwork was surprisingly simple, Natasha replied. We just reclassified it under supernatural entity containment protocols. That's a thing? Spider-Man asked. It is now. We had the forms backdated. S.H.I.E.L.D. has forms for everything, Barton added proudly, still waving his crucifix. Even interdimensional religious evaluations. Form 616-B, Natasha supplied. Right between suspected alien deity and temporal paradox resolution. Ecclesiam tuum securi tibi facius libertate servire. This is ridiculous, Samuel stated, water still dripping. Emma, back me up here. Emma's mental voice carried far too much amusement. Well, they are being very thorough. Though I'm curious about their control group methodology. Not helping. You know, Ben mused, this actually explains why they kept asking me about religious symbols during the last interdimensional call. They what? Samuel asked, momentarily distracted from the ongoing exorcism. Oh yeah, Kevin added. They had this whole questionnaire. Does he avoid churches? Any reaction to sacred geometry? Unusual behavior during full moons. That last one's for werewolves, Barton corrected professionally. Different form. You have a werewolf form? Spider-Man asked with interest. I do not have a. Can we please focus on the fact that they've been investigating me for biblical signs? The signs were very convincing, Natasha defended. The power, the followers, the reality manipulation. Don't forget the interdimensional cultists, Barton added helpfully. We are not cultists, an esoterica protested. We are merely devoted servants of our Lord's divine. Really not helping right now, Samuel muttered. Te Ragamus, Audi nos. Silence fell as the exorcism concluded. Fury and Barton studied Samuel's distinctly non-vanquished form with narrow-eyed intensity. This proves nothing, Fury stated flatly. He could be immune to traditional methods. Told you, Gwen muttered. Barton, schedule the next test. Get the silver crosses from requisitions. Already done, sir. Also ordered the blessed salt, holy oil, and that special incense from Jerusalem. You're joking, right? Samuel asked desperately. Please tell me this is some elaborate prank. Shield doesn't prank, Fury replied seriously. We investigate. By throwing holy water at teenagers. Among other methods, Barton consulted his list. We've still got 17 approved testing protocols to try. 17. Would have been 20, but the Vatican wouldn't loan us the special relics. My lord requires immediate drying, an esoterica announced. The sacred towel ceremonies must. No ceremonies. But they were already materializing with elaborate drying implements. You know, Tony mused, from a scientific perspective, their thoroughness is almost admirable. Though their peer review process must be interesting. Oh, it is, Natasha confirmed. The Theological Threat Assessment Division has weekly meetings. Jenkins brings donuts. Can we please focus on the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director just tried to exorcise me? Samuel asked desperately. Tried and failed, Barton noted, making another mark in his checklist. Though that could just mean you're immune to traditional methods, like Gwen said. That's not what you know what. Never mind. I give up. Does this mean we're canceling the sage burning ceremony next week? Natasha asked. Absolutely not, Fury replied, already heading for the elevator. Bring the special incense too. And someone check if that monastery in Tibet ever got back to us about the blessed bells. Just another day in the life of a fake hero who was apparently suspicious enough to warrant an entire S.H.I.E.L.D. division dedicated to biblical investigation. At least they hadn't tried anything too outrageous. Though the look Natasha and Barton exchanged suggested that he was being too optimistic. Perfect. Just the shit I needed in my life. To be thought as the fucking Antichrist. Samuel tapped the Ultimatrix and turned the dial, Ghost Freak's form appearing. You want the Antichrist, I'll give you the Antichrist. With this treasure I summon. Samuel muttered as he slammed his hand on the Ultimatrix. The King of Ghosts, Ghost Freak. Samuel roared as he transformed. Chapter 60, The Terror of Facing a Conqueror. The journey through dimensions had been surprisingly anticlimactic. One moment we were in our universe, the next, passing through what Ben's team called a stable breach point. Now, cruising through this Earth's atmosphere, everything feels off. The colors are wrong, Emma notes mentally, her presence carrying unease as we watch lightning strike upward through a purple-tinged sky. Like reality itself hasn't quite settled back into place. The quantum readings suggest ongoing dimensional stress, Banner observes from his station, fingers dancing across displays. The disasters may have ended, but their effects linger in the fundamental forces themselves. He'd insisted on coming, citing the unique opportunity to study interdimensional travel effects in a controlled environment. Plus, as he'd pointed out, having someone who could match my strength during training might prove useful. Hulk thinks Sky sick, his alter ego comments, surprising us with the apt description. The atmosphere does look feverish, waves of purple and green rippling where blue should be. Our ship, a modified Stark design that I'd enhanced with upgrade, maintained steady course toward the coordinates Verdona provided. Apparently, certain locations make dimensional travel to Anodyne easier, though looking at the chaotic state of this universe, I'm starting to wonder about that plan. You're worried, Emma sends privately, her mental presence wrapping around mine with familiar warmth. We'd spent hours discussing this journey, neither wanting the separation but both understanding its necessity. The quantum variance is fascinating, Banner continues, more to himself than us. The way local physics seems to be, recalibrating. Almost like Dash. The ship's sensors suddenly scream a warning, cutting off his observation. Something massive breaks the ocean's surface below us, and my heart stops as I recognize a silhouette that shouldn't be possible. The Ultimatrix pulses in recognition, though I carefully keep my expression neutral. Knowledge from my previous life fills my mind, this being, this threat, should be trapped at the bottom of the ocean. Unless. Multiple mechanical signatures below, Emma reports, her telepathy expanding. Whatever that is, it's been busy down there. The energy readings are unprecedented, Banner notes, his screens filling with data. Some kind of cybernetic enhancement, but the power levels. Hulk see big fishman, his alter ego announces with characteristic directness. The being rises further from the waves, cybernetic enhancements gleaming in the sickly purple light. His appearance is somehow more terrifying in reality than any show could convey, a warrior enhanced by technology beyond Earth's understanding. His mind. Emma sends privately, her mental probe encountering something unexpected. It gives off desires of conquest and rage, but there's calculation too. The feeling I get is that he's someone who's been watching, waiting. The ship hovers steady as more drones surface, their weapons tracking our movement. Through the unnatural sky, lightning continues its upward dance, nature itself still rebelling against recent dimensional trauma. I should have expected this. In all the preparation for Anodyne, all the discussions about training and separation, I'd forgotten about other threats that might take advantage of a wounded universe. Albedo. Vilgax's voice carries both rage and triumph. Your new form cannot deceive me. I would recognize that Ultimatrix signature anywhere dash. He pauses, his enhanced eyes narrowing as he studies me more carefully through our view screen. Wait. The energy pattern is different. Similar, yet. Something's wrong, Emma sends privately, her mental presence encountering unexpected resistance. His mind. I can't read it. There's just this overwhelming sense of power and. She withdraws her probe quickly, whatever he is, he's beyond my abilities to scan. Hulk not understand big words. Banner's alter ego complains. Fishman talk too much. The being's expression darkens. You are not Albedo, yet you bear his coloring and wield similar power. Explain yourself before I reduce your vessel to atoms. More drones surface, their weapons humming with deadly intent. In the sickly purple sky, another bolt of lightning strikes upward, illuminating the scene with unnatural light. I don't owe you any explanations, I reply carefully, we're just passing through. Passing through. He laughs. During these dimensional disturbances? No. You're here for a purpose. Damn it, Verdona. Okay, you said everything will be. Preparing everything for our arrival you shall. You'll return soon enough you said. I can sense his drones, Emma reports, shifting her focus to the mechanical forces. But he himself, it's like trying to read a star. Too vast, too powerful. Banner's screens continue filling with data. The cybernetic enhancement levels are still increasing. Whatever he is, he's not done powering up. The ocean churns as more of his forces emerge. Had he been down there this whole time, using the disasters as cover to rebuild his army? While everyone focused on natural calamities, had he been preparing for exactly this kind of opportunity? Your ship, the being announces, will make an excellent addition to my fleet. Surrender now, and I might let you live as servants. The Ultimatrix pulses as I select Big Chill, the transformation smooth despite the tension. Beside me, Banner's skin turns green, his form expanding as the other guy emerges fully. Hulk smash Fishman, he roars, launching himself through our ship's deployment hatch with surprising precision. We practiced emergency exits during the journey, though I doubt anyone expected to use them this soon. I hit the Ultimatrix symbol again immediately, feeling ultimate big chills form emerges. The evolved Necrophrygian's plasma ice capabilities spread through me as I position myself near Emma, who shifts into her diamond form with practiced ease. Their weapons can't penetrate my crystalline structure, she notes mentally, as she engages the nearest drones. But there are too many of them. Ultimate Big Chill's plasma ice proves devastatingly effective against the mechanical forces, freezing and burning through their ranks simultaneously. Below us, Hulk engages Vilgax directly, their clash sending waves across the disturbed ocean. Tiny robots boring. Hulk announces, trading blows with our attacker. Fishman strong. Hulk stronger. More drones emerge from the waves, but between Emma's indestructible form smashing through their ranks and my absolute zero flames, none get close enough to matter. We need to end this quickly, Emma states, as she shatters another drone with a precisely aimed strike. The dimensional coordinates Verdona gave us won't stay stable forever. Vilgax suddenly disengages from Hulk with surprising agility, his enhanced form moving faster than something his size should allow. His cybernetic eyes lock onto my Ultimatrix symbol with predatory focus. Fishman not finished. Hulk roars, his fist hitting empty air as Vilgax activates his propulsion systems. The Ultimatrix is my priority, Vilgax announces, missiles launching from his armor while he ascends. The green beast can wait. Emma leaps between incoming drones, as she smashes through their ranks. He's not just strong, he's tactical. Using Hulk's momentum against him, I unleash another wave of plasma ice, but Vilgax's shield technology disperses the absolute zero effect. His cybernetic enhancements must have been upgraded during his time underwater, adapting to new threats. That device, he growls, closing distance despite my attempts to maintain range, will make an excellent addition to my arsenal. I've learned that no army is perfect, the greatest might is one's own. That weapon will thereby be a far more useful model Tennyson's inferior version. Hulk not like being ignored. Hulk launches himself upward, but Vilgax's maneuverability in the air proves frustratingly effective. Sam. Emma's warning comes just as Vilgax's beam weapon activates, forcing me to phase through the attack. He's hurting you away from us. Vilgax pauses mid another attack, his eyes focusing on the Ultimatrix with newfound intensity. The scanners in his armor pulse with energy as the purple sky reflects off his enhanced form. Interesting, he begins stating. That energy signature, the one that nearly tore this universe apart. It resonates within your device. His attention shifts from pure combat to analytical study, even as Hulk prepares another charge. The dimensional anomalies, Vilgax continues, his tactical mind clearly processing new information. They weren't just random chaos. They carried traces of power, power that apparently sources itself from your Ultimatrix. Emma shatters another drone, careful Sam, who knows what this guy knows with all this tech. Stop running from Hulk. The other guy launches forward, but gets attacked by drones as Vilgax's systems activate something new, a swirling red portal tears open in the disturbed sky. The null void's characteristic energy makes even the purple-tinted atmosphere seem normal in comparison. My heart sinks as I recognize what he's planning. This reality remains too unstable, Vilgax announces, his cybernetics maintaining the portal's stability. Such power should be claimed in a more controlled environment, away from the lingering effects of its previous usage. The pull of the null void portal grows stronger as I begin to float away. Your device holds power that rivals cosmic forces, Vilgax's voice carries appreciation. Power that nearly broke reality itself. In the null void, such energy can be properly contained. I quickly transform from Ultimate Big Chill to Jetray, trying to outspeed the portal's pull. But something's wrong, the null void's energy feels different, more focused. Your attempts are futile, Vilgax calls out as he deliberately moves closer to me. This portal has been calibrated to track Ultimatrix energy signatures. The more you transform, the stronger its pull becomes. Sam. Emma's diamond form reflects the red glow as she fights through another wave of drones. The portal's energy pattern changed when you transformed. Hulk smash portal. Hulk roars as he leaps up, but the drones form a perfect wall, keeping him occupied while protecting their master's plan. I try flying away, but Jetray's speed seems to make the portal pull stronger. Vilgax isn't even attacking anymore, he's letting his modified gateway do the work. Fuck. Get away. Get away. I think frantically as my efforts increase. Did you think I spent my time underwater merely healing? Vilgax moves deliberately into the portal's range. The dimensional disasters provided much to study, including how to weaponize the null void itself. The pull intensifies, but now I notice it's only affecting Vilgax and me, like the portal has been programmed for us specifically. Sam. Emma's voice barely reaches me as the portal's force becomes overwhelming. Hulk's roars of frustration fade behind the wall of drones. Vilgax's laughter grows louder as the portal claims us both, him grabbing me by my wing arms and dragging me forcefully against his body, wrapping me in his arms. Now, bearer of the Ultimatrix, let us see how you fare in my chosen battlefield. The last thing I see is Emma and Hulk breaking through the drone wall, their expressions matching my own terror. Then the null void swallows us whole, leaving my teammates behind in that purple-tinted sky. Author note: hello everyone. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. So, Vilgax happened. Yeah, I've been meaning to eventually get him into this FIC since I brought the Ben gang into the fold. After all, with Marvel being a bit more stagnant till things happen more there, I found this interesting. Besides, we finally get a storyline where Samuel is alone again. So yeah, I hope you all look forward to the next arc. Do tell me what you think will happen, and how you find the possibilities, and I hope to see you all later. Bye. Comment. 18 Comment. Vote. Chapter 61, Ultimate Adapter. The null void's crimson atmosphere swirls around us as we materialize in its endless expanse. Before I can even process our surroundings, the Ultimatrix suddenly pulses with unexpected energy. DNA purification complete. Apoplexian genetic template restored. Designation: Wrath. A grin spreads across my face as I realize what this means. Even Vilgax's confident smirk falters slightly at my expression. You know, I say, scrolling to the newly restored transformation, I was worried about being trapped here with you. But now I think you should be worried about being trapped here with me. I slam down on the Ultimatrix, feeling Wrath's form emerge. The rage, the power, the absolute certainty that everything can be solved with the right move, it all flows through me. Man, this form has always been my favorite. Let me tell you something, Vilgax, conqueror of 10 worlds. My new voice carries that signature apoplexian fury. You think you're so smart? Well, Wrath's about to show you what real smart looks like. Another transformation won't save you. Vilgax starts, but I'm already hitting the Ultimatrix symbol again. Oh yeah. Then how about an evolved one? Ultimate Wrath's enhanced form surges through me, the dark stripes pulsing with power as murderous instincts merge with pure rage. My claws extend further, sharper, deadlier. And now let me tell you another thing. I charge forward with speed that catches even Vilgax off guard. Ultimate Wrath thinks your whole, trap people in the null void, plan is personally offensive to Wrath's sensibilities. Vilgax activates his shield technology, a barrier of energy forming between us. Your apoplexian rage is nothing compared to my dash. Oh, you want to talk about rage? My evolved claws tear through his shield like it's made of paper. Let me tell you something about rage, Vilgax. Ultimate Wrath is about to demonstrate the meaning of rage with the cosmic suplex of justice. I grab his cybernetic armor, using his own momentum to slam him into a floating asteroid. The impact shatters the rock formation, sending debris scattering through the void. What's wrong, Vilgax? I launch us toward another platform, my enhanced abilities letting me control our trajectory perfectly. Wrath thought you wanted to fight in the null void. So why aren't you fighting? His beam weapon activates, but Ultimate Wrath's evolved reflexes let me dodge while maintaining my grip. And another thing. Wrath is personally offended by your cheap laser attacks. A real warrior uses wrestling moves. Each strike tears through more of his enhanced defenses. All his underwater preparations, all his tactical planning, none of it prepared him for an evolved apoplexian's combination of rage and desire to kill. Cosmic dropkick of vengeance. I send him crashing through another asteroid. Followed by the ultimate null void pile driver. Finally, I pin him against a large platform, my enhanced claws pressed against his throat. Now, Vilgax. Tell Wrath one reason, one very good reason why he shouldn't rip your throat out. With his teeth. The alien tiger growled with barely contained fury, itching to kill the tyrant. The portal, Vilgax states through gritted teeth, was designed as a one-way transit. I intended to upgrade it using both null-void technology and your Ultimatrix. If you want to return home. Are you suggesting Wrath is stupid enough to trust you? My claws dig deeper, drawing more green blood. Ultimate Wrath's enhanced predatory instincts scream even more for the kill. You have intelligence-based transformations, Vilgax manages, his eyes never wavering. But you don't know this dimension like I do. Every changed sector, every dangerous region since the disasters, having changed the void differently than the living universe. You need my knowledge as much as I need your device. A low, dangerous growl emanates from my throat, nothing like Wrath's usual bluster. Ultimate Wrath's evolved hunting instincts calculate exactly how many ways to tear him apart. Then let Wrath give you something to remember our new arrangement by. Without warning, I lunge downward. My enhanced jaws clamp down on his right arm where flesh meets cybernetics. With one savage twist, I tear the entire limb off, spraying green blood across the asteroid's surface. Vilgax doesn't scream, impressive, but it just makes Ultimate Wrath want to hurt him more. That's your punishment for bringing us here. I spit out the mechanical parts, my muzzle stained with his blood. Try anything else, and next time Wrath takes your head. Vilgax pulls himself up with his remaining arm, cybernetic systems already working to stop the bleeding. His expression shows no pain, just cold calculation as he studies his torn limb lying several feet away. Your evolved form is more savage than Tennyson's transformations, he observes clinically. More willing to inflict permanent damage. Wrath will show you permanent damage if you keep comparing him to Tennyson. But the murderous rage stays controlled, barely. Ultimate Wrath's predatory mind keeps track of every movement, every potential weakness. The nearest technology cache is 3 sectors away, Vilgax states, already shifting to tactical planning despite his injury. We'll need to avoid the deeper regions. The dimensional disasters changed them, made them more unstable. And why shouldn't Wrath just torture the directions out of you? Because, Vilgax's cybernetic eyes narrow, what lurks in those changed sectors would kill us both before you could try. The void is different now. Your power that caused the disasters warped this dimension in ways even I don't fully understand. Ultimate Wrath's claws flex, still dripping green blood. The evolved apoplexian instincts catalog every way to finish what we started, but also recognize the tactical advantage of a guide, at least temporarily. Fine. But let me tell you something, Vilgax. The moment Wrath senses betrayal, your other arm is just the beginning of what Wrath takes. The Ultimatrix suddenly pulses with warning energy, alert, apoplexian ultimate form incompatible with current soul resonance. Genetic lock unstable. Reverting to base form. What dash I start, but the device continues. Suggestion, ultimate transformation of base human form available. Designation, ultimate human. This form represents humanity's peak evolutionary potential. Vilgax's eyes narrow with new interest as I feel Ultimate Wrath's form destabilize. Your device evolves your original species. The transformation happens almost automatically, my human form emerges briefly before the ultimate evolution takes hold. My body expands, growing until I match Vilgax's impressive height. Muscles develop to impossible density, while my white hair shifts to a deep, blood red. My already red eyes become more pronounced, gleaming with enhanced power. Each movement carries weight that even Vilgax seems to recognize, pure physical might rivaling his own cybernetically enhanced strength. Interesting, I flex my new form's enhanced muscles, voice deeper but controlled. Seems humanity had more potential than anyone thought. Vilgax studies my transformed state with calculated wariness, especially given he's down one arm. Perhaps, he admits grudgingly, this arrangement won't be entirely one-sided. My enhanced vision picks up every detail of Vilgax's form, each cybernetic connection, every structural weakness, even the subtle tells in his movement that betray vulnerable points. It's like my brain has evolved specifically to analyze and counter any threat. You're back, Vilgax notes with uncharacteristic uncertainty, the musculature has formed into a face. Like some ancient demon watching. Wait, what? A demon face made of muscles. Like a. My thoughts freeze as I realize what this ultimate evolution has done to me. I look like a damn Hanma. The Ultimatrix responds directly to my thoughts, being able to only in certain forms. Ultimate human form represents peak evolutionary adaptations. Back muscles formed into observational warning pattern, natural deterrent to predators, creating constant sensation of being watched. Similar to evolutionary patterns in certain Earth species. But why like this? I question internally, still processing my transformation. Human potential for physical development exceeds normal evolutionary constraints, the Ultimatrix explains. Muscle density, bone structure, neural pathways, all evolved for maximum combat efficiency. The face pattern emerged as optimal intimidation display, combined with practical muscle arrangement for maximum striking power. The device continues, form also includes enhanced threat recognition, pattern analysis, and combat instincts. The human brain's capacity for adaptation and warfare reached its ultimate expression. Vilgax starts moving toward what he claims is our destination, his remaining arm adjusting his damaged systems. Every step he takes, every minor adjustment in his posture, my evolved mind catalogs it all, instinctively preparing counters for any possible betrayal. The nearest cache, he states, trying to maintain his authoritative tone despite clearly being unnerved by my new form, is through that sector. The dimensional distortions are minimal there. I follow, feeling my enhanced body automatically adjust to the null void's strange gravity. Each movement carries perfect efficiency, not a single motion wasted. The Ultimatrix adds one final note: this form represents humanity's ultimate potential as apex predators. All natural limiters removed, all possible physical and neural enhancements maximized. The intimidation features are simply practical evolution's response to the human drive for dominance. Great, I think, as we head deeper into the void. I'm trapped in a hostile dimension with a one-armed conqueror, looking like something out of a manga about demons and martial arts. At least the constant sensation of my back muscles forming a demonic face watching Vilgax seems to be keeping him honest. For now.